There's a quiet road just south of Pittsburgh, a place of manicured lawns and peaceful homes. You'd never guess that right here, beneath this very soil, lie the scorched foundations of a war. Not a war against the British, but a war of Americans against Americans, a violent, fiery clash that tested the soul of a brand new nation. Here, where all you hear now is the wind through the Pennsylvania oaks, the silence was once shattered by gunfire and the roar of a mansion burning to the ground. These ruins have a story to tell, and we are here to listen. We're going to find out how a simple tax on whiskey almost tore the United States apart, just as it was being born. Let's turn back the clock to the 1790s. Forget the suburbs. Imagine a world walled in by the green, unforgiving Allegheny Mountains. The roads, if you could call them that, were little more than muddy ruts, choked with stumps and rocks. This was the frontier, a world away from the political salons of Philadelphia. The people who lived here were the very definition of tough. They were Scots-Irish, Germans, and English settlers, many of them veterans who had shed their blood in the Revolution to win this land. They had come here to build a life on their own terms, free from the reach of distant, powerful men. Life was a daily struggle against the wilderness. They cleared the dense forests, fought off predators, and prayed their crops would survive the harsh seasons. Their wealth grew directly from the soil, mostly in the form of grain, rye, corn, and wheat. But here was the problem that defined their existence. How do you sell it? Getting a bulky, heavy wagon load of grain over those mountains to the markets in the east was a fool's errand. The cost of transport would eat up every penny of profit, and then some. Their most valuable crop was effectively worthless if they couldn't get it to market. So they turned to a kind of mountain alchemy. Every farm of any size had a small, bubbling still. They discovered that by turning their grain into whiskey, they could concentrate its value into a form that was portable, durable, and always in demand. A single pack horse that might struggle to carry 4 bushels of rye could easily carry the equivalent of 24 bushels once it was distilled into liquid form. It was a brilliant, practical solution born from the hard logic of the mountains. But to see this as just a drink is to misunderstand everything. Whiskey wasn't a luxury for these people. It was the lifeblood of their entire economy. In a land where hard cash was scarcer than a friendly taxman, jugs of Monongahela rye were the currency. You paid the blacksmith for shoeing your horse with whiskey. You paid the storekeeper for a new axe with whiskey. You might even pay a portion of the preacher's salary with it. It was their universal medicine, used to treat everything from a snake bite to a winter fever. It was the social lubricant that sealed deals, celebrated weddings, and brought communities together in the local taverns to argue politics and trade news. To tax whiskey, from their perspective, wasn't to tax a simple beverage. It was a tax on their money, a tax on their medicine, a tax on the very fabric of their society. It was a tax on their right to survive in this wild, isolated world they had fought so hard to build. But to understand the collision that was coming, you have to do more than just listen to the whispers in the mountains. You have to look at the official documents, the words that set the whole thing in motion. I'm holding a copy of a newspaper clipping from a Philadelphia paper printed in 1791. The paper is yellowed and brittle, but the words are sharp and clear. It announces an act concerning the duties on spirits distilled within the United States. This wasn't just a law. It was the masterstroke of one of the most brilliant, ambitious, and controversial men in American history, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. To him, this piece of paper was the solution to a national crisis. The country was drowning in debt from the Revolutionary War, and Hamilton believed that to survive, the United States needed to prove it could pay its bills. He needed a steady, reliable source of federal income, and a tax on whiskey seemed like a logical choice. It was a grand, logical machine on paper, designed to build the nation's credit and assert the power of the new central government. But this document is more than just a financial plan. This is the disconnect. To a man like Hamilton in a Philadelphia office, national credit was everything. To a farmer in a log cabin on the far side of the mountains, it was a phantom concept. This newspaper clipping, with its cold legal language, wasn't seen as a solution. It was seen as a provocation, a declaration of economic war. And its arrival in the West raises the critical question that ignites the whole conflict. What happens when a law, perfectly logical on paper, is imposed on people whose entire way of life makes that law impossible to obey? When news of Hamilton's excise tax finally trickled over the mountains, carried by weary travelers and in the pages of day-old newspapers, it landed like a lit match in a powder keg. To the farmers, this wasn't a reasonable fiscal policy. It was a deliberate attack on their way of life, orchestrated by a distant government that neither knew nor cared about them. The law, so neat and tidy on Hamilton's desk in Philadelphia, was a declaration of war on the frontier. The poison was in the details, and every detail seemed perfectly crafted to crush the small Western farmer. The tax was levied at a flat rate, which meant a farmer with a small, inefficient still, who produced maybe a few gallons a week for his family and neighbors, paid a far higher percentage of his product's value than the big commercial distilleries back east. It was a law that punished the little guy and rewarded the wealthy operator. Even worse, the tax had to be paid in hard currency, in cash. For the people of the frontier who bartered with whiskey and deerskins, who might not see a silver dollar from one month to the next, this was an impossible demand. It was like asking a man to pay you with a piece of the moon. It proved in their minds that the men who wrote this law had no concept of the world they were trying to rule. But the cruelest twist of the knife, the one that felt like a slap in the face with the ghost of King George, was the matter of justice. If you were accused of not paying the tax, you wouldn't be tried by your neighbors in a local court. No, you would be issued a federal writ, forcing you to abandon your farm and your family and travel 300 agonizing miles over the mountains to a federal courtroom in Philadelphia. There, you'd face a federal judge and a jury of city merchants who saw you as little more than a backwoods savage. This was the very tyranny they had just fought a revolution to escape. The tax collector became the new redcoat, and the whispers of resistance began to build into a roar. To truly understand the fury that was building, official records and old newspapers aren't enough. You have to listen to the stories that were never written down, the ones passed from one generation to the next around a winter fire. I found that story in a small, dusty historical society in Washington County, speaking with a local historian whose family has been in these hills since they were still a wilderness. His name is David Miller, and he is a living library of this region's memory. The air in his office smelled of old paper and leather. He didn't show me a document. Instead, he pointed to a faded map on the wall, a hand-drawn survey of old land grants. "The history books tell you this was about a tax," he said, his voice a low rumble. And it was. But that's not the whole of it. That's not the human part. He tapped his finger on a large plot of land marked Neville. John Neville, the tax inspector. He wasn't some stranger from Philadelphia. He was one of them. He was a distinguished general from the Revolution. He lived right here. His neighbors were men who had served under him in the war. David leaned forward, his eyes intense. "My great-great-grandfather used to say that the real trouble wasn't the tax itself, but the man sent to collect it. They saw Neville with his fancy mansion on the hill and his government salary as a traitor. He had fought alongside them for freedom from a distant government, and now he was taking that same government's coin to oppress his own people, his own soldiers. It wasn't just a political disagreement, it was a deep, personal betrayal. And in these mountains, a betrayal from one of your own that's a wound that doesn't heal with words." The historian's words hung in the air because they explained what happened next. The petitions sent to Philadelphia were ignored. The peaceful assemblies were dismissed as the grumblings of peasants. So, the people of the mountains decided to send a message that couldn't be ignored. It began with the arrival of the federal tax collectors, the excisemen. These were the men tasked with walking into the hornet's nest and demanding payment in a currency that didn't exist. for a law the people refused to recognize. One of the first was a man named Robert Johnson. On September 11, 1791, he was riding his route deep in the woods of Washington County. He wasn't met with arguments or petitions. He was met by a mob of 16 men, their faces grim, their eyes hard. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and veterans, and they moved with a silent, chilling purpose. They dragged Johnson from his horse, stripped him of his coat and his dignity, and shaved his head. Then they brought out the bucket. The stink of hot pine tar filled the air as they coated his bare skin, the viscous black liquid clinging to him like a second, nightmarish flesh. Then they covered him in feathers, turning him into a grotesque mockery of a man, a creature of tar and down. They abandoned him like that, alone and humiliated in the forest, a living, breathing warning to any other federal agent who dared to venture into their hills. He was the first, but he would not be the last. Other excisemen were ambushed, their horses shot out from under them, their faces branded with hot irons. This was the point of no return. Out of this organized violence, a phantom was born. A name began to be whispered in taverns and tacked to the doors of collaborators: Tom the Tinker. No one knew who he was. He was the rebellion's ghost, its enforcer. If a farmer broke ranks and paid the tax, he would find a note from Tom the Tinker on his door warning him to stop. If he didn't, his still would be mended, riddled with bullets by shadowy figures in the night. The attack on Robert Johnson wasn't just an assault on a man, it was a declaration. For the farmers, it was a necessary act of defiance. For the government in Philadelphia, it was treason. The lines were no longer drawn on a map, they were being drawn in terror and tar. The time for talk was over. The time for guns was coming. I'm standing now on a gentle rise of land in what is today a quiet, affluent suburb. It's called Bower Hill. There are beautiful homes here, cars gliding silently down the paved streets. There's nothing to see but a small bronze historic marker on the side of the road, the kind of thing you barely notice as you drive by. But this ground, right here beneath my feet, is the most important piece of real estate in this entire story. This isn't just a hill, it's a battlefield. Right here stood the ghost of a house. It was the fortified mansion of General John Neville, the tax inspector, a place of wealth and federal authority that loomed over the surrounding countryside. It was a symbol of everything the rebels hated. Looking out over these manicured lawns, you have to peel back the layers of time and imagine it. A two-story log home, but built like a fortress, with thick walls, heavy shutters, and a commanding view of any approach. The orchard, which is now someone's backyard, was where the rebels took cover. The gentle slope leading up to the road was a killing field. This place is the Scar. It's the physical point on the map where the simmering rage of the frontier finally boiled over into open warfare. It was here, in the suffocating heat of July 1794, that hundreds of angry men, their faces set with grim purpose, marched up this very hill. They were no longer a faceless mob of tinkers in the night. They were an army, and they had come to burn down the symbol of their oppression. This is where the talking stopped for good. This quiet suburban hill is where the first real shots of this new American war were fired. The afternoon sun of July 17, 1794, beat down on 500 armed men as they marched on Bower Hill. This was no shadowy band of night riders. This was an organized militia, moving with purpose, their faces smeared with soot and grim determination. They were led by Major James McFarland, a man who had fought bravely in the Revolution, and now he found himself leading a new army against what he saw as a new tyranny. When they reached the hill, they surrounded Neville's fortified home, a wooden castle on a sea of green grass. The air grew thick with tension. The first shots were sporadic, like the opening drops of a thunderstorm. The rebels took cover behind trees and in the tall grass of the orchard, their long rifles barking at the shuttered windows of the mansion. Inside, Neville and a small detachment of 10 federal soldiers returned fire. For a time, it was a standoff, a deadly dance of smoke and noise. Then, a white flag was seen from inside the house. Or at least, the rebels thought it was a white flag, a signal for a truce. Major McFarlane, a man of honor who believed in the rules of war, stepped out from behind a tree. He called for Neville to surrender. It was a fatal mistake. A single shot cracked from the mansion, sharper than the others, and McFarlane crumpled to the ground. A wave of horrified silence washed over the rebels, followed by a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. They believed they had been tricked, that their leader had been murdered under a flag of truce. The battle was no longer about attacks. It was now about blood. All restraint was gone. A primal rage took hold of the militia. They screamed for vengeance, their voices a raw chorus of grief and anger. The command was given to set fire to the outbuildings. They lit torches and stormed the smaller structures first, the barns, the smokehouse, and the slave quarters. The sound of splintering wood was followed by the hungry roar of flames. Thick, black smoke began to pour across the lawn, choking the air and turning the blue sky a sickening gray. The fire was a living thing now, a monster they had unleashed. It crawled from the outbuildings to the main house, the intense heat causing the windows of the mansion to shatter. The defenders inside, gasping for air in the suffocating smoke, knew it was over. The choice was to burn alive or surrender to the mob. They chose surrender. Neville and the soldiers stumbled out of the burning fortress, their faces blackened, their hands in the air. The rebels swarmed the property, their victory absolute. They offered no cheer. They simply watched in grim silence as the flames devoured the symbol of their oppression. All through the night, the magnificent estate of Bower Hill burned, its fire a defiant beacon against the dark sky, a signal visible for miles. It was a message to Philadelphia and to the entire nation. The frontier was now in open, armed insurrection against the United States of America. After the fire and the fury comes the ink. I'm in a climate-controlled room at the National Archives, looking at digitized copies of the official correspondence from that summer of 1794. The documents are written in a crisp, elegant script, a world away from the chaos on Bower Hill. Here is the report sent by federal officials back to Philadelphia. It's a masterclass in bureaucratic language designed to be precise, clinical, and utterly bloodless. It refers to the 500 rebels not as grieving neighbors or angry veterans, but as an unlawful assembly of insurgents. It describes the death of their leader, James McFarlane, with chilling simplicity. The insurgent commander was killed during the exchange of fire. There is no mention of a white flag, no hint of the perceived treachery that turned a protest into a blaze of vengeance. The report doesn't talk about rage or fear or betrayal. It talks about logistics and casualties. The destruction of Neville's home is catalogued as a loss of property. The primary dwelling, along with all associated outbuildings, were consumed by fire. It's the kind of language an insurance adjuster might use, not a witness to the opening battle of a civil war. This is the official version of the story, the one that landed on Alexander Hamilton's desk, the one that was read aloud to President George Washington. And it paints a picture of a clear-cut, criminal insurrection against the authority of the United States. It's a picture with all the human desperation, all the years of frustration carefully erased. This piece of paper transformed a desperate, violent protest into an act of treason, and it would be answered not with negotiation, but with an army. The news of Bower Hill struck Philadelphia like a thunderclap. To President George Washington, this was more than a riot. It was the ultimate test of the new republic. He had watched Shays' rebellion nearly tear the country apart under the old, weak Articles of Confederation. He knew that if a government cannot enforce its own laws, it is no government at all. Urged on by a determined Alexander Hamilton, who saw this as the perfect moment to assert federal authority, Washington made a decision that would echo through American history. He would not just send an army, he would lead it. The hero of the revolution, the man who had defeated the British Empire, would once again mount his horse and ride to war, this time against his own citizens. The dramatic power of this act cannot be overstated. Washington federalized a militia of nearly 13,000 men from the surrounding states, an army larger than the one he had often commanded against the Redcoats. This was to be an overwhelming, undeniable show of force, a message written not with ink, but with battalions of steel. Back in the mountains, the rebels scoffed. Hearing of the approaching force, they gave it a contemptuous nickname, the Watermelon Army. They sneered that these soft city boys and flatland farmers would never survive the brutal trek over the Alleghenies. They boasted that the mountain passes would become their Thermopylae, where a handful of frontier sharpshooters could hold off thousands. They were brave, defiant, and completely unaware of the psychological weapon marching against them, the living legend of George Washington himself. The rebellion, which had been forged in the fire of shared purpose, began to crumble as the massive federal army drew closer. Washington, in his full military uniform, rode at the head of his troops as far as Bedford, Pennsylvania. His very presence had a profound, chilling effect. This wasn't some faceless bureaucrat from the capital. This was the father of the country, and his face was set against them. The righteous certainty of the rebellion began to waver, then broke completely. When the Watermelon Army finally crested the Allegheny Mountains and descended into the western counties, they found no rebel force waiting for them. The insurrection had evaporated like mountain mist in the morning sun. The leaders, hearing of the approaching Leviathan, had fled down the Ohio River to the wild frontier. The rank-and-file rebels, faced with the overwhelming power of the federal government personified by Washington, simply hid their rifles, went back to their farms, and tried to look invisible. The army became an army of occupation. Soldiers fanned out across the countryside, rounding up suspects in a grim and humiliating manhunt. About 150 men were arrested, and 20 were selected to be made an example of. They were shackled and marched hundreds of miles back to Philadelphia for trial, a long, miserable parade of federal power through the winter cold. In the end, the government's point had been made. Only 2 men were convicted of treason, and in a final act of masterful statesmanship, President Washington pardoned them both. He had shown the nation that its new government had a sword, but it also had the wisdom to know when to keep it in its sheath. Every story, no matter how full of fire and fury, eventually ends here, in a quiet patch of earth, under a silent stone. I am in the cemetery of the Allegheny County Memorial Park, a vast and peaceful place. It took some searching, but I found the grave of Brigadier General John Neville. The stone is solid, imposing, a testament to a man of substance and authority who lived a long life after the flames of Bower Hill died down. His story ended with wealth and respect. He was the man who stood for the law, and he was rewarded for it. But just a few miles away, in a much older, humbler churchyard, is a different kind of stone. It's weathered by 2 centuries of rain and snow, the words growing faint. It marks the grave of Major James McFarland. The inscription honors him as a hero of the Revolution, but it's what isn't written that hangs in the air, that he was killed by his own countrymen while leading a rebellion. He was the hero who died for his cause, the man who believed he was fighting the same fight for freedom all over again. Here they are, the enforcer and the rebel, the man who survived and the man who fell. They were the 2 poles of this entire conflict, and now they lie as quiet neighbors in the same Pennsylvania soil. Their personal wars are long over. But standing here, between these 2 graves, the real question emerges. What happened to the world they fought over after the army went home and the last pardon was signed? What became of the survivors? And what was the true cost of this rebellion, paid by those who had to live in its long, cold shadow? After Washington's army marched home and the pardons were signed, A sullen, bitter peace settled over the hills of western Pennsylvania. The rebellion was crushed, its leaders scattered, its followers humiliated. The federal government had proven its point with a 13,000-man fist. But it was the peace of subjugation, not reconciliation. For the farmers who remained, the world had changed forever. The federal government was no longer a distant, abstract idea in Philadelphia. It was a real and terrifying power that had marched into their homes and taken their neighbors away in chains. The whiskey tax, the hated cause of the whole affair, remained the law of the land. It was a symbol of the government's victory, a constant reminder of who was in charge. But enforcing it was another matter entirely. The spirit of defiance hadn't been extinguished. It had just learned to be quiet. Federal collectors who ventured into the hills were met not with tar and feathers, but with a wall of silent, uncooperative hostility that was just as effective. The tax was a failure, collecting very little revenue, and it was eventually repealed a few years later by President Thomas Jefferson and his new party, who had risen to power in part by championing the cause of the Western farmer. But the real legacy of the rebellion wasn't political, it was cultural. The open, proud tradition of the farmer distiller was dead. In its place, something new was born in the deep woods and secret hollows. The rebellion went underground. The still, once a common piece of farm equipment, was now hidden deep in the forest, set up in a ravine or a cave, operated by the light of the moon to hide the smoke from the law. The whiskey rebel, a soldier in an open fight, transformed into a new kind of folk hero. The moonshiner, forever locked in a cat-and-mouse game with the federal revenuers. It was the same war, just fought with different tactics. For many families, however, western Pennsylvania was now tainted ground. The dream of freedom they had sought there had been crushed by the very nation they had helped create. So they did what their ancestors had always done when faced with a power they could not defeat. They moved on. They packed their wagons, loaded up their stills, and pushed further west, over the next set of mountains and across the Ohio River into the wild territories of Kentucky and Tennessee. They took with them their whiskey-making skills, and more importantly, a deep and abiding distrust of a strong central government. The Whiskey Rebellion was over, but its ghost had just begun to haunt the American frontier. So who were the heroes of this story? And who were the villains? The truth is, the answer to that question changes depending on where you're standing. The Whiskey Rebellion didn't just leave behind scorched foundations and faded gravestones. It left behind two powerful, conflicting legacies that tell two completely different stories about the soul of America. The fighting stopped in 1794, but the argument never truly ended. If you read the official histories, the ones written from the perspective of the federal government, the story is straightforward. The rebels were traitors, a dangerous mob who threatened to drag the fragile new republic back into the chaos of anarchy. From this viewpoint, Washington and Hamilton were the saviors of the nation. They were the strong, decisive leaders who stood for law and order, proving that the United States Constitution wasn't just a piece of paper, but an unbreakable covenant. They saved the country from itself. But if you come here, to the old towns and back roads of western Pennsylvania, and you talk to the people whose ancestors lived this story, you hear a very different version. In these hills, the whiskey rebels are not traitors, they are patriots. They are seen as the true sons of the revolution, men who were defending their homes and their liberty from an unjust, overreaching government, just as they had against the British. In this telling, the rebels were heroes fighting for the common man, and the Federal Army was a tool of oppression sent by Eastern elites to crush them. So which is it? A treasonous insurrection or a patriotic stand for freedom? Was Washington a statesman saving the Republic or a tyrant crushing dissent? The uncomfortable and powerful truth is that the story holds a piece of both. The rebellion was a violent and illegal uprising against the laws of the United States, and the farmers were also fighting against a cripplingly unfair tax that felt like a profound betrayal of the revolution's promise. The real legacy of the Whiskey Rebellion is this deep moral ambiguity. It reminds us that the line between a patriot and a traitor is sometimes just a matter of who wins the war and who gets to write the history. A story as raw and bloody as this one doesn't just sit quietly in the history books, especially not in a place like Appalachia. Raw history is too sharp, too painful. So, over the decades, the community did what all communities do with their traumas. They began to transform it. The hard facts of the rebellion, the court records, the casualty lists, the political debates were ground down, smoothed over, and polished into something you could sing around a fire or tell your children as a warning. The history began to breathe again, but this time as folklore. The most powerful ghost to rise from these ashes wasn't a man, but an idea. Tom the Tinker. He was already a phantom during the rebellion, a faceless symbol of collective rage. In the years that followed, he became something more. He morphed into a folk hero, a backwoods Robin Hood who fought the rich and the powerful. And then he slipped further, into legend. Old-timers would tell you that on a quiet night, when the moon was just right over the hollows, you could still hear Tom the Tinker's hammer, no longer riddling a collaborator's still with bullets, but acting as a phantom guardian, a protective spirit for the moonshiners who carried on the tradition. Ballads were written and sung to the tune of an old fiddle, telling the sad tale of the brave Major McFarlane shot down under a flag of truce. The Watermelon Army became a cautionary tale, a story parents told their children about the awesome, terrifying power of the government in the East, a reminder to never get on the wrong side of it. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's when the sharp edges of history are worn away, and what's left is no longer just a series of events, but a legend. The rebellion was over, but its story had now become a permanent part of the mountains themselves, a ghost in the American machine. And so, we find ourselves back where we started. On this quiet rise of land south of Pittsburgh, on the place they call Bower Hill. The cars still glide by, the lawns are still green, but the place looks different now, doesn't it? It's no longer just a dot on a map with a historical marker. Beneath this peaceful suburban veneer, we can now see the battlefield. We can picture the smoke, hear the shouts, and feel the heat from the flames of that burning mansion. We have pieced together the whispers of this place, and they told us a story of a nation at war with itself. It was never just about whiskey. It was about two Americas, born at the same time but with fundamentally different souls. The orderly, centralized nation envisioned by the men in Philadelphia, and the wild, fiercely independent world of the frontier. The Whiskey Rebellion was the first time those two Americas met in open conflict, a violent collision of ideals that tested the very foundation of the new republic. It was a brutal, necessary lesson that proved the government could survive a challenge to its authority, but at the cost of blood and bitterness that would linger for generations. The next time you cross the Allegheny Mountains, or pass a small family-owned distillery, or hear a debate about the reach of the federal government, remember the farmers of Western Pennsylvania. Remember the story that is buried here. The men are gone. The mansion is ash. But the story remains. The world knows their names, Hatfield and McCoy. They've become a punchline, a cartoon of feuding hillbillies chasing each other with shotguns over a stolen pig. But on the first night of 1888, in the frozen darkness of the Tug Fork Valley, there was no laughter. There was only the smell of kerosene and the glint of rifle barrels in the moonlight as a war party surrounded a small family cabin. The goal wasn't robbery, it was extermination. They say it was all about a pig, or a Romeo and Juliet romance gone wrong. But the old-timers in these mountains and the dusty court records tell a different story. A story of civil war wounds that never healed, of wealth and political power, and of a brand of Appalachian pride so fierce it would rather see a valley drenched in blood than surrender an inch. Today, we're not just telling the story, we're putting the legend on trial. We will find out what really happened on the Devil's Backbone and why this family war nearly became a real war between two states. Before the gunfire and the headlines, there was just the Tugfork Valley, a rugged, isolated world carved between the mountains of West Virginia and Kentucky. The river itself was the lifeline and the boundary, a ribbon of muddy water separating two states and soon two families. In these hollows, life moved to an ancient rhythm of planting and harvest, of hard work and quiet faith. The forests were thick with timber and game, the creeks ran clear, and a family's wealth was measured not in dollars, but in the number of children they had and the loyalty of their kin. This was a world unto itself, governed by its own codes, where a man's word was his bond and his honor was worth more than his life. On the West Virginia side, the undisputed patriarch was William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. This was no simple-minded hillbilly. Devil Anse was a shrewd businessman who had built a successful timber operation, employing dozens of men. He was charismatic, fearless, and a natural leader. During the Civil War, he had led a Confederate guerrilla unit called the Logan Wildcats, earning a reputation for being as tough and unforgiving as the mountains themselves. He was a force of nature, a man who bent the world to his will, and his family, the Hatfields, were a powerful and respected clan. Across the river, in Kentucky, lived Randolph McCoy, or Randall. He was a different kind of man, older, leaner, and weathered by a life of farming. Where Anse was a booming presence, Randall was a quieter, more stubborn man, his pride rooted deeply in his land and his large family of 13 children. He, too, had served in the Civil War, but he had worn the blue of the Union Army. In a valley where allegiances were everything, this fact alone was a crack in the foundation of their community. For a time, this difference was just a quiet fact of life. The Hatfields and McCoys were neighbors, after all. They attended the same church picnics and harvest festivals. They traded livestock and did business together. There was even a Hatfield who had married a McCoy. They lived by the same mountain code, sharing a life that was both beautiful and brutal, a world that outsiders could never truly understand. They were two sides of the same coin, forged in the same Appalachian fire. But beneath the surface of this neighborly peace, a wound from the war had been left to fester. In 1865, Randall's brother, Asa Harmon McCoy, returned home after being discharged from the Union Army. A marked man in a region full of Confederate sympathizers, he was hunted down and killed by a band of ex-Confederate guerrillas. The leader of that posse was believed to be Jim Vance, Devil Anse Hatfield's own uncle and fiercest lieutenant. While Devil Anse was reportedly sick at home that day, the killers were his kin and his men. No one was ever arrested. For Randall McCoy, it was an unforgivable crime, a debt of blood that the law had ignored and the mountains had swallowed. The valley was calm, but it was the calm of a loaded gun. The Civil War was over on the battlefields of Virginia, but here, in the isolated heart of Appalachia, the resentments lingered. All it would take was a single spark, a stray pig, a careless word, a forbidden glance, to ignite a fire that would consume them all and turn this peaceful valley into a private battlefield. For 13 years, the valley sat on a powder keg left over from the war. The death of Asa Harmon McCoy was a wound that never closed for Randall, a quiet, bitter reminder of the justice he never got. The spark that finally lit the fuse came in the autumn of 1878, and it wasn't a bullet or a threat, but the grunting of a pig. Randall McCoy walked onto his property and accused his neighbor, Floyd Hatfield, a cousin of Devil Anse, of stealing one of his hogs. In a world where a fat hog could mean the difference between a hard winter and starvation, this was no small charge. But it was never about the value of the animal. It was about honor. It was a McCoy telling a Hatfield to his face that he was a thief. The dispute was taken to the local justice of the peace, Anderson Preacher Ants Hatfield. In an attempt at fairness, he assembled a jury of 6 Hatfields and 6 McCoys to hear the case. The makeshift courtroom, likely a small schoolhouse, was thick with tension. The fate of the pig, and perhaps the fate of the valley, rested on the word of one man, Bill Staton. He was related to both families, but everyone knew his loyalty lay with the Hatfields. Staton took the stand and swore that he had seen the pig and that it rightfully belonged to Floyd Hatfield. The jury was deadlocked until one of the McCoys, Selkirk McCoy, swayed by Staton's testimony, cast the deciding vote. The pig belonged to the Hatfields. For Randall McCoy, this was the ultimate betrayal. The law, run by a Hatfield and his own kin, had sided against him. He stormed out of the hearing, his simmering resentment boiling over into open rage. The system had failed him again. He was heard declaring that if he ever lost another pig, he wouldn't go to the law. He would handle it himself. This was more than a threat. It was a declaration of war against the Hatfield clan. The lines were being drawn not in the dirt, but in blood. The first of that blood was spilled less than 2 years later. Bill Staton, the man whose testimony had cost Randall his pig and his pride, was not a man to forget a grudge. One day, he got into a heated argument with 2 of Randall's nephews, Sam and Paris McCoy. The argument escalated quickly. Words turned to threats, and threats turned to action. In a flash of violence deep in a wooded hollow, guns were drawn. When the smoke cleared, Bill Staton lay dead on the forest floor. Sam McCoy had been shot and seriously wounded, but he would survive. Now it was a Hatfield who was dead, killed by McCoys. Sam McCoy was arrested and put on trial for murder, but he claimed self-defense. The trial was held in a Hatfield-controlled county in West Virginia. Citing the lack of evidence and the known animosity between the men, the court acquitted him. To the McCoys, it was justice. To the Hatfields, it was a slap in the face. A McCoy had killed one of their own and walked free. The cycle was now complete. A theft, a trial, a murder, and an acquittal. The courts were useless. From this moment on, the only justice either family would recognize would be delivered from the barrel of a gun. In the midst of this simmering hatred, something dangerous and beautiful bloomed. At a local election gathering in 1880, Devil Ance's son, John C. Hatfield, laid eyes on Randall McCoy's daughter, Rosanna. He was handsome and reckless. She was strong-willed and passionate. In the closed world of the Tug Fork Valley, their attraction was like a lit match tossed into a barrel of gunpowder. They fell into a whirlwind romance, ignoring the storm clouds gathering over their families. Rosanna, blinded by love, soon left her family's cabin to live with John C. among the Hatfields, a betrayal her father Randall would never forgive. But their love story was doomed from the start. John C., a known womanizer, soon abandoned the pregnant Rosanna for her own cousin, Nancy McCoy. Heartbroken and carrying a Hatfield's child, Rosanna was now an outcast, scorned by her own family and discarded by her lovers. She tried to return home, but her father's door was closed to her. She found shelter with an aunt, a woman alone, trapped between the 2 warring clans. Her story became a tragedy within a tragedy, a symbol of the innocence that was being crushed between the 2 great millstones of Hatfield and McCoy pride. The point of no return came on Election Day, 1882. In Kentucky, these were boisterous, drunken affairs where men from all over the hollows came to vote, trade, and settle scores. That day, a dispute over a fiddle ignited between Tolbert McCoy, one of Randall's sons, and Ellison Hatfield, Devil Ance's powerful, well-respected brother. Insults flew, fueled by moonshine and years of bad blood. The argument escalated into a brutal fistfight, and then, in a moment of fury, Tolbert McCoy pulled a knife. The festive air of the gathering curdled into horror. The crowd scrambled back as Talbot, joined by his two brothers, Farmer and Randolph Jr., set upon the lone Hatfield. The powerful frame of Ellison Hatfield shuddered again and again. He didn't cry out, but a look of profound shock crossed his face as he stumbled backward. A dark stain began to spread across the front of his shirt, then another and another. He collapsed into the mud of the clearing, gasping for air. The McCoy brothers stood over him, their faces a mask of rage, unaware that they had just sealed their own fates. Hatfield constables seized the three McCoy brothers, but instead of taking them to the jail in Pikeville, Kentucky, they dragged them across the Tug Fork River into West Virginia. They were now prisoners, not of the law, but of the Hatfield clan. When Devil Anse arrived and saw his beloved brother lying on a makeshift cot, riddled with 26 wounds, his response was cold and absolute. He made a vow. If Ellison died, the McCoy boys would die. For 2 days, the brothers were held captive while Ellison fought for his life. And then he breathed his last. That night, the McCoy boys were taken from their makeshift prison and marched to the Kentucky side of the river. They were tied to a series of pawpaw trees, their pleas for mercy swallowed by the darkness. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. There was only Devil Anse and a firing squad of his kin, their faces grim in the moonlight. The night was shattered by a single command. What followed was not a battle, but a ceremony of vengeance. A volley of gunfire ripped through the quiet valley, a sound so loud it seemed to shake the stars from the sky. The pawpaw bushes shuddered violently in the dark. And then an unnatural silence fell, broken only by the gentle lapping of the river against the bank. When the sun rose, it revealed a scene of chilling stillness. The dew on the grass around the pawpaw trees was dark, telling a story that needed no words. The silence that followed the pawpaw tree massacre was heavier and more terrifying than the gunfire itself. It was Randall McCoy's wife, Sarah, who found her sons. In the grey light of dawn, she saw the terrible stillness of the scene, a mother's worst nightmare made real under the drooping leaves of the pawpaw trees. The news spread like a sickness through the Kentucky hollows. 3 sons, executed without trial. Randall McCoy, a man already hardened by grief, seemed to turn to stone. The sorrow in his eyes was replaced by a hollow, burning void. He had followed the law with the pig, and it had failed him. Now, his sons were dead, and the law seemed 1,000,000 miles away across the muddy waters of the Tug Fork. The funeral for the 3 McCoy brothers was a grim affair. The entire Kentucky side of the valley mourned, not just for the boys, but for the peace that had been shattered forever. The caskets were lowered into the cold Kentucky earth, and with them, any hope of reconciliation. Randall McCoy now had a singular, all-consuming purpose: justice. Not the rough justice of the mountains, but the cold, hard justice of the law. He went to the courthouse in Pikeville and swore out warrants against Devil Anse Hatfield and 20 of his kin and allies, including his sons. The charge was murder. Indictments were officially issued. The names of the Hatfield clan were now wanted posters, but the warrants were little more than paper. The Tug Fork River was more than a boundary. It was a sanctuary. In West Virginia, the Hatfields were powerful. They had friends in the law, friends in politics. They were seen not as murderers, but as men who had simply administered a brutal but necessary form of mountain justice. West Virginia authorities refused to recognize the Kentucky warrants. Devil Anse and his men were untouchable, living freely just a stone's throw from the state that wanted them hanged. For 5 long years, a tense and bitter Cold War settled over the valley. The warrants became legal ghosts, a source of constant frustration for the McCoys and a point of defiant pride for the Hatfields. The feud might have faded into a stalemate of simmering resentment if not for the arrival of a new, powerful player, Perry Cline. A sharp and ambitious Pikeville lawyer who was married to a McCoy, Cline had his own deep-seated grudge against Devil Anse, over a bitter land dispute years earlier. He saw an opportunity to use the power of the state to settle a personal score. Klein used his political influence to go over the heads of local law enforcement. He lobbied the governor of Kentucky, J. Proctor Knott, convincing him that the honor of the state was at stake. Governor Knott agreed. He announced a formal reward for the capture of the Hatfields, dead or alive. Suddenly, this was no longer a family squabble. It was a state-sponsored manhunt. The feud was professionalized. Bounty hunters, known locally as pikes, began to appear in the Tugfork Valley, sniffing around for a chance at the reward money. For the Hatfields, their home was no longer a fortress but a trap. For the McCoys, it was a terrifying new reality, knowing that this escalation would surely be met with an even more violent response. The valley held its breath, waiting for the next shot to be fired. The state of Kentucky's bounty was not just a piece of paper, it was a hunting license. The law now had a face, and it was the face of a cold-eyed killer named Bad Frank Phillips. A relentless manhunter and a cousin to the McCoys, Phillips became the instrument of Perry Klein's legal war. He led posses into the heart of Hatfield territory, a place no lawman dared to go before. Gunfights erupted along the Tug Fork, turning the feud from a series of ambushes into open guerrilla warfare. The valley became a place where every shadow could hide a rifleman. The Hatfields, led by the ruthless Jim Vance and the hot-headed Cap Hatfield, decided on a final, desperate gamble. On New Year's night, 1888, they would end the feud by erasing Randall McCoy himself. They crossed the river under the cover of a freezing winter night and surrounded the McCoy family cabin. They didn't knock. The first sound was the crackle of flames as they set the home ablaze to smoke out their quarry. What followed was a nightmare of chaos and gunfire in the flickering orange light. Randall McCoy managed to escape into the woods, but his family paid a terrible price. His daughter Alifair was shot down as she fled the burning home. His son Calvin was killed in the yard. His wife Sarah was brutally beaten, left for dead with a crushed skull. This single act of savagery was a fatal miscalculation. The New Year's night massacre horrified the nation. Newspapers from New York to San Francisco printed sensational stories of the lawless Appalachian War. The full weight of the law could no longer be ignored. Frank Phillips, now fueled by a cold fury, hunted down Jim Vance and killed him in a fierce shootout. One by one, the other members of the raiding party were captured and dragged in chains to the jail in Pikeville. The war was over. The trial was about to begin. Pikeville, Kentucky, transformed from a sleepy mountain town into an armed camp. The captured Hatfields and their allies were paraded through the streets, not just as prisoners, but as living symbols of the savage mountaineers the papers wrote about. The trial was a national spectacle. Reporters packed the courtroom, scribbling down every detail. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder that the feud was not truly over. The prosecution, led by Perry Klein, was determined to make an example of these men. The defendants sat in the courtroom, a mix of defiance and bewilderment. Most of them were just foot soldiers in a war started by older, more powerful men. The key to the prosecution's case was Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate and simple-minded son of the murdered Ellison Hatfield. Under interrogation, Cotton Top confessed to firing the shot that killed Alifair McCoy. Whether he was telling the truth, covering for others, or was simply coerced into a confession is a question historians still debate. For the jury, it was enough. The verdicts came down like hammer blows. Several of the men were sentenced to long years in the state penitentiary. But for Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the sentence was death. On February 18, 1890, thousands of people crowded into Pikeville to witness the hanging. The scaffold stood stark against the Kentucky sky, the final monument to the bloodiest chapter of the feud. Cotton Top's last words were reportedly, "The Hatfields made me do it." But was it justice? Randall McCoy had won his legal battle, but he had lost everything else. Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who ordered the first executions at the Paw Trees, was never arrested. He would die peacefully in his bed decades later. The law had spoken, but its voice seemed to ring hollow in the mountains, leaving only the ghost of a question. Was the hanging of one simple-minded man a triumph of justice, or just the final ugly act in a war where no one truly won? And what became of the two patriarchs who started it all? Randall McCoy, the man who lost everything, never recovered. He left the Tug Fork Valley, the land that held the ghosts of his children, and tried to start over. He ended his days operating a small ferry in Pikeville, a broken man haunted by memories. He died in 1914 after being badly burned in a cooking fire. A tragic, almost mundane end for a man whose life was defined by such epic violence. He was buried in the Dills Cemetery in Pikeville, alongside his wife Sarah and the children who were stolen from them. Across the river, Devil Anse Hatfield lived out his days as a legend in his own time. Untouched by the Kentucky warrants, he grew into a respected, almost revered elder. In a final, surprising twist, the man they called Devil was baptized in 1911, washing away his sins in the waters of Main Island Creek. He died of pneumonia in 1921, surrounded by his family. If you go to the Hatfield Family Cemetery in Logan County, West Virginia, today, you can still see his final act of defiance. A life-sized Italian marble statue of Devil Anse stands over his grave, watching over his clan, even in death, a powerful testament to the man who fought the law and won. The feud did not destroy the families. It forged them in fire. Today, the descendants of the Hatfields and McCoys are doctors, lawyers, judges, and even a former governor of West Virginia. They have moved far beyond the bloody legacy of their ancestors. In a remarkable act of reconciliation, the families began holding a joint reunion in 2000. Every year, they gather in Pikeville for a festival of peace and friendship, playing tug-of-war across the very river that once divided them. They share stories, shake hands, and symbolically sign a truce, declaring an official end to the hostilities. Yet the land itself refuses to forget. The Tug Fork Valley is now a tourist destination, with historical markers pointing out the site of Randall's burned cabin, the Paw Trees, and the place where Bad Frank Phillips shot Jim Vance. You can drive the roads and hike the trails where these men once hunted each other. The names Hatfield and McCoy have become a brand, stamped on everything from whiskey bottles to ATV trails. But if you stand quietly by the banks of the Tug Fork and listen past the hum of the tourists, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. The mountains remember the truth, even if the world has turned it into a story. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. What really happened in the Tug Fork Valley? Was it all for a pig? No. The pig was just the excuse. Was it about the star-crossed love of Johnsy and Rosanna? No. They were just casualties. Their story, a single sad chapter in a much larger book. The truth, my friends, is that the Hatfield-McCoy feud was a war that began long before the first shot was fired. It was born in the divisions of the Civil War, fueled by the iron-willed pride of two patriarchs and ignited by a profound distrust in a system of law that seemed foreign and unfair. This story is a brutal lesson in what happens when honor curdles into vengeance and family loyalty demands a price paid in blood. It shows us how a community can turn on itself when it feels abandoned by the outside world, creating its own savage code of justice. It's a conflict that marks the violent transition from the old ways of the mountains, where a man's clan was his law, to the new world of courthouses and state lines. It's a testament to the fact that once the cycle of violence begins, it rarely ends with a winner. It only ends with graves. Today, the names Hatfield and McCoy are known across the world, often as a joke. But the real story is not a comedy. It is an American tragedy. It's a reminder that behind every legend there are real people with broken hearts, and behind every punchline there is a headstone. It's a story of hatred, yes, but it's also a story of the fierce, unyielding spirit of the Appalachian people. A spirit that could endure so much bloodshed and somehow, generations later, find its way back to forgiveness. On a frigid December night in 1831, deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a man named Charlie Silver vanished from his one-room cabin. When the search party arrived, they found his body dismembered, burned in the hearth, and buried beneath the floorboards. His killer was his 18-year-old wife, Frankie. The newspapers screamed of a jealous monster who butchered her husband with an axe. But under the laws of that time, Frankie Silver was forbidden from speaking a single word in her own defense at trial. So what really happened in that isolated cabin? Was this the cold-blooded act of a she-devil? Or was it the desperate last stand of a terrified girl with no other way out? To understand what happened, you have to understand the world they lived in. This wasn't a town. It wasn't even a settlement. This was the raw, untamed heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the early 1830s, a place carved from rock and hardship. Their home was a single-room log cabin perched in a lonely hollow near the rushing waters of the Tow River. The wind didn't just whistle through the gaps in the logs, it moaned. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a green cage, beautiful and deadly, that cut you off from the rest of the world. Life in that cabin was a relentless battle for survival. Their entire universe was contained within those 4 log walls, with a dirt floor under their feet and a stone hearth that was the center of their existence. It was where they cooked, where they slept, and where they found their only defense against the bone-deep cold of a mountain winter. It was a place of immense intimacy, but also a place with nowhere to hide, where every frustration and every dark thought had no room to escape. Charlie Silver was just 19, but he was a man of the woods. He lived by his rifle and his traps, often disappearing for days at a time into the deep forest, chasing deer or checking his lines for beaver and fox. He was young, strong, and restless, a man who understood the language of the wilderness far better than the quiet, contained life of a husband and father. He was the one who brought the outside world and the meat for their table back to that isolated cabin. And in that cabin was Frankie. At 18, she was already a wife and a mother to their 1-year-old daughter, Nancy. While Charlie roamed the mountains, her world shrank to the size of that single room. Her days were measured by the cry of her baby, the crackle of the fire, and the deafening silence of the hollows. That kind of isolation can do strange things to a person. It can sharpen your fears until they have a razor's edge, and it can make the 4 walls of your home feel like a tomb. You can imagine their life was a cycle of hard work, long waits, and the brief, simple relief of reunion. The smell of wood smoke, the sound of an axe splitting firewood, the sight of Charlie returning through the trees with game slung over his shoulder. This was their ordinary life. This was the world they had built, fragile as it was. But the winter of 1831 was coming, and it carried a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. The conflict that ended Charlie Silver's life didn't begin that December night. Its seeds were planted generations before in the very soil of those mountains. You have to remember who these people were. They were the descendants of Scots-Irish pioneers, a people known for their fierce independence and their stubborn refusal to bow to anyone. They hadn't been given this land, they had tamed it. They had wrestled a living from the rocky hillsides, fighting the woods, the winters, and sometimes each other for every acre. This land held memories of blood. It was not a peaceful place. Many of their grandfathers had been over-mountain men, the frontier riflemen who fought with brutal efficiency in the Revolutionary War. They learned a hard lesson in those days, that the only law you can truly count on is the one you enforce yourself. That belief seeped into the ground and rose up like a mountain mist. They distrusted authority from distant towns like Morganton. They settled their own disputes, often with a fist or a rifle. and they kept their secrets locked tight within the family. To be a Silver in that part of the country meant something. They were known as a hardy clan of hunters and trappers, men who knew the mountains like the back of their own calloused hands. They were proud, quick-tempered, and not to be crossed. A Silver man was expected to be the master of his domain, whether that was 100 acres of woodland or the 4 walls of a one-room cabin. It was a heavy legacy for a young man like Charlie to carry, a pressure to be tough, to be in control, to never show weakness. Frankie came from the Stewart clan, people just as tough and rooted in the mountains as the Silvers. But when she married Charlie, she crossed a line. She became a Silver. In that world, a woman's identity was tied completely to her husband. Her reputation was his reputation. Her duty was to him. This wasn't a partnership of equals. It was a hierarchy as old and as unyielding as the mountains themselves. Frankie wasn't just an isolated wife. She was an outsider who now lived under the formidable shadow of the Silver name. In a place this isolated, the only thing that traveled faster than a winter storm was a rumor. And the air around the Silver cabin had grown thick with them. The community wasn't just a collection of distant neighbors. It was a web of eyes and ears. Every family was connected by blood, marriage, or shared hardship, and they all kept a close watch on one another. The 2 most watchful sets of eyes belonged to Charlie's father, Jacob, and his brother, John. The Silvers looked after their own, and from the start, they viewed Frankie, the Stewart girl, with a certain suspicion. They saw her as the outsider who had taken one of their boys. Whispers followed Charlie Silver when he came down from the mountains. Some said he had a temper that could flare up like a flash flood, especially when he'd been drinking. Stories of arguments that echoed through the hollow, of a young man growing restless and bitter with the heavy burdens of a wife and child were passed from cabin to cabin. These weren't necessarily malicious tales. They were just observations, the way mountain people took the measure of a man. But each story added another thread to a net that was slowly tightening around that little cabin. The most poisonous rumor of all was that Charlie was planning to leave, not just for a long hunt, but for good. The story went that he'd been saving money and that he planned to take their daughter, Nancy, and head west, where a man could start over. Some versions of the rumor even gave his plan a name, another woman waiting for him somewhere down the trail. For a young wife like Frankie, alone and entirely dependent on her husband, this wasn't just gossip. It was a death sentence. You have to understand, these whispers weren't just idle talk. In a world built on honor and reputation, they were stones being thrown. Frankie would have felt their impact every day. A neighbor who wouldn't quite meet her eye. A sudden silence when she approached a group of women at the creek. The air in that community was charged with unspoken judgments and hidden tensions long before Charlie disappeared. The isolation of her cabin became a social quarantine, leaving her trapped with her fears and a husband who, the whispers said, was ready to abandon her. So when that fateful December arrived, the stage was already set. This wasn't a sudden storm breaking over a clear sky. This was the culmination of months of pressure building up behind a cracking dam. The Silver clan was watching, the neighbors were whispering, and inside that one-room cabin, a silent, bitter war was being waged. The mountains have a way of talking to those who know how to listen, and in the weeks leading up to that Christmas, they were screaming. The old folks would later say the winter of 1831 came on with an unnatural bitterness, a cold that felt personal, like a premonition. They said the screech owls cried from the ridges with a sound that wasn't just a call, but a shiver looking for a spine to run down. In the folklore of those hills, a screech owl calling near a home was a death warning, a sign that a soul was about to be claimed. And the owls, they say, were crying nightly over the Silver cabin. But the most dangerous omen wasn't in the sky. It was sitting across the hearth. Charlie Silver had become a stranger in his own home. The restlessness that had always been part of him had curdled into something darker. He was a caged animal, pacing the confines of his small life, and his eyes were fixed on the distant promise of the West. Every mention of leaving, every coin he saved and hid away, wasn't just a plan, it was a threat. His presence in the cabin was no longer a comfort for Frankie, but a constant, grinding source of tension. He was the human catalyst, the walking, breathing prophecy of the disaster to come. And Frankie felt it. She felt it in the pit of her stomach, a cold knot that had nothing to do with the winter chill. She would stand in the doorway of the cabin with baby Nancy on her hip and look out at the woods. The familiar trees now seemed to cast long, grasping fingers of shadow. The wind whistling through the hollow sounded like it was whispering a warning she couldn't quite understand. It was a suffocating sense of dread, the feeling you get when you're standing on a precipice in the dark. She couldn't have known what was about to happen, but she knew with every fiber of her being that her world was about to be torn apart. The night of December 22nd, 1831, arrived cold and clear. Inside the silver cabin, the fire in the hearth would have been battling the bitter chill, casting flickering shadows that danced on the rough-hewn log walls. The baby, Nancy, was asleep, and in that suffocating little room, the final act began. We will never know the exact words that were spoken between Frankie and Charlie. The fire was the only witness, and it keeps its secrets. But we know that a line was crossed, a point from which there could be no retreat. Perhaps it happened just as the prosecution later claimed. Charlie, his mind set on a new life in the West, finally told her. Maybe he said it calmly, maybe he said it cruelly. He was leaving. He was taking the money they had scraped together. And most devastating of all, he was taking their daughter. For Frankie, this would have been a declaration of war, a sentence of slow starvation and disgrace in the wilderness. In that moment, he ceased to be her husband and became the man who was going to steal her child and destroy her world. Or maybe the mountain legend is true. Maybe Charlie came home that night not with a plan, but with a bottle's worth of rage inside him. Maybe an argument over nothing exploded into violence. The legend whispers that he threatened Frankie, that he even threatened to harm the baby. In this version, Frankie wasn't a woman scorned, she was a mother protecting her young. He wasn't a man with a dream of the West. He was a drunken monster who had brought the terror of the outside world into the one place she was supposed to be safe. Whichever story is true, the result was the same. A final, unbearable choice was forced upon Frankie Silver. And in that cabin, there was a tool. It was an axe. It was not a weapon of murder. It was an instrument of survival, used every single day to split the firewood that kept them from freezing to death. It was a familiar weight in a woman's hands. As Charlie turned his back, or as he fell into a drunken, snoring sleep by the fire, Frankie's hand closed around that smooth, worn handle. The decision was made. The argument was over. The whispers and the fears of the past months all converged into one single, terrible point of focus. The firelight glinted on the polished steel of the axe head. The sound of her own heart was likely a deafening drum in her ears. In the silence that followed the last angry word, she lifted the tool that had kept her family alive, and in the next moment, she would use it to end her husband's life. The first drops of blood were about to fall. We must now step into that cabin, into the moment after the axe has fallen. There was no scream. There was only a dull, wet thud that was nothing like the sound of splitting firewood. It was a soft, final sound. And then, a silence so complete it seemed to swallow the crackle of the fire itself. In that instant, the world stopped. Charlie Silver lay still on the floor, a dark stain spreading slowly from his head into the packed earth. The argument was over. The threats were silenced. And a new, more terrible reality had begun. Imagine the scene. The firelight flickers, casting long, wavering shadows across the room. The baby, Nancy, stirs in her sleep, but does not wake. For Frankie, this must have been a moment of pure, frozen terror. The man who had been her husband, the father of her child, was now just a body. An impossible problem. He was too heavy to move, too large to bury in the frozen winter ground. To leave him was to be discovered instantly. And in that small, isolated space, a desperate, gruesome plan began to form in the mind of a terrified 18-year-old girl. What followed was not an act of rage, but a feat of horrific, back-breaking labor. In the long, cold hours of that December night, Frankie Silva, a small woman by all accounts, began the task of dismantling her husband's body. She used the same tools they used for survival, the axe that had killed him, the knives they used for skinning deer. This was not the work of a monster reveling in gore. It was the frantic, mechanical work of someone trying to erase a terrible truth, to make a man disappear. The only witness was the fire in the hearth. That fire, which had been the heart of their home, the source of warmth and life, now became a hungry mouth. Piece by piece, she fed the flames. The smoke that curled up the chimney and out into the cold mountain air would have changed, growing heavy and greasy, carrying a secret that would stain the very stones of the fireplace. The smell in that cabin must have been unimaginable, the air thick with the evidence of her work. Some parts would not burn. For these, she pried up the heavy puncheon floorboards of her own home. She dug into the cold, damp earth beneath the cabin and buried what the fire could not consume. With every handful of dirt she replaced, she was turning her home into a grave, a tomb sealed by her own hands. The pools of blood seeped down between the logs, a silent testament to the slaughter that had occurred just a few feet above. According to the stories, one piece was treated differently. The heart. It wasn't burned or buried with the rest. It was hidden away separately, found later in a hollowed-out stump near the cabin. Why? Was this a final symbolic act of hatred? Or was it something else, a moment of confusion in a mind pushed past the edge of sanity? We will never know. It remains one of the most chilling and inexplicable details of the entire affair. As the first grey light of dawn crept over the mountain ridges, the work was finally done. The fire smoldered with a strange, unnatural heat. The floorboards were back in place. From the outside, the cabin looked just as it always had, a lonely puff of smoke rising into the winter sky. But inside, everything had changed. Frankie Silva was alone with her child, and a secret that was buried in the ashes and under the floor, a secret that could never be contained. Let us, for a moment, try to do what the court never could. Let's try to step inside the mind of Frankie Silva in those terrifying hours. This is not to excuse what she did, but to understand the mechanics of how a human being can arrive at such a brutal act. What switch flips in a person's mind to turn a wife and mother into a killer who could dismember her husband by the light of their own hearth fire? Let's first walk the path the prosecution laid out, the path of the jealous monster. In this version, her mind was a pressure cooker of resentment and fear. The core of her logic was twisted but simple. He is going to destroy me. In her world, a woman abandoned by her husband, her child stolen away, was a non-person. She would be an object of pity and scorn, left to starve or depend on the charity of relatives who already saw her as an outsider. Charlie's plan to go west wasn't just a betrayal, it was an act of annihilation. The switch flipped the moment his threat became real. The instant he said the words, he ceased to be her husband and became a mortal enemy who had to be stopped. What followed was not a crime of passion, but an act of ice-cold logic. The dismemberment, then, was not a frenzy. It was a problem to be solved. A grim, terrible task performed with the methodical efficiency of a woman who had spent her entire life learning how to survive in the wilderness. But there is another path, the one whispered in the mountains. The path of the terrified victim. Here, the logic is not twisted. It is primal. He is going to kill my child. In this scenario, Charlie is not a man with a plan, but a drunken, violent force of nature. The switch flips the instant his rage turns towards the baby's crib. In that second, all thought of wife, husband, law, and future vanishes. There is only the mother animal, cornered in her den, protecting her young from a predator. The axe is not a tool of murder. It is a fang, a claw, a desperate act of defense. What happens next is not cold calculation, but pure, shrieking panic. The dismemberment is a frantic, horrifying attempt to hide what she has done, driven by the certain knowledge that no one will ever believe her. She isn't trying to erase a man. She's trying to erase a moment of justifiable terror that she knows will be her death sentence. After the deed was done, did she feel triumph, relief, or a chilling, bottomless emptiness? If she was the jealous killer, she might have felt a grim sense of victory, the quiet of a problem solved, quickly replaced by the cold fear of discovery. If she was the abused wife, she would have felt nothing but a hollow, ringing terror, a mind shattered by what she'd been forced to do. Only Frankie knew which path she walked in her own mind. And that is the most terrifying part of all. In the days that followed, an unnatural quiet settled over the silver cabin. It was the silence of a secret. Frankie moved like a ghost through the small room, tending to the baby, stoking the fire, sweeping the dirt floor with a frantic energy. To any neighbor who might pass, she would have looked like a woman waiting for her husband to return from a long hunt. But inside, the air was thick with what was missing. Every creak of the logs, every cry from the baby, must have sounded like an accusation. The outside world soon came knocking. First came the questions, casual at first. Seen Charlie? Frankie had her stories ready, but they shifted like smoke. To one person, she'd say he'd gone off on a long hunting trip and was overdue. To another, she'd let slip a more bitter tale, that he'd taken the money they had saved, abandoned her and the child, and run off to the west. The stories didn't match, and in a community where every detail was noted and remembered, these contradictions were like cracks appearing in a frozen river. Her fight for survival had become a performance. She had to play the part of the wronged wife, worried but also resentful. She had to manage her grief, her fear, and her lie all at once, under the constant, watchful gaze of the community. Little Nancy was her anchor, the living reason for what she had done. But the child was also a constant reminder of the man who was gone, making the charade that much harder to maintain. But Charlie's family, especially his father Jacob and his brother John, they weren't buying it. They knew Charlie. He was a skilled woodsman, yes, but he was also a silver. He wouldn't just vanish without a word, leaving his rifle and his dogs behind. Abandoning his family was one thing, but leaving his hunting tools was something else entirely. It was a detail that was fundamentally wrong, a note so out of tune it made their teeth ache. Their suspicion grew from a quiet unease into a certainty. Something terrible had happened to their boy. So they started the hunt. It wasn't a formal posse of lawmen, not at first. It was the clan, the family, taking matters into their own hands. They gathered their neighbors and began to search the woods, the creeks, the ravines around the cabin. Days turned into a week. They found no tracks, no sign of a hunting camp, no trace of a man lost in the wilderness. And with every failed search, all eyes turned back to the one place every trail led, the little log cabin where Frankie Silver waited with her shifting stories and a fire that never seemed to go out. The hunt for a missing man was about to become a search for a body. The moment the first piece of Charlie Silver's body was pulled from beneath the cabin floor, the whispers in the community turned into a roar. A line was drawn in the dirt, as clear and deep as the Tow River itself. You were either for the Silvers or you were for the Stewarts. There was no middle ground, no place for neutrality. The murder of one man had become a war between two clans, and every single person in that part of the mountains was forced to choose a side. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these places became the tense gathering points for the factions. The Silver camp was loud, fueled by righteous fury and raw grief. Charlie was their son, their brother, their friend. They told the story of a cold-blooded she-devil who had lured their boy to his doom. Neighbors who had hunted with Charlie, men who owed Jacob Silver a favor, and those who simply believed in the old law of an eye for an eye, they all stood with the Silvers, their voices demanding justice, which to them meant a rope. On the other side, the Stewart clan circled the wagons. Frankie was their daughter, their blood. They may have been horrified, they may have been confused, but they would not abandon one of their own to the mercy of the Silvers. Their camp was quieter, more watchful. Their loyalty gave rise to a powerful conspiracy of silence. Many people knew Charlie had a temper. Many had heard the rumors of his planned abandonment, but who would dare speak of it now? To defend Frankie, even to suggest there might be another side to the story, was to paint a target on your own back. The Silvers were a powerful family, and their anger was a dangerous fire. Fear became a currency, and silence was the only way to stay safe. This division wasn't just abstract, it played out in small, defining actions. Frankie's own mother and brother were immediately suspected of helping her, of choosing the loyalty of blood over the law of men. A neighbor who might have seen them near the cabin that night would have looked the other way, his silence a shield for himself and an alibi for them. In contrast, another neighbor, seeing the greasy smoke pouring from the chimney for days, finally worked up the courage to tell Jacob Silver his suspicions. That act wasn't just sharing information, it was a public declaration of allegiance, a brave or foolish step, depending on who you asked. The community had fractured, turning lifelong friends into wary strangers and neighbors into potential enemies. After the verdict, Frankie Silver was a dead woman walking. But her family, the Stewart clan, refused to accept it. To them, the trial in Morganton had been a farce, a piece of legal theater orchestrated by the Silvers. Justice wasn't a blindfolded woman with a scale, it was a rope with a noose, and it was meant for their daughter. So her father, Isaiah, and her uncle concocted a desperate plan born from love and defiance. One night, a set of boys' clothes was smuggled into Frankie's cell. She was a small woman, and with her hair cut short, she could pass. They broke her out of the Morganton jail, and she vanished into the night. The Blue Ridge Mountains that had cradled her in her youth now became her last, best hiding place. With her father as her guide, Frankie fled back into the familiar labyrinth of ridges and hollows. They moved like ghosts, following game trails and creek beds, sleeping in caves and thickets. For a short, breathless time, she was free. She was no longer Frankie Silver, the convicted killer. She was just a boy, lost in the woods, a shadow among shadows. The mountains, which had been her cage, were now her sanctuary, their ancient silence her only shield. But back in the flatlands, a firestorm of rage had erupted. A posse was formed, led by the sheriff, but fueled by the cold fury of the Silver clan. They would not be cheated of their justice. A reward was posted, a substantial sum of money that echoed through the hills and hollows. It was a poison seed planted in the heart of the community. Suddenly, every neighbor, every old family friend had a price tag on their loyalty. The hunt for Frankie Silver became a hunt for gold. The chase was a desperate game of cat and mouse played out across miles of unforgiving terrain. The posse had numbers and dogs, but Frankie and her father had knowledge. They knew the secret paths, the places a stranger would never find. For days, they eluded capture, living off the land, always moving. You can just imagine the terror of it, the constant listening for the baying of hounds on the wind, the fear of a snapped twig giving away their position, the exhaustion that ground them down day by day. Finally, starving and exhausted, they were forced to seek help. They made their way across the county line into Rutherford, to the home of a family they thought they could trust. They took in the weary old man and the quiet, haunted-looking boy with him. For a moment, there was warmth, a hot meal, a chance to rest. But Frankie could not disguise her eyes. They were the one part of her that told her true story. The family recognized her. and the lure of the reward money was too strong. A quiet message was sent. The moment of capture wasn't a fierce firefight in the woods. It was a quiet, sickening betrayal. The sheriff and his men simply walked into the cabin. There was no struggle. Frankie, exhausted and cornered, knew the game was over. She had been run to ground not by the lawman's skill, but by a neighbor's greed. The mountains had given her a brief, wild freedom, but in the end, it was the people who lived among them who sealed her fate. The trial of Frankie Silver in March of 1832 was not a search for truth. It was a public spectacle. You have to picture the Morganton courthouse. It wasn't a sterile, quiet chamber of law. It was a tinderbox packed with bodies, smelling of wet wool and simmering hatred. Armed guards stood at the doors, not just to keep the prisoner in, but to keep the community from tearing itself apart. On one side of the room sat the Silver clan, their faces carved from stone, their eyes burning with a demand for vengeance. On the other side, huddled together, were the Stuarts, silent and grim, watching their world crumble. And in the middle of it all sat Frankie Silver. She was a small, silent figure, almost a child, swallowed up by the heavy machinery of the law. The most brutal fact of her trial was not the evidence against her, but the gag that the law itself had placed over her mouth. Under the legal customs of that time, an accused person could not testify in their own defense. She was a ghost at her own trial, forced to listen as lawyers and witnesses constructed the story of her life and her crime, while she was forbidden to speak a single word. She could not confirm, she could not deny, she could not explain. The prosecution had an easy task. The lawyer laid out the evidence piece by horrifying piece. He presented the bone fragments from the hearth, the blood-soaked earth from beneath the floorboards, the testimony of the searchers. He painted a simple, damning picture of a jealous, monstrous woman who had butchered her husband in a fit of rage because he planned to leave her. It was a story that was clean, brutal, and easy for a jury to understand. What could her lawyers do? They were hamstrung, fighting a ghost story with a mountain of physical evidence. They could argue points of law, they could question the witnesses, but they could not put their client on the stand to tell her side of the story. They couldn't tell the jury about Charlie's temper or about a potential threat to the baby, because the only person who could testify to that was legally silenced. They were fighting a fire with their bare hands. The verdict, when it came, was no surprise. The jury barely had to deliberate. The word guilty echoed in the tense courtroom. A wave of grim satisfaction rolled through the Silver side of the room. On the Stuart side, there was only the quiet devastation of the inevitable. The judge, his duty clear, sentenced Frances Silver to be hanged by the neck until she was dead. The law of men had spoken. The formal process of justice, as understood by the courts in Morganton, was complete. But looking at that small, muzzled woman being led away in chains, one has to ask the question that has haunted these mountains ever since. Was justice actually served? Or was it simply the final formal act of a tragedy whose ending had already been written in blood and ashes? The day Frankie Silver was hanged, a heavy silence fell over Morganton. The spectacle was over. But for the families involved, the story was just entering its next long chapter. For the Silvers, the verdict was not a victory, and the execution was not a release. They had their justice, their eye for an eye, but it didn't bring Charlie back. The horror of his death became a dark stone in the foundation of their family, a cautionary tale whispered to future generations about the dangers of marrying an outsider. The name Frankie Silver became a curse in their homes, a synonym for the ultimate betrayal. The justice they had won felt as cold and empty as a winter grave. For Frankie's family, the Stuarts, the shame was a poison that seeped into the ground they walked on. They were now the kin of a convicted killer, the first woman ever hanged in North Carolina. They bore the weight of her crime in every sideways glance at the general store, in every conversation that stopped when they approached. Her father, Isaiah, who had risked everything to break her out of jail, was a broken man. He lived out his days under a cloud of grief and suspicion. The family that had been proud and independent was now marked, forced to live with the consequences of an act they did not commit, but could never escape. And what of the child at the heart of it all? Little Nancy Silver was now an orphan, her legacy a horror story. Her mother had murdered her father. She was raised by relatives, growing up in the shadow of a tragedy she was too young to remember, but could never outrun. She was the living, breathing embodiment of that terrible night, a constant reminder of the blood that connected the two feuding families. Her life would be forever defined by the actions of her parents, a quiet testament to the innocent lives that are shattered in the wake of such violence. In the wider community, a collective amnesia began to set in. The story was too ugly, the divisions it created too deep. To heal, the community had to forget. People stopped talking about Frankie Silver. Her name was scrubbed from polite conversation. The brutal murder, the sensational trial, the dramatic escape, it was all pushed down, buried under the relentless demands of survival. The scar on the community was deep, and the only way to live with it was to pretend it wasn't there, to cover it with a thick blanket of silence. But in the mountains, stories don't die. They just go to sleep, waiting for the right voice to wake them up again. And what is left of this story today? If you go looking for the physical traces of Frankie Silver, you will find mostly ghosts. The one-room cabin is long gone, its logs rotted back into the earth, reclaimed by the deep woods of the Tow River Valley. The forest has swallowed it whole, erasing the scar from the land, but not from the memory. The exact spot where the gallows stood in Morganton is a matter of debate, likely a paved street corner or a parking lot now, a place people pass every day without knowing they are walking over ground that was once consecrated by a terrible and public death. You will not find a tombstone for Frankie Silver. After the hanging, her body was likely given to her father, who buried her in an unmarked grave, perhaps in the family plot, perhaps at a lonely crossroads, as was the custom for those who died in disgrace. The exact location is a secret that died with him. In a way, this lack of a final resting place is her most fitting memorial. It has allowed her to become more than a historical figure. She is a legend, a ghost without a home, a whisper that still haunts the hollows. But the most powerful echo isn't in a place, it's in the people. The Silvers and the Stewarts still live in those mountains. For over a century, the two families lived in a state of tense silence, the memory of the murder a deep, uncrossable chasm between them. But in recent decades, the descendants of both Frankie and Charlie, many of them descended directly from their orphaned daughter Nancy, have begun to come together. They hold joint reunions, not to forget the tragedy, but to finally acknowledge their shared, tangled, and bloody roots. They are living proof that the wounds of the past, even the deepest ones, can eventually begin to heal. And yet, the most enduring monument to this entire tragedy is not made of stone or of flesh and blood. It is made of words and a simple, haunting melody. The ballad of Frankie Silver, whether it was her confession or her father's creation, became her true headstone. It escaped the mountains and was carried across the country by folk singers and storytellers. The ballad is what kept her story alive, ensuring that even when the community tried to bury it in silence, her name would never truly be forgotten. The people tried to move on, the buildings fell, and the graves were lost, but the mountains remember. And in the quiet hollows, if you listen closely, you can still hear the echo of that lonesome, tragic song. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing in the cold ashes of that 1831 cabin. Was Frankie Silver a cold-blooded monster of jealousy? Or was she a terrified victim of abuse who made a desperate last stand? The honest answer is that we will never know. The law of her time did not care about her reasons, her fears, or her side of the story. It cared only about the horrifying evidence found under her floorboards. Because she was legally forbidden to speak, we are left forever with two competing ghosts, the ghost of a brutally murdered man and the ghost of his wife's untold truth. The official record calls her a killer. The mountain legend calls her a victim. The reality is buried with her in that unmarked grave, and it will remain there forever. This story, then, is more than just a grim tale of murder. It is a profound and chilling lesson about the power of a voice and the terrible consequences of silence. Frankie Silver was silenced by the law, but an entire community was silenced by fear and by a fierce clan loyalty that chose sides instead of seeking truth. Her story warns us what happens when justice becomes a synonym for vengeance, and when a person's humanity is stripped away until they are nothing more than the sum of their worst possible act. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the immense weight of the past in these mountains, and how a single act of violence can send ripples of grief and division down through the generations. The court of men gave its verdict. The whispers of the mountains gave another. And now, you have heard the evidence, the rumors, and the legends that surround one of Appalachia's darkest and most enduring tragedies. The truth itself is lost to the wind that blows through the Tow River Valley. But the story, the warning, the mystery, the sorrow of it all, that story is now yours to keep. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Right here, this quiet clearing along the Tug Fork in Pike County, Kentucky. It doesn't look like much now, just some scattered foundation stones and a cold, lonely chimney swallowed by the woods. But if you stand here at dusk, when the fog rolls up from the river, you can almost feel the chill of a history that refuses to be buried. Here, where all you hear is the wind in the pines, more than a century ago, the silence was shattered by fire and gunfire. Most folks know the names Hatfield and McCoy, but they don't know the story of Nancy McCoy Phillips, the woman who stood at the heart of the storm. Today, we're going to listen to the whispers from these ruins and piece together the story of a forgotten witness and the terrible price she paid for telling the truth. Let's wind the clock back. Imagine this clearing not as a ruin, but as a living homestead. See the log cabin, smoke curling from that same stone chimney, the scent of wood smoke and baking bread hanging in the air. This was the world of Nancy McCoy, born into a valley that was both a sanctuary and a prison. The Tug Fork River, just down the hill, wasn't just a landmark, it was a border. On this side, Kentucky, you were McCoy. On the other, West Virginia, you were Hatfield. And for Nancy, that border was a line drawn in her father's blood. She was the daughter of Asa Harmon McCoy, a Union soldier murdered by Hatfield sympathizers when he returned from the war. She grew up in the shadow of that unresolved killing, in a home where the name Hatfield was spoken like a curse. Her world was one of hard work and fierce loyalty, a place where a family's honor was its most valuable possession. Life was governed by the seasons, the rifle, and the Bible, but beneath it all ran a current of simmering hatred for the clan across the river. The McCoys, led by the grim patriarch Randolph, were a proud but struggling family. They scraped a living from the rocky soil, their lives intertwined with their neighbors through marriage, church, and shared hardship. They were a tight-knit clan, bound together by the knowledge that survival in these mountains depended on sticking with your own blood. To betray that trust was the greatest sin imaginable. Across the water, the Hatfields were a different power altogether. Led by the charismatic and intimidating William Anderson Devil Anse Hatfield, they were more prosperous, politically connected, and masters of the timber trade. They saw the McCoys as provincial and resentful. To them, loyalty was also paramount, and they answered any perceived slight with overwhelming force. They lived by their own law, a law enforced by Devil Anse and his formidable sons. This was Nancy's world, two powerful families staring at each other across a narrow river, each nursing grievances that festered year after year. It was a place of barn dances and church socials, but also of whispered threats and loaded guns propped by the door. It was a world waiting for a match to be struck, and Nancy McCoy, a girl defined by a Hatfield killing, was about to become that match. To understand how deep this story cuts, you have to look past the legends and get down to the hard facts. And sometimes, the most shocking facts are written on a simple piece of paper. In the Pike County Courthouse archives, buried in a dusty ledger, you'll find this: a marriage bond dated May the 14th, 1881. The names on it are clear, written in the elegant script of the time: John C. Hatfield and Nancy McCoy. This isn't just a historical document, it's a confession. It's a declaration of defiance. In the world of the Tug Valley, putting those two names together on an official record was like striking a match in a room full of dynamite. This paper marks the exact moment a McCoy daughter willingly crossed the river and gave herself to the son of her family's greatest enemy. And look at the groom's name: John C. Hatfield. This wasn't just any Hatfield. This was Devil Ance's handsome, silver-tongued son, a man already infamous for breaking the heart of Nancy's cousin, Rosanna McCoy, in a tragic affair that left Rosanna an outcast. This piece of paper tells us that Nancy walked into this union with her eyes wide open. It begs the question that still haunts this valley. What could possibly drive a woman whose father was killed by her new husband's kin to sign away her name, her family, and her future? That marriage bond wasn't a peace treaty. It was a declaration of war on Nancy's own family. You have to understand the power John C. Hatfield held. He was handsome, charming, and wild, the prodigal son of the most powerful man in the valley. For a young woman like Nancy, who had known nothing but hardship and the grim shadow of her father's murder, John C. might have looked like an escape. He represented a world with more money, more freedom, and perhaps a life beyond the endless cycle of McCoy grief. Whether it was true love or a desperate gamble, she made her choice. The moment her signature dried on that marriage bond in the Pikeville courthouse, the door to her old life slammed shut forever. To her father, Randolph McCoy, and the rest of the clan, this was the ultimate betrayal. She hadn't just married a Hatfield, she had married the son of Devil Ance, the man who embodied everything they hated. They saw it as a stain on her father's memory. In their eyes, she ceased to be a McCoy. She was a turncoat, a traitor to her own blood. On the West Virginia side of the river, her reception was likely little warmer. To Devil Ance and the Hatfield clan, John C. bringing home a McCoy bride was a victory, a symbol of their dominance. But she was still Asa Harmon McCoy's daughter. She was the enemy's blood. They would have watched her every move, listened to her every word, always wondering where her true loyalties lay. She was a trophy, but one they never fully trusted. And so Nancy found herself in a gilded cage. She lived in the Hatfield stronghold, surrounded by the very men her family accused of murder. She ate at their table, listened to their stories, and slept beside a man who was the flesh and blood of her sworn enemy. She had traded a home of bitter poverty for a home of silent suspicion. She was a woman without a country, caught in the no-man's land between two warring armies. The seeds of conflict weren't just being sown around her, they were being planted right in the heart of her own home. The paper trail of court records and marriage licenses can only tell you what happened. It can't tell you why. For that, you have to talk to the people who have kept the stories alive, the ones passed down from father to son, from mother to daughter. In a small house just outside Pikeville, I met a local historian whose family has lived in this valley since before the feud ever had a name. He's a man who has spent a lifetime separating fact from folklore, but he understands that sometimes the folklore holds the deeper truth. He laid out the official timeline of the feud with the precision of a scholar, speaking of land disputes and Civil War animosities. But when I asked him about Nancy, he leaned back in his chair and a different look came into his eyes. "The books will tell you the feud was about honor and property," he said, his voice low. "But down here, we know most wars start in the heart. And Nancy's story, that's a story of a heart broken twice. He explained that the official record states that Nancy's conscience was awakened by the sheer brutality of the New Year's night massacre of 1888, when her Hatfield in-laws burned her family's cabin and murdered her kin. And that's true, I'm sure, the historian said. But there's another story, one you won't find in any book. It's the story my grandmother used to tell. According to the whispers passed down through his family, Nancy's testimony wasn't just an act of justice, it was an act of revenge. John C. Hatfield, for all his charm, was a notorious philanderer. The story goes that by 1888, he had already begun casting Nancy aside for other women, openly humiliating the wife who had sacrificed everything for him. She was left alone for weeks at a time, a McCoy outcast living in a Hatfield house, serving a husband who no longer wanted her. In that context, the New Year's massacre wasn't just an attack on her family. It was an attack by the very people who protected and enabled the man who had betrayed her. Her choice to testify was no longer just about loyalty to her murdered cousins. It was the desperate act of a woman who had been betrayed by her birth family, and now scorned by the man she had chosen over them. She had absolutely nothing left to lose. And in these mountains, a person with nothing left to lose is capable of anything. The breaking point came on a night so cold, the trees themselves seemed to groan under the strain. It was New Year's night, 1888. A cold that had nothing to do with the weather had settled over the Tug Valley. Warrants were out for Devil Anse and his sons for the execution of the 3 McCoy boys years earlier. The law was closing in, and the Hatfields decided on a final, terrible solution. Wipe out Randolph McCoy and his family, and cut the head off the snake for good. Under a black, moonless sky, a posse of Hatfields, led by the merciless Jim Vance and Cap Hatfield, crossed the frozen mud of the Tug Fork. They moved like ghosts through the Kentucky woods, their faces grim, their intent absolute. They weren't there for a fight. They were there for an extermination. They surrounded Randolph McCoy's small cabin, the same cabin Nancy had grown up in, and waited. The family was inside, asleep, unaware that their world was about to end. The first sign of trouble wasn't a gunshot, but a flicker of orange against a window pane. The Hatfields had set the home ablaze. The family awoke to a nightmare of smoke and heat, the crackle of burning timbers their death knell. Randolph knew what was happening. He grabbed his rifle. The choice was stark: burn to death or face the guns waiting outside. He yelled for his family to run for their lives. As the cabin door burst open, the night erupted. Alifair McCoy, one of Nancy's cousins, ran from the inferno, her hands raised, pleading for her life. A shot cracked in the frozen air, and she fell silent on the frozen ground. Her brother Calvin, trying to provide cover fire, was cut down in a hail of bullets. Their mother, Sarah, rushed to her daughter's side and was met not with a bullet, but with something worse. She was beaten mercilessly with a rifle butt, the sound of the blows echoing in the night, a brutal punctuation to the slaughter. Old Randolph himself, by some miracle, slipped away into the darkness, a hunted animal, leaving behind the ruins of his home and the bodies of his children. Back in West Virginia, in a lonely cabin, Nancy McCoy Hatfield waited. Perhaps her husband John C. was out with the raiders, or perhaps he was simply gone, chasing another woman, as the family story suggests. Either way, she heard them when they returned. She would have seen the feverish excitement in their eyes, smelled the acrid scent of gunpowder and wood smoke that clung to their clothes. She would have heard the boasts, the grim accounting of the night's work. In that moment, everything broke inside her. The slow poison of Johnson's infidelity fused with the fresh, raw agony of her family's murder. The men who had just butchered her kin were her husband's family, the clan she had sacrificed her own blood for. The betrayal was absolute, coming from both the man she had married and the family she had joined. The love, the hope, the desperation that had driven her across the river, it all burned away, leaving behind only a cold, hard core of resolve. There was no going back now. The war was no longer between Hatfield and McCoy. It was inside Nancy herself, and she had just chosen a side. This is the old Pike County Courthouse in Pikeville. It's still here, a stoic brick building that has watched over this town for more than a century. Tourists walk past it every day, maybe admiring the old architecture, but few understand the sheer weight of the history soaked into these walls. This building isn't just a landmark, it's a monument to the day the law finally tried to tame the feud. It was a battlefield, but the fighting wasn't done in the hollows with rifles. It was done in a courtroom with testimony. You have to picture it. In 1889, this square would have been a sea of tension. Bearded, armed men from both sides of the river would have crowded the streets, their eyes full of suspicion and hatred. The feud had been brought indoors, but the threat of violence was so thick you could taste it in the air. Every man in that courtroom was loyal to one side or the other, and they were all waiting to see if Kentucky law was strong enough to hold back the tide of blood vengeance. And right here, in a room just behind these tall windows, stood the witness stand. That small, elevated chair was the focal point of the entire war. This is where it happened. The climax of Nancy's story wasn't in a burning cabin or a midnight raid. It was in the suffocating silence of a courtroom, where the only sound was the scratching of a clerk's pen. The weapon that would decide the fate of the Hatfield clan wasn't a Winchester rifle or a Colt revolver. It was the voice of a single betrayed woman. Imagine walking into that courtroom. The air was thick with a century of bad blood, so heavy you could barely draw a breath. On one side of the room sat the Hatfields, stony-faced and armed. On the other, the McCoys, their eyes burning with a righteous fury. And into this deafening silence walked Nancy. She was a McCoy by birth, a Hatfield by marriage, and at that moment, she was an enemy to them all. Every eye in that room followed her as she made the long walk to the witness stand, her footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. She was utterly and completely alone. When she placed her hand on the Bible to be sworn in, a quiet ripple went through the crowd. The court clerk asked for her name. Her voice, clear and steady in the stillness, answered, "Nancy Hatfield." The name hung in the air, a final bitter acknowledgement of the life she was about to destroy. She was claiming the name of the very men she was there to condemn, a final cutting act of a bond being severed. The prosecutor began his questions, his voice calm and methodical. He asked her about the night of the fire. He asked her who was in her home. He asked her what she heard when the men returned from Kentucky. Nancy's gaze was fixed on a point on the far wall, as if looking through it into the past. She didn't shout. She didn't cry. She simply spoke the truth, her voice a quiet, devastating weapon. With each name she uttered, a new wave of shock silenced the room. She did not describe the chaos of the raid in graphic detail. She didn't have to. She simply drew a map for the jury, placing each man at the scene of the crime. When she spoke the name of Cap Hatfield in connection with her cousin's death, a stillness fell over the room so complete you could hear a man's sharp intake of breath from the back row. Her words weren't bullets, they were axes, chopping down the family tree she had married into, one name at a time. The code of silence that had protected the clans for generations was shattered, not by lawmen, but by the quiet testimony of a scorned wife. When she finished, there was no applause, no sigh of relief. From the Hatfield side of the aisle, she received looks of pure, unadulterated hatred. They saw a viper they had foolishly welcomed into their home. From the McCoy side, there was no welcome embrace. They saw the traitor who had finally done her duty, but it was too late. Her testimony was a victory for their cause, but she, the witness, was still a stain on their name. She had served her purpose. As she stepped down from the stand, the crowd parted for her as if she carried a disease. She didn't look at her husband, or her cousins, or any of the men whose fates she had just sealed. She looked straight ahead, a ghost walking out of her own life. The only thing left in that courtroom, besides the echo of her words, was the wreckage of two families, and a woman who now belonged to neither. After the emotional firestorm of the trial, all that remains is the cold, black ink on a yellowed page. These are copies of the official court records from the 1889 Pikeville trial. This is history flattened, pressed between pages, and stripped of all its blood and tears. The testimony that tore a family apart is reduced to a dry, passionless transcript of questions and answers. The language is sterile, designed to be precise, but in its precision, it loses the entire truth of the matter. Here, for example, is the coroner's inquest for Nancy's cousin, Alifair. It clinically states the cause of death as a wound inflicted by a projectile from a firearm. A projectile. It doesn't say it was a bullet fired in the cold dark by a man she knew. It doesn't mention the fact that she was running from her burning home, that her last breaths were filled with smoke and terror. The report captures the mechanics of her death, but misses the horror of it entirely. And here, under the section for witness testimony, is Nancy. Her words, which had the power to hang a man, are recorded with the same detached tone. Question: can you name the parties you saw returning on the night of January 1st? Answer: I saw Cap Hatfield. I saw Tom Wallace. The transcript doesn't record the dawning look of hatred on the faces of her in-laws. It doesn't convey the earth-shattering courage or the vengeful fury it took for her to speak those names. The paper records what was said, but it tells you nothing of what it cost her to say it. These documents are the official story, the one that history accepts as fact. But reading them is like looking at a photograph of a bonfire and trying to feel its heat. The real story isn't in the neat lines of ink. It's in the spaces between them, in the humanity that the official record is designed to ignore. And yet, these cold, sterile words had the power of life and death. They were the legal instrument that would bring the law's terrible justice down upon the Hatfields. Nancy's words were no longer just testimony. They were hunting dogs let loose in the West Virginia hills. Armed with her insider account, the law, which for so long had been a distant rumor in these mountains, arrived with iron shackles and Kentucky warrants. Frank Phillips, a relentless bounty hunter and, ironically, a future husband to Nancy in a brief, doomed marriage, led posses across the Tug Fork. The hunt was on, and for the first time, the Hatfields were the prey. The mountains that had been their fortress now became their cage as lawmen and bounty hunters, hungry for the rewards, pried into every hollow and cabin. One by one, they were caught. Some were taken in violent gunfights, others surrendered grimly, knowing the game had changed. The most significant capture was that of Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate son of Ellison Hatfield. He was known to be simple-minded, a follower, not a leader, which made his role in the massacre all the more tragic. He was found hiding, terrified, and was dragged back to Pikeville in chains, a symbol of the Hatfields' broken power. The message was clear. The days of clan law were over. The authority of the state had finally come to the Tug Valley. The trial that followed was a spectacle of raw legal force. With Nancy's testimony as its unshakable foundation, the prosecution built its case brick by bloody brick. The Hatfield defense, based on clan loyalty and denials, crumbled against the word of a woman who had been on the inside. The jury, made up of men who understood the ways of the mountains, deliberated for hours, the weight of a generation of violence on their shoulders. When they finally filed back into the courtroom, the silence was so deep it felt like the bottom of a well. The foreman stood, a simple farmer holding a piece of paper that would end a war. He refused to look at the Hatfield side of the room as he read the verdicts. Guilty. The word struck like a hammer again and again for 8 of the defendants. Guilty of arson, guilty of murder, life in prison for most, a sentence that would see them die far from the mountains they called home. But for Cotton Top Mounts, the jury and the judge reserved a different fate. Based on Nancy's testimony and other evidence that placed him as a key aggressor, the verdict was absolute. The judge's voice was cold and steady as he sentenced him to be hanged by the neck until dead. A wave of shock and fury rippled through the Hatfield benches, while a grim, quiet satisfaction settled over the McCoys. It was done. Nancy's words, spoken in that quiet room, had been forged by the law into a noose. The feud would now have its only official, state-sanctioned death. The cycle of vengeance was finally, brutally, being broken by a force greater than any clan. To see the end of this story, you have to come to the graveyards. Here in Sarah Ann, West Virginia, is the Hatfield family cemetery. At its head stands a life-sized marble statue of Devil Anse, looking out over the hills he once ruled. He died a free man in his own bed, and his grave is a landmark. Over in Pikeville, Kentucky, you can find the grave of Randolph McCoy, a proud monument to the patriarch who lost so much. The powerful men, the leaders of the clans, are remembered in stone. But what about Nancy? To find her, you have to search. There is no statue, no grand headstone. After the trial, she was cast out, a ghost in her own life. She married Frank Phillips, the bounty hunter, but it didn't last. She was a woman who belonged nowhere, and her final years were a slow fade into poverty and sickness. She died of consumption around 1901, alone. Her grave is the final, heartbreaking testament to her life. For decades, it was believed to be unmarked, lost to the weeds and the passage of time, a silent patch of earth for the woman whose voice had once shaken these mountains. A simple modern stone marks the supposed spot now, placed there by descendants long after the fact, but it only highlights the century of anonymity she endured. The woman whose testimony was the most powerful weapon in the feud was given the quietest possible end. They all lie in the same Appalachian soil now, the killers and the killed, the witnesses and the judged. But standing here, you can't help but feel the profound injustice. The men who drove the war are immortalized, while the woman who brought the justice was erased. The law's final word came on a cold February morning in 1890. A public gallows had been built in Pikeville, a grim new landmark for a town that had seen enough death. A crowd gathered, their faces a mixture of morbid curiosity and grim satisfaction. This wasn't a mountain killing in the dead of night. This was justice, performed in the open for all to see. Ellison Cotton Topmounts was led to the scaffold. He was the scapegoat, the symbol, the price the Hatfields would pay in blood for the New Year's massacre. The trapdoor fell, and in that instant, the feud, as an open war, came to an end. For the other convicted Hatfields, their fate was a different kind of death. They were shackled and put on a train, sent away from the mountains to a state penitentiary in Frankfort. For men who had only known the freedom of the hollows, a stone cell was a fate worse than the gallows. They would grow old and die looking at brick walls, their names becoming cautionary tales whispered back home. And what of Nancy? She had won. She had brought the law down on the men who murdered her family. But victory felt like ashes in her mouth. Her husband, John C. Hatfield, humiliated and enraged, turned his back on her for good. He cast her aside without a second thought and soon found a new, younger bride, continuing his life as if Nancy had never existed. To the Hatfields, she was no longer just a McCoy. She was Judas, and her life wasn't worth a spent shotgun shell on their side of the river. The McCoys, though they had used her testimony, kept their distance. She was still the woman who had laid with the enemy, a living reminder of a betrayal they could not forget. She was utterly alone, an outcast in the only place she had ever called home. She drifted, a woman haunted by what she had seen and what she had done. The feud's fire had been put out, but she was standing in the smoldering ruins, and the ground was still hot to the touch. Her life became a long, slow walk toward the unmarked grave that was waiting for her, a final chapter of poverty and sickness. The long shadow of the feud had fallen, and for Nancy, there was no place left to find the sun. Even today, more than a century after the last shot was fired, The story of Nancy McCoy is not a settled matter. In the diners and post offices of Pike and Mingo counties, her name can still change the temperature of a room. Was she a courageous witness who stood for the rule of law, or was she a scorned woman who weaponized the courts for personal revenge? The answer, it seems, depends entirely on who you ask. If you talk to those who hold the McCoy version of history, they will tell you she was a hero. In their eyes, she was a woman whose conscience was awakened by an act of pure evil. They see her testimony as an incredible act of bravery, a moment when a person chose moral justice over the ironclad and often toxic loyalty of the clan. To them, Nancy is the tragic figure who, despite her own terrible choices, found the strength to break the cycle of violence and stand for what was right, even though it cost her everything she had. But you cross the river into West Virginia, into the old Hatfield territory, and you will hear a very different story. They'll tell you that Nancy's testimony had little to do with justice and everything to do with vengeance. They'll remind you that John C. Hatfield was a handsome devil who never stayed with one woman for long, and that he had already cast Nancy aside. In this version, the trial was not about avenging her murdered cousins. It was about destroying the family of the man who had publicly humiliated her. She was a woman scorned, and her fury reshaped the course of the feud. So, what is the real truth? Was she a righteous witness or a vengeful wife? The honest answer is that we will never know. The heart is a complex and mysterious place, with enough room for both a thirst for justice and a desire for revenge. Perhaps her decision was born of both. Her outrage at the murder of her kin could have been the spark, and the cold reality of her husband's betrayal the fuel that turned it into an inferno. The only thing that is certain is that Nancy's legacy remains as divided as the land she once lived on, a testament to the fact that in these mountains, the truth is often just a story told from one side of the river. In these old mountains, the hard edges of history get worn smooth by time until a person's life becomes a story, and a story becomes a legend. Nancy McCoy Phillips, the historical woman, is gone, but her ghost, in more ways than one, still haunts this valley. The official records in the courthouse tell one version of her life, but the real story, the one that lives on, is the one whispered around firesides and on dark porches. It's a haint tale, a cautionary story about the price of crossing lines that were never meant to be crossed. They say that on cold nights, when the mist rises off the tug fork so thick you can't see the other side, you can sometimes see a figure wandering the Kentucky bank near the spot where Randolph McCoy's cabin burned to the ground. It's the spirit of a woman, they say, not angry or vengeful, but filled with a sorrow so deep it chills the air around her. She is forever searching, looking for the family that disowned her and the home that cast her out. They say it's the ghost of Nancy, a woman who belonged nowhere in life, and so belongs nowhere in death, forever trapped between the two worlds she tried to straddle. This is how the mountains remember. The community took the unbearable facts of her life, betrayed by her husband, ostracized by her own blood, dead of sickness and poverty, and wove them into something timeless. Her story was merged with her cousin Rosanna's, creating a powerful local myth, the curse of the tug fork. It became a warning, a piece of folklore passed down to young women for generations. The river itself, they say, demands blood loyalty. To cross it for love of an enemy is to invite a broken heart, a lonely death, and a restless spirit. The woman named Nancy is gone, but her legend became a part of the landscape itself, a permanent shadow on the water's edge. So, here we are again, back at this cold chimney and these scattered stones along the tug fork. But it's different now, isn't it? When we started, this was just a quiet, forgotten place. Now, we can almost see the ghosts. These aren't just ruins anymore. They are a witness stand. This silent clearing is the courtroom where an entire way of life was judged and condemned, all because one woman decided to speak. The story of Nancy McCoy Phillips is a brutal lesson in the cost of truth. She was a woman who made a choice for love, and then another for justice, and was ultimately destroyed by both. Her life is a chilling reminder that in a war of families, the deepest wounds aren't always from bullets. They come from betrayal, and the loneliest place in the world is to be caught in the no-man's land between two sides who both see you as the enemy. So the next time you drive down a lonely country road and see a single chimney standing sentinel in a field where a house used to be, stop for a moment. Remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love and loss and the impossible choices that define a human life. We just have to be willing to listen to the whispers they leave behind. The people are gone. The houses are gone. But the story remains. In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, it was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger. He was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Lias understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Lias. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Lias's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Lias, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, there was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, it served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread, the silence of the good people who were too scared to speak, the casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the U.S. Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Leas's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Leas, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Leas's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves, their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone: tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Leas, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Leas did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling. He seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot, and all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled, and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. On the morning of March 20th, 1906, the modern steel of the Walnut Street Bridge in Chattanooga, Tennessee, was host to a medieval horror. Dangling from a thick rope tied to a girder was the body of a man riddled with bullet holes, a silent silhouette against the rising sun. This wasn't a secret crime hidden in the shadows. This was a public spectacle, a brutal message left for the entire city and the entire nation to see. The victim was a man named Ed Johnson, and just hours before his death, he had been granted a stay of execution by the United States Supreme Court. He was, by law, under federal protection. So what happened on that bridge? How could a mob tear a man from his cell and lynch him in open defiance of the highest court in the land? Today, we will answer that question. We will unravel a story of a city's rage, a sheriff's betrayal, and an injustice so profound it sparked an unprecedented legal battle for the very soul of America. Before he was a name in a Supreme Court case, Ed Johnson was just a man trying to find his way. He was 24 years old, a handyman, and a member of the Second Baptist Church. He wasn't a troublemaker. By all accounts, he was quiet, unassuming, and known for his steady work. In the segregated world of 1906 Chattanooga, a city trying to brand itself as a progressive hub of the New South, men like Ed Johnson lived a precarious existence. They were the backbone of the city's labor force, yet they were afforded none of its protections and lived under the constant unspoken threat of a racial hierarchy enforced by both law and tradition. His world was one of separate entrances, separate water fountains, and a carefully maintained social distance. He had hopes and fears like any other man, but his were filtered through the lens of Jim Crow. He sought stability, a bit of peace, and the quiet dignity of a life well lived within the narrow confines society had drawn for him. He was, in short, an ordinary man, which made him the perfect blank canvas onto which a city could project its deepest fears and hatreds. Miles away, in another part of that same city, lived Nevada Taylor. She was a young white woman, and her world was the mirror opposite of Ed Johnson's, defined by a different set of rigid expectations. Her life was meant to be one of protected virtue, of church socials, and a future promised within the safe confines of her community. She was a symbol of the Southern purity that the white power structure was obsessed with defending. The city they both called home, Chattanooga, was a place of deep contradictions. It boasted of its industry, its economic growth, and the grand Walnut Street Bridge that stitched the city together over the Tennessee River. But beneath this veneer of progress was a simmering cauldron of racial animosity. The memory of the Civil War was still fresh, and the rigid social order of the Jim Crow South was considered sacred. The slightest perceived transgression against that order, especially the ultimate taboo of a black man being accused of harming a white woman, was enough to make the city's civilized facade crumble into dust. In this tinderbox, Ed Johnson and Nevada Taylor were strangers, their lives running on parallel tracks that were never meant to intersect. But on a cold January night, in the darkness of a cemetery on the edge of town, those tracks would collide in a catastrophic event. One of them would become the victim of a brutal assault, and the other the victim of a city's ravenous, indiscriminate rage. Both of their lives and the world they knew were about to be destroyed. The crime scene was not a room with four walls, but a sprawling, cold expanse of earth and stone, the Forest Hills Cemetery. By day, it was a place of quiet reflection, but on the night of January 23, 1906, this sanctuary for the dead became a stage for a living nightmare. The air was still, the only sounds the rustle of winter leaves and the distant whistle of a train. It was in this profound and unnerving silence that Nevada Taylor was found, terrified and disoriented. There was no physical evidence to speak of, no footprints that could be trusted on the hard, cold ground, no discarded weapon, no clear signs of a struggle that told a specific story. The only evidence was Nevada Taylor's own harrowing account, a story pieced together from the fragments of trauma and the blackness of the night. She couldn't see her attacker's face. She couldn't describe his clothes. All she could offer was a voice in the dark and the terrifying assertion that her assailant was a black man. From the chaos, investigators clung to a single flimsy piece of information. Miss Taylor mentioned that she had grabbed at something during the attack, a small leather strap, which she thought might have come from her assailant's weapon. This tiny, ambiguous detail became the cornerstone of the entire investigation. It was not a clue that pointed to a specific person, but a desperate anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The scene of the crime quickly expanded beyond the cemetery gates and into the very heart of Chattanooga. Whispers turned to shouts, and fear curdled into rage. The city's white populace didn't see a mystery to be solved. They saw an outrage to be avenged. The lack of a clear suspect didn't inspire caution. Instead, it created a vacuum that was instantly filled with suspicion directed at every black man in the city. The investigation began not with a question, who did this, but with a conclusion. A black man was responsible, and he would be found. The wilderness of the cemetery had offered no easy answers, but the mob-minded certainty of the city demanded one, and it demanded one immediately. The hunt was on, not for a specific individual, but for any man who could be made to fit the crime. The city's fury needed a face, a name to attach to its collective rage. That pressure fell squarely on the shoulders of Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. A man of his time and place, Shipp understood that justice in the Jim Crow South was often secondary to maintaining order, and order meant placating the white majority. His personal vendetta wasn't against any one man, but against the threat of chaos and the political damage an unsolved crime of this nature could do to his career. He needed a culprit, and he needed one fast. The investigation became a brutal dragnet. Deputies swept through the black neighborhoods of Chattanooga, rounding up men by the dozen. It wasn't about finding clues. It was about creating a lineup of potential sacrifices. And in this trawl, they found Ed Johnson. He wasn't caught red-handed, nor was he found with any incriminating evidence. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, a known figure in the community who suddenly found himself ensnared in a nightmare. The flimsy clue of the leather strap was now given a purpose. A rumor began to circulate, likely started by the authorities themselves, that Johnson had been seen with a similar strap. It was a lie, but a powerful one. Suddenly, the community had something to latch onto. Ed Johnson fit the profile not because of evidence, but because he was available. He was a black man, he was young, and he was powerless. The entire weight of the investigation now shifted onto him. Every aspect of his quiet life was re-examined through a lens of presumed guilt. His unassuming nature was twisted into sullen secrecy, his work as a handyman seen as a cover for a darker character. The community didn't have a motive rooted in personal animosity, so they invented one for him. The racist, monstrous caricature of a black man driven by uncontrollable lust. A vile stereotype used for a century to justify racial violence. The mob had its villain. The Whispers had found their target. In the face of a lynch mob and a hostile legal system, a man has one last line of defense: his own lawyers. They are supposed to be his sword and his shield, the one party in the room bound by oath to fight for him, no matter the odds. For Ed Johnson, this sacred trust was placed in the hands of two court-appointed attorneys, W.G.M. Thomas and Robert Cameron. But this is where the story takes a chilling turn. The deepest betrayal wouldn't come from the mob in the streets, but from the very men sitting beside him at the defense table. There was no hidden affair or secret greed driving these men. Their motive was something far more common and far more poisonous. They simply did not believe their client was innocent. They were products of their time, white men of standing in a society that had already condemned Ed Johnson in its heart. To them, defending him was not a pursuit of justice, but an unpleasant professional obligation. A vigorous defense would mean alienating their peers, the judges, and the entire white community of Chattanooga. It was a battle they had no intention of fighting. Their actions in the courtroom, when re-examined, tell a story not of a failed defense, but of a defense that was never truly mounted. They met with Johnson only once, for a few minutes, before the trial began. They called no witnesses to the stand to testify to his character or to help establish an alibi. They offered only a timid, half-hearted cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses. The trial was a sham, and his own lawyers were willing participants in the charade. The final, damning proof of their betrayal came after the inevitable guilty verdict was handed down. Ed Johnson, terrified but resolute in his innocence, begged them to file an appeal. They refused. In their eyes, the case was closed. They had performed their duty as they saw it, and now they were washing their hands of the condemned man. This wasn't just legal malpractice, it was an act of profound abandonment. Ed Johnson's supposed guardians had delivered him, bound and gagged, to his executioners. He was utterly and completely alone. Just when Ed Johnson's fate seemed sealed, a new and unexpected force entered the fray. It did not come from within Chattanooga's white power structure, but from outside of it, from a quarter no one had bothered to consider. Two local black attorneys, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, stepped out of the shadows. This was not just a legal maneuver, it was an act of almost unimaginable courage. In a city where they were considered second-class citizens, where their very ambition was seen as a provocation, they chose to stand up for a man everyone else had left for dead. Their motive was not profit or personal gain. It was a radical belief in the promise of American justice, even when America itself had broken that promise time and time again. They saw a sham trial, an innocent man railroaded, and a violation of the most basic constitutional rights. Their interest clashed directly with the unwritten law of the city, which demanded a swift execution to satisfy the mob. Pardon and Hutchins were not just fighting for Ed Johnson, they were challenging the entire corrupt edifice of Jim Crow justice. Their presence created an immediate and dangerous unease. They were threatened, intimidated, and ostracized. But they refused to back down. When the Tennessee Supreme Court slammed its doors in their face, they made a decision that would change legal history. They decided to appeal to an authority far outside the state, a power that the Chattanooga mob could not control, the Supreme Court of the United States. This was the ultimate external threat. The news that two black lawyers were taking their case to Washington, D.C. was seen as an outrageous act of defiance. To Sheriff Shipp and the city's leaders, this wasn't an appeal, it was an invasion. It was the federal government, the same force that had crushed the Confederacy 40 years prior, once again threatening to meddle in their affairs. The conflict was no longer just about Ed Johnson. It was a battle for control, a struggle between local mob rule and the supreme law of the land. The entire official investigation into the assault of Nevada Taylor was, from the very beginning, a grand and tragic false trail. The objective was never to find the truth, but to secure a conviction. The so-called clues that led to Ed Johnson were not discoveries, but constructions, red herrings deliberately laid to guide public opinion toward a predetermined conclusion. The central piece of evidence, the small leather strap, was the most potent of these fictions. Investigators treated it like a smoking gun, a direct link to Johnson, despite the fact that no one could ever definitively prove it belonged to him or that it was even connected to the crime. The trail led from this flimsy object to the Hamilton County Jail, where the most crucial piece of misdirection was staged. The identification of Ed Johnson by Nevada Taylor was not a moment of clarity, but of manufactured certainty. She was brought into a dim room where Johnson was the only suspect presented. Her initial hesitation, her uncertainty, was brushed aside by the forceful suggestions of the lawmen around her. Under immense pressure, she gave them the identification they wanted. This shaky, coerced statement, which should have been a dead end, was instead treated as an irrefutable fact. Meanwhile, any path that might have led to the truth was quickly blocked off. Ed Johnson had an alibi. Witnesses in the black community could place him at a saloon far from the cemetery at the time of the attack. But these leads, the only ones that actually pointed toward his innocence, were never pursued. The authorities simply weren't interested. Every testament to Johnson's good character, every inconsistency in the timeline, was ignored. These promising trails didn't evaporate. They were deliberately buried under the weight of the official narrative. This created a strange and dangerous kind of frustration. For Sheriff Shipp and the white mob, the frustration wasn't that the case was stalled, but that the legal process, however flawed, was taking too long. They had their man, their simple answer, and the appeals filed by Pardon and Hutchins were seen as infuriating obstacles. For the black community, the feeling was one of growing terror. They were watching a legal system actively lead itself down a false path, and they knew that at the end of this trail lay not justice, but a hangman's noose for an innocent man. In Chattanooga, the truth was not buried by a lack of evidence, but by two formidable walls of silence. The first was a wall built by the white community, not of quiet whispers, but of a deafening, unified roar. It was an unspoken agreement that Ed Johnson was guilty, a conclusion reached before the trial even began. This wasn't just about one crime, it was about defending a fragile social order. To question Johnson's guilt was to question the very foundation of their world, to suggest a white woman could be wrong and a black man could be innocent. Any white person who harbored doubts learned quickly to keep them to themselves, lest they be branded a sympathizer, a traitor to their own. The second wall was built by the black community, and it was a wall of pure, unadulterated terror. People knew Ed Johnson. They knew his character. Some even knew where he was on that fateful night. But the code of the Jim Crow South was brutally simple. You saw nothing, you heard nothing, and you knew nothing that contradicted the white mob. To come forward as an alibi witness for Johnson would not have been seen as a civic duty, but as an act of suicidal defiance. The price for speaking the truth was the firebombing of your home, the destruction of your business, or a rope thrown over a tree limb with your own name on it. This silence was born from a deep and justified distrust of the law. The police and the courts were not seen as protectors, but as the enforcement arm of the white power structure. To go to Sheriff Shipp with information proving Johnson's innocence would be pointless and perilous. The system was not designed to find the truth. It was designed to produce a result, and that result had already been decided. The psychological toll on those who dared to breach this wall was immediate and severe. Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins were the ultimate examples. By taking Johnson's case, they shattered the silence. In return, they were marked men. Their lives were openly threatened, their reputations dragged through the mud. They were hunted in their own city, forced to flee for their very survival. The message sent to the rest of the community was chillingly clear. This is the fate of those who speak. After that, the silence became absolute. With the Tennessee courts turning a deaf ear and the execution date looming, all hope seemed to be lost. The legal road had run out, and the gallows were being prepared. But in the small office of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, a discovery was made that would change the course of American legal history. The forgotten clue they unearthed wasn't a misplaced letter or a hidden diary. It was a fundamental principle that the state of Tennessee had chosen to ignore. It was the United States Constitution. Their argument was as simple as it was revolutionary. They contended that Ed Johnson had not received a trial by a jury of his peers, but had been condemned by a jury of intimidated hostages. A courtroom surrounded by an armed, bloodthirsty mob, they argued, is not a court of law. It is a stage for a legal lynching. This was not a failure of evidence, but a failure of the entire process, a gross violation of Johnson's right to due process under the 14th Amendment. This was their forgotten clue. The trial itself was the crime. With this powerful argument, they did the unthinkable. They bypassed the entire state judicial system and took their appeal directly to the highest court in the land. It was a desperate, audacious gamble, two lone black lawyers from the South petitioning the 9 most powerful jurists in America. And then, the impossible happened. The Supreme Court listened. Justice John Marshall Harlan, a man who had famously dissented in the Plessy versus Ferguson case that enshrined separate but equal, saw the profound injustice. On March 19, 1906, he granted a stay of execution. A telegram was dispatched from Washington, D.C. to Chattanooga. It was a single piece of paper, but it carried the full weight of the United States government, ordering a halt to the execution. The forgotten clue had not just opened a door, it had kicked it off its hinges. For a fleeting, miraculous moment, the law had prevailed. The case was no longer about one man's life. It was now a direct confrontation between the rule of law and the rule of the mob. The telegram from the Supreme Court should have been a shield, an impenetrable barrier of federal authority protecting Ed Johnson. Instead, in the charged atmosphere of Chattanooga, it acted like a lit match tossed into a powder keg. The news spread through the city not as a call for lawful patience, but as an intolerable insult. A distant court in Washington, they felt, had stolen their justice, robbing them of the vengeance they so desperately craved. The city began to simmer, and then to boil. The central mystery was no longer who attacked Nevada Taylor, but who would dare to defy the United States Supreme Court. The answer was not some shadowy figure hiding in the back alleys. The mastermind of the lynching, the man who held the keys to both the jail and to the mob's fury, was Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. His unmasking came not from a forgotten clue, but from his own deliberate, chilling actions on the night of March 19th. His motive was a toxic cocktail of wounded pride, political calculation, and pure racist ideology. The Supreme Court's stay of execution was a direct and public humiliation. It was a declaration that he, the sheriff, had overseen a failed and unconstitutional trial. In his mind, his authority, his honor, and the honor of his community had been trampled by an interfering federal power. Faced with a choice between his oath to uphold the law of the land and his allegiance to the unwritten code of the mob, Sheriff Shipp made his decision. He would side with the mob. The unmasking is found in the sequence of his orders that night. First, he sent the vast majority of his deputies home, leaving the county jail, which held a man now at the center of a national firestorm, almost completely unguarded. Then, he personally disarmed the one remaining jailer, a man named Nicholson, leaving him with only a single, useless key. He had effectively laid out a welcome mat for the violence he knew was coming. The mob that gathered that night was not a spontaneous eruption of chaos. It was an organized force, its leaders emboldened by the silent, implicit permission of the sheriff. They marched on the jail not with the uncertainty of a riot, but with the confidence of men who knew they would face no resistance. When the sledgehammers began to ring against the jailhouse doors, the sound was not just breaking steel, but the shattering of the rule of law. The true culprits were unmasked, a furious mob acting as the fist, and the county sheriff, the man sworn to stop them, acting as the calculating, treacherous mind. The night air of Chattanooga filled with the rhythmic, brutal clang of steel on steel as the mob's sledgehammers beat against the jailhouse doors. Inside, a terrified Ed Johnson listened as his last line of defense was systematically battered into submission. When the doors finally gave way, a river of angry shouts and menacing faces flooded the corridor. Rough hands seized him, dragging him from the relative safety of his cell out into the cold March street. They marched him through the city, a grim procession lit by flickering torches and street lamps. The mob was a beast with 100 heads, and it was parading its victim towards the altar of its rage, the Walnut Street Bridge. The modern steel structure, a symbol of Chattanooga's progress, became a stage for its most medieval impulse. The dark, swirling waters of the Tennessee River flowed silently below, an indifferent witness to the horror about to unfold. On the bridge, under the vast, starless sky, a thick rope was thrown over a steel girder. In this final, terrifying moment, Ed Johnson was granted a chance to speak. His voice, clear and steady, cut through the jeers of the crowd. He did not beg for his life. He proclaimed his truth. "I am an innocent man," he declared to the faces surrounding him. "I am not guilty of this crime. I have said it all the time and I say it now. God bless you all. I am ready to go." Then he was pushed into the void. The rope snapped taut, but the fall did not bring a swift end. As his body twisted in the air, a leader of the mob raised a pistol. A single sharp crack echoed across the river, and Johnson's body went limp. It was followed by another and another. From the bridge above, a fusillade of gunfire erupted. The night was filled with muzzle flashes, each bright spark followed by the sound of a shot, over 50 in all, each one a punctuation mark in a statement of pure defiance. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A ringing silence descended upon the bridge, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the steel girders and the distant bark of a dog. Ed Johnson's body hung motionless, a haunting pendulum suspended between the city and the dark river below. The mob, its terrible work done, quietly began to disperse, leaving their gruesome message hanging in the night for all the world to see. News of the lynching in Chattanooga was not just news of a murder, it was news of a rebellion. The mob, aided by the sheriff, had not just killed a man, they had openly defied a direct order from the United States Supreme Court. The insult was so profound, so audacious, that it shook the halls of power in Washington. President Theodore Roosevelt himself condemned it as a hideous crime. The Supreme Court, its authority fundamentally challenged, decided to do something it had never done before and has never done since. It resolved to hold its own criminal trial. The atmosphere was unlike any other in American history. The case of United States versus Shipp was not held in a Tennessee courthouse filled with angry locals, but before the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. The defendants, Sheriff Shipp and several leaders of the mob, were summoned to the nation's capital. They walked into the proceedings not with the demeanor of contrite men, but with a quiet, stubborn defiance. Back home, they were heroes who had upheld the Southern Code. In Washington, they were seen as insurrectionists. They were not on trial for murder. The federal court had no jurisdiction for that, but for something just as fundamental, contempt of court, for spitting in the face of the highest law in the land. Shipp and his men maintained their innocence, claiming they were simply overwhelmed by a spontaneous and uncontrollable mob. They presented themselves as hapless peacekeepers, not willing conspirators. But the evidence, painstakingly gathered by federal investigators, told a different story. A story of deputies sent home, of a jail left intentionally unguarded, of a sheriff who had promised the mob they would not be stopped. The verdict, when it finally came down in 1909, was a thunderclap. The Supreme Court of the United States found Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp and 5 of his associates guilty. It was a seismic moment, the first time the federal government had successfully prosecuted the participants of a lynch mob. But then came the sentence. For orchestrating the murder of a man under federal protection and for defying the highest court in the land, Sheriff Shipp was sentenced to serve just 60 days in a federal jail. Justice, it seemed, had been both served and denied in the very same breath. The verdict established a monumental precedent. The rule of law could and would reach down to challenge mob violence. but the punishment was so laughably light that it felt like a slap on the wrist. Shipp served his time and returned to Chattanooga not as a disgraced criminal, but as a celebrated martyr, his reputation enhanced by his brief and comfortable imprisonment. The verdict was a landmark victory for the principle of law, but a bitterly hollow one for the cause of true justice. The lives of everyone touched by the tragedy of Ed Johnson were permanently fractured, their futures sent spinning in new and often tragic directions. For the two men who fought for him, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, the price of their courage was exile. They were hounded from the city they sought to better, their legal practices destroyed, and their lives under constant threat. They became fugitives from the very mob they had tried to defeat in a courtroom, forced to rebuild their lives in the anonymity of the North, their names whispered in Chattanooga's black community with a mixture of reverence and fear. They had won a moral victory, but suffered a devastating personal defeat. The opposite was true for Sheriff Joseph Shipp. He did not return from his 60-day sentence in shame. He was welcomed back to Chattanooga as a conquering hero. He walked the streets not as a convicted criminal who had defied the Supreme Court, but as a champion of Southern honor who had stood up to federal overreach. His complicity in the lynching did not end his career. It solidified his legacy among the white majority. He became a living symbol of the South's defiance, his life a testament to the fact that in the Jim Crow era, some crimes were not only tolerated, but celebrated. Nevada Taylor, the young woman whose assault was the catalyst for the entire nightmare, retreated into a life of quiet obscurity. The trauma of that night in the cemetery was compounded by the horror of what was done in her name. She never spoke publicly of the events again, living out her days in the long shadow of a crime she survived and a murder she inadvertently caused. Her life, like Johnson's, was irrevocably defined by that one terrible night. For the black community of Chattanooga, the lynching of Ed Johnson became a ghost story told for generations, a brutal lesson in the consequences of defiance. It cast a pall of fear that lingered for decades, reinforcing the city's rigid racial hierarchy with the haunting image of a body hanging from the Walnut Street Bridge. But a seed of resolve was also planted. The fight for Ed Johnson's name did not die with him. It was a slow, stubborn pursuit of justice that spanned nearly a century, a legal and moral reckoning passed down through the years, waiting for a time when the city would finally be forced to confront its past. If you walk across Chattanooga's Walnut Street Bridge today, you will see a city reborn. It is now a pedestrian walkway, a beautiful expanse of blue steel where families stroll, cyclists glide by, and tourists take photos of the Tennessee River below. It is a symbol of the city's vibrant present. But the steel beneath your feet tells a different story. The massive girders that support this scene of modern leisure are the very same girders from which a noose was hung in 1906. The bridge is not just a landmark, it is a monument to a murder, a tangible physical remnant of a night of profound horror. For nearly a century, the official story of Ed Johnson was a ghost, a tale whispered in the black community but largely erased from the city's public memory. But ghosts have a way of demanding to be seen. In the year 2000, 94 years after his death, the Hamilton County Court officially overturned Ed Johnson's conviction, a stunning and long overdue admission of the injustice that had been done. The echo of his last words, "I am an innocent man," had finally found its way back into a courtroom and been affirmed as truth. Today, not far from the foot of that very bridge, a new monument stands. It is the Ed Johnson Memorial, a solemn and powerful space dedicated to his memory and to the courage of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins. It is a deliberate act of reclamation, a place where the story is no longer whispered but told in bronze and stone for all to see. It stands as a counter-narrative to the silence, a permanent testament to a history that the city is finally beginning to confront. The mountains that cradle Chattanooga have seen empires rise and fall, and the river has carried 1,000 secrets to the sea. They were the silent witnesses to the crime, the trial, and the lynching. For decades, the world tried to forget what happened on that bridge, to pave over the past with progress. But the steel remembers, the river remembers. And now, thanks to the tireless pursuit of justice, the city is finally being forced to remember too, ensuring that the echo of Ed Johnson's story will never again fade into silence. So we return to the question that hung in the air with Ed Johnson's body. How could this happen in open defiance of the nation's highest court? The answer, we now know, is as simple as it is terrifying. The law is not a fortress of stone. It is a fragile agreement, utterly dependent on the integrity of those sworn to uphold it. On that night in Chattanooga, the man with the badge decided the mob's will was more important than the court's word, and in that moment, the law ceased to exist. But this story is more than just a chronicle of a failure of justice. It is a profound lesson in the slow, stubborn, and often painful pursuit of it. It teaches us that the arc of the moral universe may bend toward justice, as the saying goes, but it does not bend on its own. It must be pulled, inch by painful inch, by the hands of courageous and often forgotten people. Men like Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, who risked everything for a man they knew was innocent, pulled on that arc. Their fight seemed lost in 1906, but it started a conversation that refused to die, a quiet echo that grew louder with each passing generation. The story of Ed Johnson is a reminder that history is never truly in the past. It lives in the steel of a bridge, in the names carved on a memorial, and in the ongoing struggle to reconcile our ideals with our actions. The Supreme Court's verdict was a landmark for the rule of law, but the real justice, the clearing of an innocent man's name, took nearly a century to arrive. It is a story that teaches us that the loudest shouts for truth often come from the quietest graves. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. You know how the law can be both a shield and a sword, and how sometimes it is simply a whisper in a storm of rage. For the law can be written on paper, but justice must be carved into the heart of a community. And that is a task that is never truly finished. Here, on the banks of the Nolichucky River, the water still speaks in the old tongue of the mountains. It tumbles over rocks that have seen empires rise and fall, and it whispers through trees that remember a time when this was the very edge of the world. It was here, in this misty East Tennessee valley, that a man came and took the river's name for his own, branding himself into the landscape forever. They called him Nolichucky Jack. But was he a hero, a rebel, or a king in buckskin? Today, we're going to follow the current back in time, because these waters hold a story of fire, blood, and ambition that shaped the very soul of Appalachia. Let's go back to 1773. Imagine this valley not as a quiet, settled place, but as the raw, bleeding edge of a new continent. This was a world of towering hardwoods and shadow-filled hollows, where the law was whatever a man could enforce with a long rifle and a steady hand. The settlements here, places like Watauga and Holston, weren't towns. They were clusters of raw log cabins huddled together for warmth and safety, islands in a vast, untamed wilderness. This was land that was promised by God, but forbidden by a king across the ocean, and more importantly, it was the ancestral hunting ground of the Cherokee. Into this crucible walked John Sevier. He wasn't born of these mountains. He was a man from Virginia with a hunger for land that was sharper than any axe. When he arrived and built his home on the Nolichucky, he didn't look like a mountain-born brawler. He was handsome, charming, with a gaze that could disarm a rival or win the loyalty of a stranger in a single glance. He had the easy smile of a man who knew deep in his bones that you'd follow him, that you'd trust him with your life. But those who looked closer saw something else. Beneath the charisma was a core of cold, hard steel. This wasn't just a farmer looking for a homestead. This was a born leader, a speculator, a man who saw this forbidden land not just as a home, but as an empire in the making. He was building a life here with his wife and children, but every nail he hammered was an act of defiance against a distant government and a declaration of war against the people who had called this place home for centuries. The air itself was thick with tension. To the west, Cherokee leaders like Dragging Canoe watched the endless stream of settlers and swore a blood oath to drive them back across the mountains. To the east, the whispers of rebellion against the British Crown were growing into a roar. Sevier and his neighbors were caught in the middle, squatters on stolen land, poised on the brink of a war that would force them to choose a side. They had come seeking freedom, but they had found themselves in a powder keg, and John Sevier was the man holding the match. To really understand what forged John Sevier from a simple settler into a legend, you can't just look at maps or read treaties. You have to feel the weight of the times. I'm holding a piece of that weight right here in my hands. It's a trade tomahawk, the kind that were mass-produced in English foundries. The iron head is simple, brutal, and efficient. The hickory handle is smooth from a century of handling. It feels cold, balanced, and deadly. But this isn't just an antique weapon. This is a political document written in steel. When the revolution began, the British had a strategy for their southern frontier: turn the mountains red. They funneled weapons like this one to the Cherokee and other tribes, encouraging them to attack the rebellious settlements. For the British, it was a calculated move in a global war. But for the families living in those isolated cabins, it meant this object became a symbol of their worst nightmares. It was the face of a war that didn't happen on distant battlefields, but on their own doorsteps. This simple tool forces us to ask a visceral question, one that cuts through the pages of history. What happens when the world outside your thin wooden walls is consumed by fire and screams? What does a man like John Sevier do when he's looking over the palisade of a besieged fort and sees a young woman running for her life, with a weapon just like this one slicing through the air right behind her? When the revolution finally broke, it wasn't a glorious affair of flags and cannons on the frontier. It was a wave of pure terror. The British strategy was simple and brutal. They would unleash their allies, the Cherokee, upon the settlements. The war had come to the mountains, and it came on silent, moccasined feet, armed with English steel. Suddenly, every rustle in the woods, every shadow at dusk, could mean death. Cabins were burned, families scattered, and the survivors fled to the flimsy security of their forts. At Fort Watauga, the air was thick with the stench of fear and gunpowder. Hundreds of Cherokee warriors, led by the brilliant and implacable Dragging Canoe, materialized from the forest and laid siege to the crude wooden walls. Inside, John Sevier was no longer just a landowner. He was a commander, responsible for the lives of every man, woman, and child huddled within. The siege was a grinding nightmare of sniper fire, of terrifying war cries that echoed through the night, a constant reminder that death was only a few feet of log wall away. It was during this chaos that the legend of Nolichucky Jack was truly born. A young woman, Catherine Sherrill, was caught outside the walls when the attack began. As she sprinted across the cleared ground toward the fort, she was a lone figure of desperation. She could hear the footsteps pounding behind her, could feel the nearness of her pursuers. A tomahawk, a weapon just like this one, its polished edge glinting in the sun, whizzed past her ear and thudded into the gate just as she reached it. It was barred shut. For a heart-stopping second, her hope died. But from the top of the wall, John Sevier had seen it all. As Catherine, in a final act of pure will, leapt for the top of the palisade, his hands shot out, grabbing her arms and hauling her over the edge to safety. In that single breathtaking moment, Sevier became more than a man. He became a protector, a hero. The seeds of conflict, sown by a distant king, had just bloomed into a very personal war for him, and that heroic rescue planted the seeds of a love story that would itself become a cornerstone of Appalachian folklore. History books can give you the dates and the names, but they can't give you the soul of a story. For that, you have to talk to the people who are its living keepers. My search for the soul of the King's Mountain story led me to the back room of a county historical society, a place that smelled of old paper and cedar. It's there I met a local historian, a man in his 80s whose family had been in these hills since before Tennessee was even a dream. His name isn't important. What is important is that the stories of this place run in his blood. I asked him about Major Ferguson's threat. Why did it light such a fire? Why march over a frozen mountain on what looked like a suicide mission? He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair and gave me a look that said I was asking the wrong question entirely. "You have to understand," he said, his voice a low Appalachian rumble. "Ferguson didn't threaten an army. There was no army. He threatened their hearthstones." He explained that these weren't soldiers who answered to a distant general. They were clans. They were families. Their loyalty was to the man whose land bordered their own, to the neighbor who helped them raise a barn. When Patrick Ferguson promised to hang their leaders and lay their country waste with fire and sword, it wasn't a threat of war. It was a promise of annihilation aimed directly at their wives, their children, and their homes. "My great-great-great-uncle was there," the old man continued, tapping a weathered finger on a map. "Family law says he was plowing a field when the rider came with the news. He didn't even unhitch the mule. He just dropped the reins, walked into his cabin, took his long rifle from over the fireplace, and told his wife he'd be back when it was done." That single image, passed down through generations, tells you more than any history book. This wasn't a political calculation. It was a personal insult, a blood feud declared on an entire people. And it was an insult that could only be answered one way. Major Patrick Ferguson's threat was a spark on dry tinder. It wasn't heard in a government hall. It was carried by riders from one isolated settlement to the next, a whispered promise of hellfire that spread through the mountains like a contagion of rage. This wasn't a challenge to an army. It was a personal insult, a vow to burn out the very heart of the over-mountain people. And in that moment, something shifted in the soul of the frontier. The time for talk was over. The time for defense was over. This was now a hunt. The gathering at Sycamore Shoals was not a military muster, it was a human flood. Men poured out of the hollows and down from the ridges, their faces set like stone. They were a rough-hewn army, clad in buckskin and homespun, their only uniform a shared fury. Their weapon was the American long rifle, a tool of subsistence that had become an instrument of vengeance. They left their plows in the field, their harvests in the barn, and their families with a grim promise to return. In the center of this storm of men stood John Sevier. Alongside Isaac Shelby, he was the axis around which this whole desperate enterprise turned. He didn't need to give speeches. His presence was enough. He moved through the camp, his piercing gaze meeting the eyes of farmers and hunters, transforming their individual anger into a singular, deadly purpose. He was one of them, but he was also more. He was the embodiment of their defiance. The decision was made. They would not wait for Ferguson to bring his fire and sword to them. They would take the war to him. They would do the unthinkable, march over the high, snow-dusted peaks of the Appalachians, leaving their own homes vulnerable to hunt down a superior British force. This was the point of no return. As they turned their faces east and began their climb into the freezing autumn air, they were no longer just settlers. They were an avalanche of buckskin and fury, and they would not stop until they had buried Ferguson and his army on a mountain of his own choosing. Today, King's Mountain is a place of profound peace. You can walk the paved trails, hear the wind rustling the leaves, and read the solemn granite monuments that mark the place where a battle turned the tide of a war. But the true evidence, the real scar left on this landscape, isn't carved in stone. It's the land itself. You have to leave the path and feel the ground under your feet to understand what happened here. This isn't a mountain in the way you might imagine. It's a long, steep-sided ridge that rises abruptly from the surrounding country. When Major Ferguson brought his loyalist army up here, he thought he had found the perfect fortress. From this high ground, he could see in every direction, and he believed no army could assault such a steep, rugged slope. He was so confident, he reportedly boasted that he was king of this mountain, and that God Almighty and all the rebels out of hell could not drive him from it. He saw a fortress. He failed to understand that he was choosing a tomb, right here. Stand at the bottom of the slope and look up. You can feel the steepness in your legs and your lungs. This is where it happened. Ferguson's men were arrayed on the cleared summit, a perfect target against the skyline. But the over-mountain men didn't attack in formation. They used the dense woods on these slopes for cover, melting between the very trees that still stand here today. Each of these ancient oaks, each of these weathered rock outcroppings, became a silent testament to the chaos of that day. This whole ridge became a killing jar, and the over-mountain men were about to seal the lid. It began with a sound that was not quite human. From the base of the mountain on all sides, a terrifying chorus of whoops and yells erupted from the trees, the sound of panthers, of wolves, of men who had become something primal. The over-mountain men didn't march. They swarmed up the wooded slopes, a relentless tide of buckskin and iron will. It was a kind of warfare the British had never truly understood. For every volley of musketry the Loyalists fired down the hill, hitting little more than bark and shadow. A dozen puffs of white smoke would answer from the trees below. The crack of the long rifles was sharp, personal. Each one was a sentence of death delivered from an unseen judge. A man in a bright red coat would be reloading on the summit, and then he would simply fold, vanishing into the chaos. The Loyalists charged with bayonets, a wave of disciplined steel meant to break any line, but there was no line to break. The frontiersmen just melted back into the forest, letting the charge pass, only to rise up on their flanks and rear, their rifles speaking again and again. The fortress had become a slaughter pen. Above the din, Major Ferguson's silver whistle could be heard, a shrill, piercing note trying to impose order on pure chaos. He rode his white horse back and forth across the summit, a magnificent, defiant target rallying his crumbling lines. For an hour, the mountain was consumed by a storm of lead and fury. The air grew heavy and acrid with the smell of gunpowder. The roar of battle was continuous, a deafening drumbeat of rifle fire, screams and war cries. Then, suddenly, the silver whistle fell silent. The man on the white horse, who had seemed invincible just moments before, reeled in his saddle. He swayed for a moment, a stunned look on his face, before sliding to the ground. With his fall, the last bit of fight drained from the Loyalist force. White handkerchiefs began to appear, tied to the ends of ramrods and held aloft in surrender. The shooting didn't stop immediately. The raw fury that had carried them over a frozen mountain demanded a final terrible price. But soon, a new sound replaced the gunfire, the triumphant, breathless roar of men who knew they had just broken the back of the British war in the south. After the gun smoke clears, the ink begins to flow. This is a copy of the official report on the Battle of King's Mountain, written by the commanders and sent to the Continental Congress. It's written in the formal, looping script of the 18th century, and its language is as detached as the battle itself was intimate and brutal. It talks of troop movements, of casualties, and of objectives secured. It describes the battle in a single, sanitized phrase: a sharp conflict. A sharp conflict. Those three words are the cold ashes left over from a raging fire. There is no mention in this dry report of the war cries that echoed through the trees, or the raw fury of men avenging a threat against their homes. The official record doesn't tell you about the terror in the eyes of the Loyalists as they were swarmed from all sides, or the grim satisfaction of the frontiersmen as they won. The paperwork of war is always a ghost of the real thing, a sterile summary that strips away the blood and the humanity. And this is where the story of John Sevier takes its most important turn. In this document, he is a hero of the new United States, a loyal officer serving the cause of liberty. But what this paper trail doesn't show is what was happening in Sevier's own mind. He had just seen how power was won, not in distant congresses, but by the will of determined men with rifles in their hands. As he rode home over the mountains, a hero of continental fame, he wasn't just thinking about the war he had won, he was thinking about the kingdom he was about to build. The official record sealed his legend as a patriot, but it was a title he was already preparing to betray. The hero returned from King's Mountain not just to a home, but to a vacuum of power. North Carolina, broke and exhausted from the war, ceded its western lands to the federal government, effectively abandoning the over-mountain settlements. Left without courts, laws, or protection, the people did what they had always done. They took matters into their own hands. In 1784, they declared themselves a new, independent state, the state of Franklin, and there was only one man they would trust to be its governor, John Sevier. For a brief, shining moment, Nolichucky Jack was a king in his own right, ruling over a renegade republic carved out of the wilderness. But the law, however distant, has a long memory. North Carolina quickly regretted its decision and reasserted its claim, creating chaos. Two governments now claimed the same land. The conflict became a bitter personal feud between Sevier and a man named John Tipton, a former brother-in-arms from Kings Mountain who now led the North Carolina Loyalist faction. This wasn't a political debate, it was a civil war in miniature, a clash of two frontier titans who refused to bend. The breaking point came in the dead of winter. Tipton's faction, acting for North Carolina, seized some of Sevier's enslaved people as payment for back taxes. For Sevier, this was the ultimate insult. Enraged, he raised a small army and laid siege to Tipton's farm. The Battle of Franklin was a tragic farce played out in a blizzard. For days, the two sides traded insults and gunfire from behind fences and trees until a surprise attack by Tipton's reinforcements shattered Sevier's force. The state of Franklin collapsed in the snow and mud, and its governor was now a wanted man. The law's pursuit began. The hero of Kings Mountain was now a fugitive, hiding in the very mountains that had once hailed him as their savior. He was hunted by the government of North Carolina, the state he had once defended so ferociously. The cheers of victory were replaced by the quiet footsteps of a man on the run, a king with no kingdom, charged with the high crime of treason. Eventually, the law caught up with him. He wasn't captured in a blaze of glory, but arrested quietly, a shocking humiliation for a man of his stature. They put him in irons. Imagine that sight. Nolichucky Jack, the Indian fighter, the revolutionary commander, being hauled back over the mountains not as a hero, but as a common felon. The tense journey ended at the courthouse in Morganton, North Carolina, where he was to be tried for his life. But as he stood before the court, a different kind of justice arrived. A mob of his armed followers stormed the building, freed him from his captors, and set him back on his horse. The official verdict was never delivered, because the people of the frontier had already delivered their own. John Sevier simply rode away, a free man, proving that in Appalachia, the loyalty of the people could be a law unto itself. To find the final chapter of this story, you have to visit two very different pieces of ground. The first is here, on the lawn of the old Knox County Courthouse, in the heart of the city he helped build. A grand stone monument marks the final resting place of John Sevier. It proclaims him a hero, a patriot, the first governor of the state of Tennessee. He lies here in a place of ultimate public honor, celebrated as a founding father. But as you stand here, you can't help but feel the paradox. This is the grave of a man who was once arrested, put in irons, and charged with high treason. To understand the other side of that conflict, you have to travel a few miles away to a quieter place. Here, on the rolling farmland that was once his home, lies John Tipton. His grave is simple, solid, unyielding, much like the man himself, who stood for the law when it was unpopular and faced down the most famous man on the frontier. He rests on the very land he defended, the homestead that Sevier himself once besieged. They lie just a county apart now, enemies in life, neighbors in death. The man who upheld the law rests on his private farm, while the rebel who defied him is enshrined in the town square. This stark contrast, written in granite and soil, is the final, silent testament to their long and bitter feud. It forces us to ask the most crucial question of all. What happened in the years after the guns fell silent? How did the fugitive Nolichucky Jack not only escape justice, but rise from the ashes of his failed state to become the most powerful man in Tennessee? The long shadow of his failed state hung over John Sevier, but he was a man who thrived in the half-light. After his dramatic rescue, he was still technically a fugitive, a traitor in the eyes of North Carolina. But in the mountains and hollows of his homeland, he was simply Nolichucky Jack, their leader, protected by a fierce loyalty that no law could penetrate. He was a political ghost they couldn't exorcise. So what does a man do when his kingdom has crumbled and his enemies hold all the legal cards? He finds a new game to play. And this is where Sevier's story takes a dark, secretive turn. A desperate man, he began a clandestine correspondence with Spanish diplomats. He hinted that the frustrated people of the frontier, feeling abandoned by the United States, might be willing to secede entirely and place themselves under the protection of the King of Spain in exchange for free navigation of the Mississippi River. Was it genuine treason? Or was it the shrewdest political bluff in American history? A move designed to force the young United States to finally pay attention to its western frontier. The truth is buried with him, but it shows a man willing to risk everything to protect his interests and regain his power. Meanwhile, North Carolina faced a dilemma. They couldn't arrest Sevier. His followers would simply free him again. They couldn't ignore him. His influence was too great. They couldn't defeat him, so they did the only thing they could. They embraced him. In a stunning act of political pragmatism, they issued a full pardon for his treason. Then, they went a step further. They elected the rebel leader to their own state senate. It was a masterstroke. By bringing him into the system, they neutralized him as an outlaw. But they had underestimated Nolichucky Jack. He wasn't neutralized. He was legitimized. He took his seat in the government that had once hunted him and used his new position, combined with his undiminished popularity back home, to fight for the one thing he always wanted, a new state. But this time, done the right way. He outmaneuvered every opponent, trading his buckskin jacket for a politician's coat without ever losing the grit of the frontiersman. When Tennessee was finally granted statehood in 1796, there was no debate, no question about who would lead it. The election of John Sevier as its first governor wasn't a political victory. It was a coronation. The rebel king was dead. Long live the governor. And that's where the story gets complicated, because even today, John Sevier isn't one man, he's two. The first Sevier is the one written in stone and bronze, the man on the monument. This is Nolichucky Jack the hero, the father of Tennessee, the fearless Indian fighter who protected the fledgling settlements from annihilation. To this day, if you ask the descendants of the Over-Mountain men, they will tell you he was a patriot who risked everything at Kings Mountain and a statesman who carved a civilization from a savage wilderness. This is the Sevier of public record and popular legend. But then there's the other John Sevier. This is the man whose story isn't written on monuments, but whispered in the shadows of history. To understand this Sevier, you have to stand on the other side of the Nolichucky River, on the land that was once the sovereign territory of the Cherokee Nation. From that perspective, Sevier wasn't a hero. He was the leading edge of an invasion. He wasn't a protector. He was a conqueror. Every acre of land he settled was an acre of land he took. His 35 battles weren't heroic skirmishes. They were a relentless campaign of ethnic cleansing. And it wasn't just about land for a home. The second Sevier was a ruthless speculator. a man whose patriotism and personal profit were always tangled together. His renegade state of Franklin looks less like a noble experiment in democracy and more like a massive land grab, an attempt to secure his and his cronies' illegal claims. His flirtation with Spain wasn't a bluff. It was the act of a man whose ultimate loyalty was to his own ambition. So who was the real Nolichucky Jack? Was he the courageous patriot or the greedy opportunist? The community builder or the dispossessor of a people? The truth is, he was all of it. He was a man who contained the violent, contradictory, and deeply flawed soul of the American frontier itself. And to this day in Appalachia, the version of the story you hear still depends entirely on which side of the mountain your family came from. When a man's life is as large and loud as John Sevier's, it doesn't just end when he's laid in the ground. It seeps into the soil. It becomes part of the mist that hangs in the hollows. The hard facts of his life, the battles, the politics, the betrayals, began to soften over the decades, smoothed over by time like river stones, until a new shape emerged, the shape of a legend. The most powerful legends are often the ones people needed to be true. Take the story that he fought in over 30 battles and was never once wounded. Historically, it's an incredible feat of luck and skill. But in the telling and retelling around a hearthfire, it became something more. It became proof. In a world of constant, random violence, where a snakebite or a fever could kill as surely as a tomahawk, the belief that their leader was untouchable, that he was shielded by Providence itself, wasn't just a story. It was a shield for their own hearts. But every bright legend casts a long shadow. There's another kind of story you'll hear in East Tennessee, one told in a hushed voice after the children are in bed. They say that on certain nights, when the moon is hidden and the river fog is thick, you can still hear the echoes of his forgotten wars down by the Nolichucky. They say it isn't Sevier's ghost you have to worry about. It's the ghosts of those he fought, the Cherokee spirits still bound to the land he took, their whispers of anger and loss carried on the water. It became a cautionary tale, a way for the mountains themselves to remember the price that was paid for the state he built. And so, the man became a myth. He is both the invincible hero protected by heaven and the haunted figure whose deeds left unquiet spirits in his wake. The history books tell you what John Sevier did, but it's the folklore, the ghost stories, and the tall tales whispered from one generation to the next that tell you how the mountains remember him. So we find ourselves back where we started, here on the banks of the Nolichucky. The river still speaks its ancient language, tumbling over the same stones, but we hear it differently now. We can no longer see this as just a quiet valley. We see the ghosts. We see the raw frontier, the smoke of the cabin, and the determined figure of a man who took the river's name and made it his own, bending a wilderness to his will. The journey to understand John Sevier is to understand that our heroes are never simple. It's easy to want the man on the monument to be the whole story, a flawless patriot cast in bronze. But the Appalachian frontier was no place for simple men. It demanded men who were as complex and contradictory as the land itself, men who could be both courageous and cruel, builders and destroyers, heroes and villains, sometimes all in the space of a single day. Sevier wasn't a good man who did bad things, or a bad man who did good things. He was a man of his time, and his time was a storm. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or see an old name carved into a county courthouse, remember that it's not just a pile of stones or a word on a map. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the brutal choices that define us. The story of Nolichucky Jack is a reminder that our history is not a clean, straight line. It's a tangled, bloody, and glorious thicket, and it's in those shadows and contradictions that the truest stories are found. The people are gone. The houses are gone. The world they fought for has vanished. But the story remains. Out here, deep in a West Virginia holler, where the road turns to gravel and the fog clings to the hillsides, the modern world gets quiet. You can find places like this all over the mountains. A forgotten family cemetery, nearly swallowed by ivy and time. These aren't grand monuments. They're simple weathered stones, leaning like old men tired of telling the same story. But it's the names and the dates etched upon them that pull you in. Earl Gibson died 1921. Silas Blackwood died 1923. These men didn't die in the mines. They didn't fall to the fever that swept through these camps so often. They shared one thing and one thing only. A wife. A woman named Zoe Wilkins. To the law that condemned her, she was a monster. To her few defenders, she was just the unluckiest woman in the state. But to everyone else, she had a different name. The Black Widow of Appalachia. Today, we stand among these silent stones to listen to their whispers and piece together a story this land has tried its best to forget. Let's wind the clock back 100 years. The air here wasn't clean and silent then. It was thick with the grit of coal dust, a fine black powder that settled on windowsills, in your lungs, and in the lines of every face. This hollow was alive with the rumble of coal cars on the tracks and the distant rhythmic clang of pickaxes against the mountain's bones. Life was dictated by the shriek of the company whistle, a sound that sent men like Earl Gibson into the dark belly of the earth before sunrise, and a sound that wives like Zoe prayed to hear again at the end of the day. Earl was a young man, strong and full of the quiet hope that marks so many who work a dangerous trade. He believed his back was broad enough to carve out a decent life for him and his new wife. He'd come home each evening, his face caked in black, and wash up in a basin on the porch of their small two-room cabin. It wasn't much, but it was theirs, a tiny speck of warmth against the vast, indifferent mountains. Zoe was different from the other miners' wives. While they gathered on their porches to trade gossip and remedies, she often kept to herself. She wasn't unfriendly, just reserved. She had a sharp mind and a gaze that seemed to take in everything, a calm that felt out of place in a world built on noise and struggle. Some saw it as dignity. Others, even then, whispered it was a kind of coldness, an ambition that didn't belong in a simple coal camp. Their life together was a routine of small things, a shared meal of beans and cornbread by the fire, Earl talking about his dream of one day saving enough to buy a small piece of land away from the company store and its endless cycle of debt. Zoe would listen, her dark eyes reflecting the firelight, her thoughts her own. To anyone looking in, they were just another young couple trying to survive in a place that didn't make survival easy. But in these mountains, death was a constant neighbor. It came suddenly in the form of a rockfall or a gas explosion in the mine. It came slowly in the wheezing cough of black lung. And it came violently in the gut-wrenching sickness they called the flux, a plague that could sweep through a camp and fill a graveyard in a matter of weeks. A doctor was a luxury, and a sudden death was a tragedy, but it was a familiar one. It was a world that had grown used to the sight of fresh-dug graves, a fact that would soon prove very convenient for someone. The stories buried in the ground are one thing. The stories buried in paper and ink are another. In a county courthouse basement, tucked away in a dusty archive box, you can find the documents that give a voice to those silent gravestones. It's amazing what survives. This here is a copy of a page from the local paper, dated 1921. It's brittle and yellow, the words printed in the stark, formal language of the time. It's a short column nestled between an advertisement for livestock feed and a notice about a church social. It's the obituary for Earl Gibson. It's barely a paragraph long, and it reads just like 100 others from that era. It says he was a fine, hard-working man, taken too soon by a sudden and severe gastric illness, a stomach flux. The kind of thing that could kill a man in 3 days and have the neighbors nodding in sympathy, murmuring about bad water or tainted food. On the surface, it's just another sad, common story. A young wife left all alone. The community pitied her. But it's another piece of paper from that same box that changes the tone completely. This one is a life insurance claim, filed by Zoe Gibson just days after her husband was in the ground. It wasn't a huge amount of money, not by today's standards. But in 1921, to a miner's widow with no other prospects, it was a small fortune. It was enough to buy a little plot of land, enough to be free from the company store, enough to breathe for the first time in her life without the weight of debt and dependency. This document right here, this isn't just an insurance policy, it's the first clue. It raises the question that no one dared to ask out loud back then. Was this just a fortunate coincidence in the midst of tragedy? Or was this the moment Zoe Wilkins realized that a husband's life had a value, but his death had a price? That insurance money from Earl's death changed things, not in a loud way, but in a way the whole holler could feel. Zoe didn't pack up and leave. She didn't waste the money on frivolous things. She bought a small plot of land, a little house just outside the direct control of the mining company. For the first time, she was a woman who owned something, a woman who answered to no one. And you have to understand, in a place where the company owned the houses, the store, and a man's very soul until his debt was paid, that kind of independence was as strange and unsettling as a summer snow. At first, the whispers were sympathetic. Good for her, some would say, making the best of a bad situation. But pity in a small town has a short shelf life, especially when the object of that pity seems to be doing just fine. Zoe's grief didn't look like the grief they were used to. It wasn't loud and public. It was a quiet, private thing. She held her head high. She managed her own affairs. And soon, the whispers began to change their tune. She didn't grieve long. They'd murmur over a fence post. Seems that money dried her tears right up. It was then that Silas Blackwood entered the picture. Silas was a mine foreman, older than Zoe, a man with a bit of authority, and more importantly, a healthy savings account. He was a widower himself, known to enjoy his drink, a man whose loneliness was as plain to see as the coal dust on his boots. He saw in Zoe a beautiful, quiet woman, a fine wife to run his home and ease his later years. He was flattered by her attention. And Zoe, well, she saw something in him too. She saw security. She saw a bigger house, more money, another step up and away from the life she was born into. That first insurance policy had been a revelation. It had shown her a way out of the grime and the poverty, a path paved not with a lifetime of backbreaking labor, but with a simple signature on a piece of paper and a well-timed tragedy. Her courtship with Silas Blackwood wasn't a romance. It was a business transaction, and the whole community was watching. They saw the older man, charmed and foolish. They saw the young widow, her eyes not on the man, but on what the man had. The seeds of conflict weren't just being sown in that little house. They were being planted in the minds of every neighbor who watched her, every gossip at the company store. They were just waiting for a reason for their suspicions to take root, and Zoe was about to give them one. History isn't just found in archives. Sometimes it's sitting on a front porch in a rocking chair, waiting for someone to ask the right questions. Down a winding road, I found Elmore Vance. He's an old man now, with hands as gnarled as oak roots and eyes that have seen nearly a century of these mountains. He is the great-nephew of Silas Blackwood, and his grandfather was the man who first tried to sound the alarm. For his family, the story of Zoe Wilkins isn't a folk tale. It's a wound that has never fully healed. He doesn't call her the Black Widow. In the Vance family, she has always been that Wilkins woman. He speaks in a slow, deliberate cadence, the way men do when they're recalling a story they've heard 1,000 times, a story that's become a part of their own blood. My granddaddy, Jasper, he begins, he liked Silas, but he never trusted her, not for a minute. He said she had still eyes, like a snake on a rock, watching but never blinking. According to the story passed down to Elmore, the trouble came to a head just 6 months after the wedding. Silas, puffed up with pride and eager to show what a good provider he was, told his brother Jasper that he'd taken out a brand new, sizable life insurance policy. "Just to make sure my Zeo is looked after if anything happens to me," he'd said with a grin. Elmore leans forward in his chair. Granddaddy said when he heard those words, a cold spot formed right in his gut. It was the same story, all over again. Jasper went to Silas that very evening and begged him to see reason. He didn't accuse Zeo Zoe directly, not at first. He just pleaded with his brother's common sense. "A woman who profits from one husband's grave is just unlucky," Elmore recounts his granddaddy saying. "But a woman who stands to profit from a second, that ain't luck, Silas. That's a plan." But Silas was blinded by his new bride. He got angry, accused his brother of jealousy, and told him to get out of his house and mind his own business. That argument, on the porch of a cabin that no longer stands, was more than just a family squabble. It was a line drawn in the dirt. Jasper Vance had made himself a problem. He had spoken the suspicion that everyone else was only whispering, and in doing so, he had put himself directly in the path of that Wilkins woman. The point of no return had been crossed, not just for Silas, but for his brother too. The argument didn't happen in whispers. It was a confrontation, born of desperation. Following his grim conversation with Silas, Jasper Vance couldn't let it rest. He walked over to his brother's cabin that very evening. The lamp was lit inside, casting a warm, deceptive glow. Zeo Zoe herself sat in a rocking chair by the hearth, darning one of Silas' work socks. She moved with a quiet efficiency, a picture of domestic peace. Jasper stood in the doorway, his hat in his hands. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Silas," he said, his voice low and urgent, "we need to talk. That new insurance policy, it don't sit right with me." Silas, who had been enjoying the quiet evening, stiffened. He looked from his brother's worried face to his wife, who hadn't even looked up from her sewing. "Now, Jasper, we've been over this." "No, we ain't," Jasper insisted, stepping inside. "Earl Gibson took sick not long after she insured him. Now you do the same, and for twice the money. You're a fool if you don't see the pattern." The accusation hung in the small room, thick and ugly. Zeo Zoe's needle stopped its steady rhythm. For a single charged moment, the cabin was utterly silent. Silas's face flushed with anger. It was one thing for the town to whisper, but for his own brother to say it, in his own home, in front of his wife, it was an unbearable insult. "You'll not come into my house and call my wife a ghoul," he roared, getting to his feet. "She's a good woman. She's nursed me when I was sick. She's kept this house better than anyone. You're just jealous." "Jealous of what, Silas?" "Your own funeral?" Jasper shot back. "That was the final straw." "Get out," Silas snarled, pointing a trembling finger at the door. "Get out of my home, and don't you come back till you're ready to apologize to her." Jasper looked at his brother, his face a mask of sorrow and frustration. Then, his eyes met Zeo Zoe's across the room. For the first time, she looked directly at him. There was no anger in her eyes, no fear. There was nothing at all. It was a calm, calculating stillness, the look of a woman who had just identified a problem and was already working on the solution. As Jasper backed out into the cold night air, he knew he hadn't just lost a brother. He had made a mortal enemy. The cabin door closed, shutting out not just a brother, but Silas Blackwood's last chance at salvation. You have to push your way through a thicket of rhododendron and climb over a fallen oak to find it now. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you'd walk right past it. But it's here. A collapsed square of foundation stones covered in a thick carpet of moss, and in the center, a jumbled pile of rock and soot-stained clay. This is all that's left of the chimney, once the warm, beating heart of the home where Silas Blackwood lived with his new wife. This isn't a place marked by the scars of a single violent act. There are no bullet holes in these stones. The horror that unfolded here was quiet, patient, and domestic. It was hidden in the everyday. Over there, nearly choked with a century of dead leaves, is the stone-lined well. This is where Zoe would have drawn the water for Silas' morning coffee, for the soup she simmered on the stove, for the cool drink he'd ask for when the first feverish thirst began to burn in his throat. Right here. This is where it happened. Not with the roar of a gunshot, but with the scrape of a spoon against the bottom of a bowl. The act of murder wasn't a moment of rage. It was a daily chore, a patient administering of poison disguised as an act of love. Within these stone foundations, Silas Blackwood wasted away, believing he was being cared for by a devoted wife, never realizing that the hands that soothed his brow were the same hands that were slowly, methodically killing him. The air is still and peaceful now, but this ground remembers the silence that followed the arguments and the terrible sickness that began soon after. It began, as Jasper Vance had feared, just a few weeks after their argument. Silas Blackwood started complaining of a fire in his belly. At first, he dismissed it as a bad batch of moonshine, a common ailment for him. Zoe was the very picture of a concerned wife. She brewed him herbal teas and insisted he stay home from the mines to rest. But the rest didn't help. The fire in his gut turned into a vice, twisting and cramping until the strong foreman was doubled over in his chair. Then came the sickness, a violent, unending wave of it that left him weak and trembling. He craved water, a burning, desperate thirst that no amount of liquid could quench. And through it all, Zoe was a constant presence. She was always there with a cool cloth for his forehead and a bowl of thin broth. "Just a little something to keep your strength up," she would murmur, spooning the warm liquid into his mouth. To any neighbor who stopped by to check on the ailing man, she was a saint. They saw her tending to him day and night, her face etched with worry. They didn't see the tiny pinch of white powder she stirred into the soup when no one was looking. The days bled into weeks. Silas, once a stout and hearty man, began to shrink. His skin grew pale and loose, his eyes sunk deep into their sockets. He became a ghost in his own home, too weak to leave his bed. The company doctor came once, a rushed visit between a broken leg at the mine and a birthing up the creek. He took one look at the withered man in the bed, listened to Zoe's calm description of the symptoms, and nodded grimly. "It's the stomach flux, and a bad case of it," he declared. "Keep him comfortable. That's all you can do." One evening, after Silas had been bedridden for nearly a month, his brother Jasper came to the house again, swallowing his pride. He couldn't bear the thought of his brother dying without making peace. He found Silas barely conscious, his breathing shallow. Zoe sat by the bed, her hands folded in her lap. Jasper looked at the shell of his brother, then at her calm, serene face, and the awful truth settled in his heart like a stone. He left without a word, the image of that quiet, patient woman seared into his memory. The rocking chair in the corner of the room swayed gently in the draught from the door, empty, but for the shawl left draped over its back. Silas Blackwood's struggle ended 2 nights later, in the dark, silent heart of the Appalachian night. After a man dies, his story is told in whispers. But the version that lasts, the one that gets filed away, is told in ink. This is the death certificate for Silas Blackwood, filed in the county clerk's office. It's a simple bureaucratic ledger. Name, date of birth, date of death. And under the heading Cause of Death, the doctor wrote 2 words, acute gastritis. It's so clean, so medical. A neat and tidy explanation that fits perfectly in a little box on a form. But acute gastritis doesn't capture the truth of it. It doesn't describe a man wasting away for weeks, his body racked with a fire that no water could put out. It doesn't mention the insurance policy that had just been signed, or the brother who was shouting warnings that nobody listened to. The official record sanitizes the horror, boiling a slow, agonizing death down to a stomach ache. But then, you find another file. This one isn't from the doctor, it's from the insurance company. And insurance men, they have a different kind of curiosity. They deal in patterns and probabilities. The report, written by a claims investigator, is just as dry, but it asks a pointed question. He notes, "This is the second claim filed by Mrs. Wilkins in 3 years, both following the sudden gastric death of a husband. Further inquiry is recommended." Those 2 words, further inquiry, were the spark that lit the fuse. That recommendation led to this, the exhumation order from the circuit court judge. Look at the formal, looping script. It gives law enforcement the authority to go to the quiet churchyard cemetery and disturb a fresh grave. This piece of paper took the whispers of the holler and turned them into the cold, hard action of the law. The official record started with a lie, but it ended with an order to dig up the truth. That exhumation order was not a quiet affair. The news spread through the hollers like a brush fire. On the day the sheriff and his deputies arrived at the cemetery with shovels, a crowd gathered at a respectful distance, their faces a mixture of morbid curiosity and dread. The sound of digging was the only noise that broke the silence. When the caskets of both Earl Gibson and Silas Blackwood were opened, a collective gasp went through the onlookers. The bodies were in an unnervingly well-preserved state, a telltale sign of the preserving qualities of arsenic. The whispers now had physical proof. The truth wasn't just buried 6 feet deep, it was pickled in poison. The day the law came for Zoe Wilkins, there was no dramatic chase through the mountains. Sheriff Miller and a deputy simply rode their horses up to her little house. She was on the porch, rocking in her chair, as if she were expecting them. They say she didn't flinch when the sheriff showed her the warrant for her arrest. She didn't cry or protest her innocence. She simply stood up, smoothed the front of her black dress, went inside to fetch her bonnet, and walked with them as calmly as if she were heading to the Sunday service. Her silence was more damning than any confession. The trial was a mountain spectacle. The courthouse was packed to the rafters every single day, the air thick with the smell of sweat, dust, and cheap tobacco. Miners took days off from the coalface. Farmers left their fields, all to cram into the sweltering room and get a look at the woman they were now calling the Mountain Borgia. It wasn't just a trial, it was a reckoning. This was the community's chance to finally pass judgment on the woman who had unsettled them for so long. The prosecutor, a fire and brimstone preacher in a lawyer's suit, built his case brick by damning brick. He laid out the pattern of death and the pattern of profit, showing the jury how each untimely death had made Zoe a richer woman. His star witness was the town pharmacist, a nervous little man named Abernathy, who, under oath, pointed a trembling finger directly at the defendant. "That's her," he squeaked. "She's the one who kept buying rough-on-rats poison, said she had a terrible infestation, bought enough to kill every rat in the county." Her defense lawyer fought back, painting a picture of a poor, misunderstood widow being persecuted by superstitious neighbors. He argued that dysentery was common, that arsenic was used in every farmhouse, that this was nothing more than a witch hunt fueled by gossip and jealousy. But his arguments were undone by his own client. Zoe sat through the entire proceeding as still as a stone effigy. When the prosecutor finally turned to her and thundered, "Did you feed these men poison for their insurance money, Mrs. Wilkins?" She looked at him with those unblinking eyes and said, in a voice no louder than a rustling leaf, "No, sir, I did not." She showed no fear, no anger, no grief, nothing. That chilling calm was all the jury needed to see. They were out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back in, their faces were set like stone. The foreman didn't even look at her as he delivered the verdict. Guilty. The judge, his voice ringing with condemnation, called her actions a cold-blooded stain upon the soul of this state and sentenced her to spend the rest of her natural life in the state penitentiary. The law's pursuit was over. The official record was now written, and Zoe Wilkins's name was forever etched into the annals of Appalachian crime. We're back where we started, in this quiet little cemetery tucked into the side of the mountain. Here are the stones for Earl Gibson and Silas Blackwood. They're weathered, but you can see that someone still tends to them. The weeds are pulled back, and a small faded plastic flower sits in the dirt in front of Silas's marker. Their names are still here, etched in stone, a permanent testament to the lives they lived, however short. They remain a part of this land, buried in the soil they called home, remembered by family. But to find Zeo Zoe Wilkins's final resting place, you have to travel hundreds of miles away to the grounds of the old state penitentiary. There's a field there, behind the high stone walls. It's not a family plot. It's a place of grim uniformity, a grid of simple, numbered markers for the inmates who lived and died in the state's care. There are no loving epitaphs, no flowers, no family names. It's a place scrubbed clean of personal history. And under one of those anonymous markers lies the woman who caused so much turmoil. There is the final biting irony of her story. The woman who craved land, money, and independence, who killed to possess the property of other men, ended her days with nothing to her name. Her final home is a numbered plot of earth owned by the very state that locked her away. Her victims, the poor miners she looked down on, lie here in the free mountain air, their names known. Her name, the one that once struck fear into a whole community, is nowhere to be found. Looking at these disparate graves, the remembered and the forgotten, you realize the verdict wasn't the end of the story. It was just the beginning of the final chapter. For the families left behind, and for Zeo Zoe herself, the sentence was the start of a long, slow aftermath, a shadow that would stretch on for decades. After the gavel fell and the cell door clanged shut, a different kind of quiet settled over the hollow. The excitement of the trial bled away, leaving behind the awkward silence of a community that had just consumed one of its own. For a time, life tried to return to normal. The company whistle blew, the men went back into the mines, and the women went back to their chores. But a scar had been left. Doors were locked a little tighter at night, and a neighbor's sudden sickness was met with a flicker of suspicion that hadn't been there before. For Jasper Vance, the verdict was not a victory. The justice he had fought so hard for tasted like ash in his mouth. It didn't bring his brother back. It didn't erase the memory of Silas wasting away in that bed, or the image of Zeo Zoe's cold, placid face in the courtroom. He had been right, but being right had brought him no peace. He lived out his years a quieter, more somber man, forever marked by the knowledge of what one human being was capable of doing to another, hidden behind a placid smile and a bowl of soup. Meanwhile, Zeo Zoe Wilkins traded the green, open mountains for a world of grey stone and iron bars. Her reputation preceded her, and the other inmates at the penitentiary gave her a wide berth. They watched the infamous Black Widow, expecting to see a monster. Instead, they saw a quiet, reserved woman who did her work in the prison laundry without complaint, who read books from the meager library, and who never, ever spoke of her past. Her chilling composure, which had condemned her in court, now served as a kind of armor. She was an enigma within the walls, just as she had been in the hollow. The years ground on, turning the ink on the court records from black to brown. Zeo Zoe's dark hair turned to grey. Her youth and beauty faded under the harsh prison lights, but her story didn't. She never filed an appeal. She never sought a pardon. And to the parole boards that met with her every few years, she gave the same calm, unwavering answer she gave in the courtroom. I did not do it. Her silence became her final legacy, a wall of denial that would stand until the day she died, an old woman in a prison infirmary, taking her secrets, whatever they were, with her to a numbered grave. You'd think a guilty verdict and a life sentence would be the end of it. The case closed, the story finished. But in the mountains, stories have a way of living on, of changing shape in the telling. And the story of Zeo Zoe Wilkins is no exception. To this day, the truth of what happened in that little cabin remains a point of contention, a ghost that haunts the family lines. For the descendants of the Vance family, and for most people who know the tale, the book is closed. Zeo Zoe Wilkins was a monster hiding in plain sight, A mountain Medea who saw her husbands not as partners, but as assets to be liquidated. They point to the pattern, the insurance money, the pharmacist's testimony, and her chilling lack of emotion in the courtroom. To them, it's an open and shut case, a clear story of greed dressed in a black mourning gown. But Zoe never confessed. And that single stubborn fact, her lifelong insistence on her own innocence, has been just enough to keep a flicker of doubt alive for 100 years. You can still find a few old-timers, a few contrarians, who will offer up the other side. They'll ask you, was she a killer? Or was she just a woman who refused to play the part of the helpless, weeping widow? In an age when women were expected to be emotional and dependent, Zoe was quiet, intelligent, and handled her own finances. Was she condemned for murder, or was she condemned for being different? They'll point out that the evidence was purely circumstantial. No one ever saw her put poison in the soup. They saw a woman buy rat poison, a common household item, and they saw men die of a common stomach ailment, and they drew a straight, deadly line between the two. Perhaps, they argue, she was just the victim of a mountain witch hunt, a woman destroyed by gossip and the bad luck of being widowed twice. The truth? The absolute truth of what was in her heart probably died with her in that prison infirmary. All we're left with are the conflicting echoes, two stories that can't both be true, but that both refuse to die. Over the decades, the hard facts of the Zoe Wilkins trial began to soften and warp, like old glass in a fire. Her story leached out of the courthouse records and seeped into the soil of the mountains themselves, where it grew into something else entirely, a full-blown Appalachian legend. The flesh-and-blood woman who bought rat poison at the general store was slowly replaced by a supernatural phantom, a creature of folklore. For generations, her name became a cautionary tale. Mothers would warn their sons, "You be careful of a pretty face with a quiet tongue." Remember Zoe. She became the local boogeyman, a dark fable about the poison of greed. They stopped talking about arsenic and started whispering about a secret spring deep in the woods whose water was tainted by the devil himself, water she would collect in a blue glass bottle under a new moon. They swore that the roses she planted on her husband's graves always bloomed with withered black petals, as if the very ground rejected her feigned grief. And of course, there is the ghost story. Some say that on a moonless night, if you stand by the fallen chimney where her house once stood, you can sometimes see a faint light moving through the trees. They say it's the ghost of Zoe, forever wandering the land she bought with blood, eternally searching for something she can never truly own. The real woman died in a state prison far from here. But the legend, the dark and terrifying story the mountains created to explain a horror they couldn't comprehend, that story never left. And so we find ourselves back where we began, standing in this quiet patch of ground among the leaning stones. It looks the same. The ivy still crawls over the fence line, and the wind still sighs through the pines. But it feels different now, doesn't it? These aren't just names on weathered rock anymore. They are Earl and Silas, men with hopes and fears, whose lives ended in a bowl of soup. We see the ghost of a small cabin over on that ridge, and we can almost feel the cold, calculating gaze of the woman who watched the world from its porch. We have followed this story from these graves to the dusty pages of the courthouse, from the faded memory of an old man on his porch to the grim reality of a prison ledger. We've seen how a real-life tragedy, born of desperation and greed, can curdle into a ghost story told to frighten children. It's a reminder that every forgotten foundation, every overgrown family plot you pass on a lonely road isn't just a ruin. It's a library, filled with stories of love, rage, and the terrible choices that can echo for a century. Was Zoe Wilkins a cold-blooded monster, or a misunderstood woman condemned by circumstance? The absolute truth of what was in her heart is likely buried with her in that anonymous grave. But in the end, it almost doesn't matter. The story she created, whether by her actions or by her silence, has become a part of this landscape, as permanent as the mountains themselves. The arsenic has long since turned to dust. The insurance money is gone. The people are all just memories, but the story remains. On September 14, 2007, a clerk in the Douglas County Courthouse in Nebraska stamped a document that would send a shockwave through the entire legal world. It was a lawsuit, like thousands of others, but the name listed for the defendant wasn't a person or a corporation. It was God. The newspapers called it the act of a madman, a joke taken too far. But the man who filed it was no fool. He was one of the most powerful politicians in the state. Today, we push past the laughter and the headlines to ask a question that strikes at the very heart of law and faith. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? To understand the lawsuit, you first have to understand the man. Ernie Chambers wasn't some crackpot off the street. He was a living legend in Nebraska politics. For nearly 4 decades, he was a senator in the state's unique one-house legislature. He was a lion, a civil rights champion whose voice boomed through the marble halls of the Capitol, fighting for the poor, the forgotten, and the marginalized. He was known for his razor-sharp mind, his unmatched eloquence, and a stubborn refusal to back down from any fight he believed was just. He was a master of the law. He didn't just know the rules. He knew their spirit, their history, and most importantly, their weaknesses. He had spent a lifetime watching the gears of justice turn, sometimes with agonizing slowness, sometimes with breathtaking fairness. He believed in the system, or at least he believed in what it was supposed to be, a shield for the innocent and a sword against the powerful. But in the mid-2000s, Senator Chambers saw a sickness creeping into the courts he so respected. He saw lawsuits that seemed to defy common sense, clogging the dockets and turning halls of justice into a circus. People suing for anything and everything, using the sacred process of the law to settle petty grievances or chase easy money. To a man like Chambers, this wasn't just inefficient. It was a perversion, a mockery of the very idea of justice. He felt the system was becoming a parody of itself. He could have given a fiery speech on the Senate floor. He could have written a scathing newspaper column. But Ernie Chambers wasn't a man who settled for small gestures. He believed that to expose an absurdity, you had to meet it with an even greater absurdity. An idea began to form in his mind, an idea so radical, so audacious, it could only come from a man who knew the law so well he was willing to break its unwritten rules. He decided he would file a lawsuit of his own. But his target wouldn't be a person or a company. He would aim higher. He would take the logic of the frivolous lawsuit and push it to its absolute metaphysical limit. He was about to demonstrate the flaw in the system by creating a case so perfectly logical and yet so utterly impossible that no one would ever be able to forget it. The calm of the Nebraska judicial system was about to be shattered. And so, on a Friday in September, Ernie Chambers walked into the Douglas County Courthouse and fired his shot. The document he filed read not like a legal complaint, but like an indictment against the cosmos itself. With the cold, precise language of the law, he laid out his case against the defendant, God. He accused the Almighty of being directly responsible for untold suffering, for unleashing deadly floods, terrifying hurricanes, and violent tornadoes upon the world. The lawsuit went further. It charged God with making terroristic threats on a global scale, promising death, destruction, and eternal damnation to billions of people, including Senator Chambers and his constituents in Nebraska. It claimed the defendant's actions sowed fear, incited hatred, and led directly to wars, oppression, and genocide. And what did the plaintiff demand? Not money. He demanded a permanent injunction. He asked a human judge to issue a legal order telling God to stop. You can just imagine the silence in the clerk's office as they read the defendant's name. But it was a legally filed document, and they had no choice but to accept it. The news spread like a prairie fire. First, it was a local curiosity, then a statewide joke. Within days, it was international news. The courthouse was flooded with calls from journalists around the world. Was it real? Was the senator serious? To anyone who thought it was a prank, Chambers had a chillingly simple and logical response. He argued that if the courthouse doors were open to any citizen with a grievance, no matter how frivolous it seemed, then they had to be open to him too. He was a citizen. He had a grievance. He had identified the responsible party. The system, he was saying, had to either hear his case or admit that its doors were not, in fact, open to all. The trap had been set. The court had no choice but to respond. The case landed on the desk of Judge Marlon Polk, a man who had dedicated his life to the clear, predictable order of the law. And with that, the entire judicial system of Douglas County, a place built on evidence and procedure, found itself staring into a black hole of its own making. The machinery of justice, designed to handle earthly disputes, had just been tasked with judging heaven. You see, for the wheels of justice to even begin to turn, a fundamental step must be taken. The defendant must be officially notified. A summons must be served. It is the cornerstone of due process, a right so sacred that without it, no case can proceed. And that single simple rule became the entire battlefield. The lawsuit's central question wasn't about floods or tornadoes. It was this: how do you hand a piece of paper to a being who is everywhere and nowhere at once? In the courtroom, Senator Chambers stood before Judge Polk, his face a mask of solemn purpose. He argued with brilliant, infuriating logic. He stated that since the defendant, God, is by definition omniscient, he must already know about the lawsuit. Therefore, a formal summons was an unnecessary piece of human bureaucracy. The court was in a bind. To agree with Chambers would be to make a theological ruling. To disagree would be to ignore the plaintiff's point. Imagine being Judge Marlon Polk, sitting on that bench, the weight of centuries of legal precedent resting on your shoulders. The courtroom wasn't filled with the sounds of chaos. There were no shouts, no struggle. There was only a profound, suffocating silence. It was the sound of a system encountering a problem it was never designed to solve. The air was thick with the tension of an impossible choice. The world's media watched, waiting for the verdict, but the judge was trapped. This wasn't a slaughter of men, but a slaughter of certainty. The weapon wasn't a rifle, but a paradox. Every path the judge could take led to a contradiction. If he dismissed the case as frivolous, he would be violating the principle of open courts that Chambers was so cleverly exploiting. If he allowed it to proceed, he would be throwing the rulebook out the window. The case became a ghost in the machine of justice. It couldn't move forward. It couldn't be dismissed on its merits. The court, an institution of immense power, was rendered utterly impotent. The legal process was bleeding out on the courtroom floor, not from a wound of violence, but from a single, unanswerable question. The mighty sword of the law had struck against the infinite, and it simply stopped. For weeks, the lawsuit hung in the air over Douglas County, a question mark suspended in the halls of justice. The initial shock had given way to a tense, expectant silence. In his chambers, Judge Marlon Polk found himself in a legal no-man's land. He couldn't simply laugh the case out of court. Ernie Chambers was a respected senator, and his legal argument, however bizarre its premise, was technically sound. He was exploiting a loophole in the system's own philosophy of open access. The judge was a man of the book. He searched through volumes of case law, looking for precedent, for any case in history that could offer a sliver of guidance. But there was none. He was searching for a map in a country that didn't exist. The choice before him was monumental. Either he would break the court's own procedural rules, or he would allow a case against God to proceed. Either option would create a legal earthquake. Outside the courthouse walls, the story had become a global phenomenon. Legal scholars debated the jurisdictional paradox on television. Theologians argued the implications of a court even considering the matter. Late-night comedians told jokes, but beneath the laughter was a genuine fascination. Ernie Chambers had done more than file a lawsuit. He had posed a philosophical riddle that caught the imagination of the entire world. And what of Senator Chambers himself? He was the calm at the center of the storm. He gave interviews, not with the triumphant smirk of a prankster, but with the measured tone of a professor. He calmly and patiently explained his reasoning to anyone who asked. He wasn't trying to win, he was trying to teach. He had laid the trap, and now he simply watched as the entire legal world wrestled with it, exposing the very absurdity he had set out to demonstrate. The community wasn't in fear, but in a state of captivated disbelief. The courthouse, normally a place of quiet, everyday dramas, had become the stage for a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Everyone was waiting. The silence from the judge's chambers stretched on, but it wasn't an empty silence. It was the silence of a system thinking, of a man wrestling with an impossible problem, preparing to render a judgment that would be remembered for decades to come. And then, the day came. Judge Marlon Polk entered the courtroom, the weight of his decision palpable in the silent, crowded room. This wasn't a trial in the traditional sense. There were no witnesses called to the stand, no dramatic cross-examinations. The battle was fought entirely on the sterile landscape of legal procedure. The world's media held their breath, waiting to see how a small county court would solve a problem that had stumped philosophers for millennia. Judge Polk didn't try to answer the unanswerable. He didn't rule on whether God was responsible for hurricanes or whether the lawsuit had merit. He did something far more clever. He found his answer not in theology, but in the mundane, practical rules of civil procedure. He found the one thread that could unravel the entire case without touching the explosive questions at its core. He dismissed the case. But the reason he gave was a masterpiece of judicial logic. He stated that for the court to hear a case, it must first have jurisdiction over the defendant. And to establish that jurisdiction, the defendant must be properly served a summons. Since the defendant, God, had no fixed address and could not be served notice, the court simply had no power to proceed. The case was thrown out not because it was absurd, but because in the eyes of the law, the Almighty couldn't be found. It was a brilliant legal escape. The judge didn't try to slay the dragon. He simply declared that there was no address to send the challenge to. But Ernie Chambers didn't see it as a defeat. He stood before the reporters, a slight, knowing smile on his face. He argued that the judge's ruling was, in its own way, a profound victory for his cause. For the court to declare that it couldn't find God's address, he reasoned, it first had to implicitly acknowledge that there was someone to find. The verdict was in. The law of men had been applied. The system had protected itself by retreating behind its own procedural walls. But was it justice? Or was it the most elegant sidestep in legal history, a moment where the human system of rules looked into the infinite and chose, wisely, to look away? The gavel had fallen, but the real questions were left hanging, unanswered, in the quiet air of the courtroom. The television cameras eventually left Omaha. The reporters filed their last stories, and the world's attention moved on to the next spectacle. But the case of Chambers versus God never truly disappeared. It simply sank into the bedrock of legal history, becoming something of a legend. Today, it's a story told in law school classrooms, a famous case study used to teach the dry-as-dust concept of jurisdiction. It's a ghost story that lawyers tell, a cautionary tale about the absolute limits of the law. As for Senator Ernie Chambers, he didn't fade into obscurity. He went right back to the Capitol building and continued his life's work. He remained that lion of the Nebraska legislature for years, a fierce, unapologetic voice for his constituents, a constant thorn in the side of the establishment. When he finally left office, he was the longest-serving state senator in Nebraska's history. His legacy is one of fighting for the powerless, and this lawsuit was just his most famous weapon in a long and storied career. And the lawsuit itself? That document is still there, filed away in the archives of the Douglas County Courthouse. It's just a few pages of typed words in a manila folder, a humble physical artifact of a metaphysical battle. It bears no special markings. It isn't framed on a wall, but it is a silent witness, a tangible piece of a story that seems too absurd to be true. It's proof that once, a man walked into a courthouse and tried to hold the creator of the universe accountable under the laws of Nebraska. Most people have forgotten the headlines, and the name Marlon Polk is just another name on a long list of judges. But the system remembers. The archives remember. The story of that impossible lawsuit has become a permanent, if strange, part of American legal folklore, an echo in the halls of justice that serves as a quiet reminder of the day a mortal man used human rules to challenge the divine. So we come back to the question we started with. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? The simple answer is, the court finds a way out. The system protects itself. But that's not the real lesson here. Ernie Chambers never expected to win an injunction against God. He wasn't trying to stop the rain. He was trying to make a point. This story isn't really about a battle between a man and his maker. It's a story about a brilliant mind using the logic of the law against itself to ask an eternal question. Who is truly responsible for the suffering in the world? And where are the limits of our own systems of justice? He held a mirror up to the court and forced it to admit that there are some problems, some defendants, that are simply too big for its rules to handle. It's a story of protest in its purest, most creative form. It teaches us that sometimes, to expose an absurdity, you must become an even greater one. Ernie Chambers was willing to look like a fool to the entire world to prove a point about the sanctity of justice. He never got a response from the defendant, but he forced a worldwide conversation, and in doing so, he achieved a far greater victory. They say that on the 4th of July, the road up Cherry Mountain was choked with a pilgrimage of the thirsty and the defiant. Thousands of people, judges and outlaws, preachers and laborers, climbed that steep North Carolina slope, drawn by a single promise. At the summit, a stout, smiling man named Amos Owens stood beside barrels of a legendary ruby-red liqueur, ladling it out for free to all who came. He was a moonshiner, a tax evader, an enemy of the federal government. But on that mountain, he was a king. How does a man become a legend in his own lifetime? How does a common criminal earn the loyalty of an entire region, turning his defiance into a roaring celebration that the law itself was powerless to stop? Was he a simple man breaking the law for profit? Or was he the last bastion of a fiercely independent mountain spirit? Today, we're going to pour a glass of history and trace the life of the one and only Cherry Bounce King, to understand the man who built a kingdom from corn, wild cherries, and an unbreakable will. To understand a man like Amos Owens, you have to understand the ground he was raised on. He was born in 1822 in Rutherford County, North Carolina, a place where the Blue Ridge Mountains begin to claw their way toward the sky. This wasn't just a landscape, it was a fortress. The people who settled these hollows were mostly Scotch-Irish, folks who carried a deep and abiding distrust of distant governments in their bones. They had fled kings and landlords once, and they weren't about to bow to a tax collector from Washington, D.C. Life here was a constant struggle against rock, weather, and isolation. A family's wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their corn patch, the health of their livestock, and the strength of their kin. Corn was life, but it was heavy and difficult to transport over rugged mountain trails. Turning that corn into whiskey was simple economics. It was a way to concentrate a year's worth of hard labor into a portable, profitable, and potent form. For these mountain families, the smoke from a copper still wasn't the sign of a crime. It was the smell of survival. This world operated on a code older than any federal law. Your word was your bond. Your family was your nation. An insult to your honor had to be answered, and a neighbor in need was to be helped without question. The law was something that existed down in the flatlands, an alien system that didn't understand the realities of mountain life. The stories of the Whiskey Rebellion of the 1790s weren't taught as a failed uprising. They were passed down as tales of righteous defiance, cementing the belief that a man had a God-given right to his own craft. But Amos wasn't just a product of the mountains. He was forged in the fires of a foreign war. As a young man, he left his secluded home to fight in the Mexican-American War. Imagine that transition, from the quiet, green solitude of Appalachia to the dusty, brutal battlefields of a foreign land. This experience hardened him. It taught him discipline. It showed him a world far beyond his mountain, and it likely reinforced his belief in self-reliance above all else. He was a veteran, a man who had served his country. When Amos Owens returned home, he came back a different man. He had seen the authority of the United States government up close, but he chose to climb back up Cherry Mountain and live by the old code. He didn't see a contradiction in having fought for the flag and then defying its laws. In his mind, the government had its place, and that place was not on his mountain, telling him what he could and could not do with the corn he grew with his own 2 hands. This was the crucible that created the Cherry Bounce King. He was a man of his people, steeped in a tradition of defiance. He was a farmer who understood the brutal math of survival. And he was a soldier who had learned how to stand his ground. The mountain gave him his ingredients and his fortress, but his unbending character, that was forged in the history of his ancestors and the heat of war. Long before the name Cherry Bounce King echoed through the halls of government, there was just Amos Owens, the artisan. Before the roaring crowds and the legendary defiance, there was the quiet solitude of the pre-dawn hours, the gentle hiss of the copper still, and the steady hand of a man who was a master of his craft. He wasn't just brewing moonshine, he was practicing an art form passed down through generations. He knew the corn by its feel, the fire by its sound, and the final product by a single practiced taste. His cherry bounce wasn't just potent, it was perfect, a testament to a pride in his work that no federal law could ever touch. But this craft wasn't for his own glory. It was the foundation of his family. The income from his hidden stills meant his wife had what she needed and his children never went to bed hungry. It meant he could afford good tools for his farm and solid shoes for their feet. His operation allowed him to build a life on that rugged mountain that was a step above mere survival. He was a patriarch in the truest mountain sense, the unwavering provider and protector of his clan. The world he built was one of security and stability, a small, independent nation with his homestead at its capital. And his influence spread beyond his own fence line. On Cherry Mountain and in the hollows below, Amos Owens was a pillar of the community. In a place where cash was as rare as a flat piece of land, he was the local economy's heartbeat. He bought his neighbors surplus corn at a fair price, providing them with the hard currency they needed. When a family fell on hard times, it was often Amos they turned to for a loan or assistance, a request he rarely refused. He commanded a deep, unshakable respect, not because of fear, but because his success was shared with those around him. This was the kingdom Amos Owens built, long before the outside world took notice. It was a world governed by loyalty, sustained by his craft, and centered on his family and community. It was a life of quiet dignity and fierce independence, a peaceful defiance conducted not with guns, but with copper pots and wild cherries. This was everything he stood to lose. It wasn't just a business the revenuers were threatening. It was his home, his honor, and the entire world he held dear. Every great man has a current running through him, a force that drives his every decision. For Amos Owens, that force was a stubborn pride as unyielding as mountain granite. It was a conviction buried deep in his soul that no man born in a distant city had the right to tell him what he could do on his own land. This wasn't just a belief, It was the very bedrock of his identity. He didn't just break the law, he disdained it. He saw the federal tax on liquor not as a legal statute, but as an intolerable insult to his craft and his heritage. This pride wasn't a quiet, internal thing. It was loud, bold, and defiant. While other moonshiners operated in the shadows, speaking in whispers and moving by moonlight, Amos Owens built a lighthouse. His legendary 4th of July and Christmas celebrations, where he gave away his cherry bounce by the barrelful, were the ultimate expression of this flaw. These weren't just parties, they were public declarations. He was telling the world, and specifically the federal government, "I am here. This is my craft, and I am not ashamed of it. Come and get me if you dare." There's a story, told and retold until it's become gospel in those parts, that perfectly captures this audacious spirit. After one of his many arrests, Amos was brought before a judge who, tired of their game, levied a particularly steep fine against him. The courtroom fell silent, expecting the old moonshiner to protest or ask for time to pay. Instead, Amos simply nodded, reached deep into the pocket of his overalls, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, bills still smelling faintly of corn mash and wood smoke. He counted out the full amount, placed it on the bench without a word, and walked out a free man. It was not an act of submission, it was an act of mockery. He was using the profits of his crime to pay the penalty, reducing the judge's sentence to a mere business expense. This pride, this absolute refusal to bend, was his greatest strength in the eyes of his neighbors. It's what made him a folk hero. But it was also the crack in his armor. It made him visible. It made him a target. A lesser man might have laid low after a raid, moved his still, and sold his product quietly. But Amos' pride wouldn't allow that. He would rebuild, bigger and better, and the smoke would rise from his chimney stack on Cherry Mountain like a defiant flag, a signal to the law that he had not been beaten. His flaw, then, was his inability to compromise his own code. He was a king on his mountain, and kings do not bow. This stubborn streak ensured that his conflict with the government would never be a quiet, hidden affair. It was destined to become a public spectacle, a long and drawn-out war of attrition. He was daring the lightning to strike, forgetting that in the world of federal law, the storm always gathers eventually. For years, the dance between Amos Owens and the law had a familiar, almost comfortable rhythm. A federal marshal, often a local man who understood the mountain ways, would make the reluctant journey up Cherry Mountain. Stills would be broken, a warrant would be served, and Amos would go along peacefully. It was a ritual, a game of appearances, where the law made its point, and Amos paid his tax in the form of a fine. He always rebuilt, and the marshals always knew he would. There was a strange, unspoken understanding in this ongoing feud. But after the Civil War, the music changed. The federal government was nearly bankrupt, and its thirst for tax revenue became insatiable. The Bureau of Internal Revenue was empowered, unleashing a new breed of agent upon the mountains. These weren't local men playing a part. They were strangers with cold eyes and a fervent belief in federal authority. They saw the mountains not as a different world with its own rules, but as a den of tax cheats who were robbing the US Treasury. Their mission wasn't to play a game, it was to win a war. The spark that lit the fuse came on a crisp autumn morning. A team of these new, determined revenuers stormed Cherry Mountain. This raid was different. It wasn't just about the equipment. With grim efficiency, they found Amos's aging cellar, a cool space dug into the mountainside where his finished product, his art, was stored. They didn't confiscate it. With axes and sledgehammers, they systematically smashed every jug and barrel. Years of work, hundreds of gallons of his legendary cherry bounce gushed out and stained the earth a deep, bloody red. They were destroying his legacy, pouring his very soul into the dirt. Amos Owens, who had always met his arrest with a wry smile, stood and watched this sacrilege in cold silence. This was no longer a matter of business. They hadn't just destroyed his property, They had committed an act of profound disrespect. They had vandalized his art, violated the sanctity of his craft, and declared that his life's work was nothing more than contraband to be annihilated. The unspoken rules of their long dance had been shattered. For Amos, this was a declaration of war. This act was an unforgivable affront precisely because it struck at the heart of his defiant pride. To be arrested was one thing. To be treated as a common criminal whose masterpiece deserved no more respect than ditch water was another. They had challenged his status, his honor, and his identity as the king of his own mountain. In that moment, watching his life's work bleed into the ground, a decision was made. He would no longer be a mere moonshiner who got caught now and then. He would become a symbol. His operation would grow larger, his celebrations more brazen, and his name would become a banner of defiance for the entire region to rally behind. The red stain on the ground where his cherry bounce had been spilled was a line drawn in the dirt. Amos Owens' response wasn't fear, it was fury. He did not retreat into the shadows. Instead, he did the opposite. The smoke from Cherry Mountain, which had always been a steady wisp, now billowed into a column. He built new stills, bigger and more efficient. He hired more men. He doubled his production. He was no longer just supplying a thirsty region. He was building an empire in open defiance of the United States government. The warnings started as quiet whispers. His own wife, who had stood by him through dozens of arrests, saw the new hardness in the eyes of the federal men who rode through the nearby towns. She would plead with him at night, by the firelight, her voice full of a fear he'd never heard before. "Amos," she would say, "this is different now. It's not a game anymore. They don't just want a fine. They want to see you broken." He would listen, pat her hand, and tell her that a man who bows to a bully invites him to kick again. The whispers grew louder in the community. Friends who had celebrated his audacity now pulled him aside with worried looks. They spoke of revenuers threatening local farmers for information, of a new, ruthless pressure being applied to the entire area. "Just lay low for a while, Amos," they'd advise. "Let the heat die down. Make your run, but do it quiet-like." They were counseling survival, the ancient mountain art of bending like a sapling in a storm so as not to break. But Amos Owens was no sapling. He was a great old oak, and he would not bend. He saw their pleas for caution as a step toward surrender. To him, this was no longer about a single man's still. It was about the soul of the mountains. He told them that if he backed down, the federal men would come for them next. He preached his gospel of defiance, arguing that the only way to meet a threat is to stand taller and look it square in the eye. His pride had now transformed into a righteous cause. The ultimate act of defiance was his next 4th of July celebration. Where others saw a reason for caution, Amos saw a stage. He sent out word. The party on Cherry Mountain would be bigger than ever before. It became a public spectacle, an open challenge broadcast across the state. He wasn't just inviting his friends and customers. He was taunting the Bureau of Internal Revenue. He was turning his defiance into a beacon, daring them to try and extinguish it in front of thousands of his supporters. With every warning he ignored, every plea for moderation he dismissed, the path forward narrowed until there was only one way it could go. He had become a symbol, a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, and the government could not allow such a symbol to stand. He was isolating himself on a peak of his own making, a king so confident in his fortress that he could no longer see the army gathering at its gates. A violent outcome was no longer a risk. It was a certainty he himself was inviting. The day before the 4th of July dawned clear and bright over Cherry Mountain. The air was already electric with anticipation. Wagons were being moved into place. Barrels of cherry bounce were rolled out from the cellar, and the sound of hammers echoed as a stage was built for the fiddlers. This was to be Amos Owens' masterpiece of defiance, the grandest celebration he had ever hosted. But as the sun reached its zenith, a lone rider was seen making his way steadily up the mountain path. It wasn't a posse. It was the familiar, weary face of an old federal marshal, a man who had arrested Amos more than once in the bygone days of their gentleman's feud. He didn't come with warrants or weapons. He dismounted, met Amos near the Great Log Hall, and spoke not as a lawman, but as one man to another. He explained that the world had changed. The new men in charge in Raleigh and Washington saw Amos not as a local character, but as the leader of an insurrection. They were coming, he warned, not for a token arrest, but to crush him completely. "They're just waiting for this party, Amos," the marshal said, his voice low. "They'll use the crowd as an excuse. They'll say it was a riot. Men are going to get hurt." Then came the final, clear off-ramp, the last chance for peace. "Cancel it," the marshal pleaded, "just for this year. Send everyone home. Show them you're not looking for a fight. If you do this, I can go back and tell them the threat is over. We can go back to the way things were. It's your last chance to put the genie back in the bottle." It was a surprisingly fair offer. It was a path away from the cliff's edge. All he had to do was swallow his pride. For a long moment, Amos Owens was silent. You can just imagine him, standing there on his mountain, the smell of his life's work all around him. He likely looked at his home, at the preparations for the festival, at the faces of his kin. He had to have felt the weight of the choice before him, the safety of his family versus the defiant code that had defined his entire life. The marshal's offer was reasonable. It was wise. But to Amos, it sounded like the clatter of chains. He finally turned his gaze from his home and met the marshal's eyes. The internal struggle was over. "A man doesn't send his guests home," Amos said, his voice as firm as the mountain beneath his feet, "just because an uninvited stranger is threatening to kick down the door. The party goes on." With that, the last bridge to peace was burned. He had been offered a truce and had chosen war. The old marshal simply nodded, a look of profound sadness on his face, and rode away, leaving the cherry-bounce king alone on his throne, waiting for the inevitable storm he had personally summoned. The 4th of July on Cherry Mountain was a roaring sea of humanity. The fiddles screamed, the banjos rang, and the rhythmic stomp of dancing feet shook the very ground. Above it all was the booming laughter of Amos Owens, a king in his element, ladling out his ruby-red elixir. But as the afternoon sun began to dip, a different sound drifted up from the base of the mountain, the cold, rhythmic clink of metal and the steady tramp of marching feet. A long column of federal agents and deputized men, armed and determined, was ascending the slope. The music faltered, then died. A wave of silence rolled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the approaching force. The world for Amos Owens narrowed to the sight of those grim-faced men, their polished badges glinting in the sun. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion. He stood his ground behind his barrels, not with a weapon in his hand, but with the full weight of his defiance in his posture. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with the energy of 1,000 held breaths. A federal captain stepped forward, a warrant held out like a weapon, and his voice cut through the stillness, demanding surrender. Amos' reply was not a shout, but a low, firm refusal that was heard by every person on that mountaintop. And in that instant, the simmering tension that had built for years finally boiled over. The captain gave a signal, and the line of lawmen surged forward. The crowd, loyal and fueled by Cherry Bounce, pushed back. What happened next wasn't a battle of neat lines and clear commands. It was a chaotic, swirling vortex of human bodies. The world became a blur of motion and a cacophony of shouts. From Amos' perspective, it must have been a maelstrom. The celebration he had built, a symbol of his independence, had become a scene of pandemonium. An argument that had raged for a decade in courtrooms and whispers was suddenly, violently being settled with fists and clubs. The sharp, percussive sound of an intervention echoed through the holler, a sound that cut through the noise and hung in the air like a final, dreadful punctuation mark. In the heart of the chaos, Amos himself was the primary target. He was swarmed, not as a respected elder, but as the ringleader of a mob. He felt the grasp of rough hands, the impact of a world turned hostile. The final visceral sensation was not one of his choosing. The vibrant festival, the pinnacle of his lifelong defiance, was over. The argument that had defined his life had been answered not with words, but with overwhelming force. The chilling silence that followed the main event was broken only by the groans of the injured and the curt, metallic orders of the federal agents who were now, finally, masters of the mountain. The world came back into focus slowly for Amos Owens, through a haze of shock and the dull ache of struggle. The roar of the crowd had been replaced by a grim quiet, punctuated by the sharp orders of federal officers. His great hall, a place of joyous celebration just an hour before, was a scene of wreckage. Overturned benches, smashed jugs, and the dark, sticky pools of spilled cherry bounce littered the ground. He wasn't a king surveying his court. He was a prisoner standing in the ruins of his own kingdom. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear. There was only a cold, profound rage that settled deep in his bones. This was the ultimate violation. To be manhandled, overpowered, and subdued on his own land, in front of his own people, it was a humiliation worse than any fine or prison sentence. The final insult came with a sharp, metallic click. The cold iron of the handcuffs closing around his wrists was a sound louder and more final than any gunshot. On the very spot where he had freely dispensed his hospitality, his freedom was now completely and utterly taken away. His next move was not his own. Flanked by armed guards, he began the long walk down the mountain. This was the path he had climbed as a boy and ruled as a king, a path every stone of which he knew by heart. Now he walked it in chains. He passed his home, catching a glimpse of his wife's face, pale and stricken, in the doorway. He passed neighbors who looked on with a mixture of pity and awe. He did not lower his head. Pride was the one thing they could not take from him, and he carried it like a shield, his back straight, his eyes fixed forward. At the base of the mountain, a government wagon waited. As he was loaded into the back, he took one last look at his domain. The sun was setting behind Cherry Mountain, casting long shadows across the hollows. The crowds were gone. The music was gone. The smoke from his stills was extinguished. The king was being exiled from his kingdom. As the wagon lurched forward and began the journey toward a federal jail, Amos Owens knew this was the end of the road. His active defiance was over. All that remained were the consequences. The fall of a king is never a quiet thing, and the silence that fell over Cherry Mountain was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The wreckage left behind wasn't just in the smashed stills and splintered barrels. It was in the lives of every person Amos Owens had touched. For his wife and children, the world had been turned upside down. The provider was gone, the income had vanished, and the home that was once a fortress of local pride was now a landmark of federal victory. The name Owens, once spoken with respect, now became a brand, a name whispered in conjunction with violence, arrest, and ruin. They were left to face the cold stares of the law and the uncertain pity of their neighbors, all while trying to scratch a living from a mountain that now seemed haunted by loss. The community itself bore a deep and festering wound. Many who had attended the celebration were arrested or injured in the chaos. Families were thrown into turmoil, trying to pay fines or tend to the wounded. The raid had been a brutal lesson from the government. This is what happens when you follow a rebel. The fierce unity that Amos had commanded was shattered and replaced by a gnawing fear. Who would be next? The raid had driven a wedge of distrust into the heart of the mountain, turning a proud and defiant community into a collection of frightened individuals, wary of their neighbors and terrified of the law. The economic engine Amos had built sputtered and died. The farmers who had relied on him to buy their surplus corn were left with a product they couldn't easily sell. The men who had worked his stills were suddenly without employment, their families facing a hard winter with no income. The flow of cash that had trickled down from Cherry Mountain, oiling the gears of the local economy, dried up completely. His defiance had brought prosperity, but his fall brought a poverty that was just as widespread. He had been the trunk of a great tree, and the federal axe had not just felled him, but had left the entire forest around him to wither. The tragedy of Amos Owens was not that he was arrested. It was that his personal war had so many civilian casualties. His pride demanded a grand public stand, but it was his family, his friends, and his neighbors who were left to pay the price for it. He had built a kingdom and invited his people to celebrate within its walls, never imagining that when the walls came crashing down, they would be the ones crushed beneath the stones. The party was over, but the hangover would last for a generation. Amos Owens, the king of Cherry Mountain, was brought to a kingdom where he held no power, a federal courtroom. The space itself was an assault on everything he knew. The air was stale, the light was filtered through dusty windows, and the walls were made of cold plaster and dark polished wood, a world away from the open sky and living timber of his home. Here, he was not a respected elder or a master craftsman. He was simply the defendant, a name stripped of all honor and history. The prosecution, methodical and relentless, painted a picture not of a folk hero, but of a calculated criminal. They spoke of tax evasion, conspiracy, and most damningly, of inciting a riot and assaulting federal officers in the execution of their duties. They presented evidence, the shattered remnants of his stills, the testimony of injured agents, and the sheer scale of his operation. To the court, the case was simple. Here was a man who had grown wealthy by openly flouting the laws of the United States and had met the consequences with violence. His defense, when it came, was not a denial, but a declaration. Amos and his lawyer didn't argue the facts. They argued a whole different kind of truth. They spoke of a man's right to his own land and the fruits of his own labor. They spoke of a tradition older than the federal government itself. When asked to account for his actions, Amos' logic was baffling to the court and perfectly clear to his people. It was his corn. It was his mountain. It was his craft. He wasn't breaking the law. He was living by a different one, a code of self-sufficiency and honor that the men in their starched collars could never comprehend. It was a clash of two Americas in a single room. Back in the mountains, the trial was seen as a foregone conclusion, a piece of political theater. They saw Amos not as a criminal, but as a martyr. He was their champion, captured and put on display by an invading army that called itself the law. His guilt was irrelevant to them. His cause was everything. They knew the court would never understand that the real crime in their eyes had been the government's intrusion, the desecration of his craft, and the violent end to a peaceful celebration. The verdict, when it came, was swift and certain. In the eyes of federal law, there was no ambiguity. Amos Owens was guilty on all counts. The judge, determined to make an example of the so-called Cherry Bounce King, delivered a sentence meant to echo through every hidden hollow in Appalachia. A long, sobering term in a federal penitentiary. And so, the law had its judgment. A man who broke the statutes was punished according to the letter of those statutes. But was it justice? For the people of Cherry Mountain, the answer was a bitter no. A system that could not distinguish between a craftsman and a criminal, that could not understand the difference between profit and survival, was not a system of justice. It was just a system of power. The gavel had fallen, but the verdict only deepened the divide between the mountains and the flatlands, leaving a scar of resentment that would not heal for a very long time. And what of the men who brought the king down? What of the federal agents, the new breed of lawmen who had turned a gentleman's game into a brutal war? You might expect a story like this to end with them meeting some form of mountain justice, a karmic balancing of the scales. But the world, especially the world of government and law, rarely works like a folk ballad. The men who led the raid on Cherry Mountain didn't face consequences. They received commendations. From their perspective, and from the perspective of their superiors in Washington, the operation was a resounding success. They had targeted the most famous, most defiant moonshiner in the state, and had dismantled his empire in a single afternoon. They had enforced federal law, quelled a riot, and sent a clear, unambiguous message to every distiller operating in the shadows. In their reports, Amos Owens was a criminal mastermind, and they were the brave heroes who had restored order. They were rewarded with promotions, with praise, and with the satisfaction of a job well done. They were gears in a vast, impersonal machine, and that machine had just proven its power. Their victory, however, was a sterile one. They had won the battle, but in doing so, they had salted the earth of the battlefield. They didn't end moonshining in the mountains, they just made it quieter, more secretive, and more deeply entangled with a culture of resentment. They had created a martyr. For every large public still they smashed, a dozen smaller hidden ones were built in its place, their operators now working with a grim determination born of hatred for the law. The government had proven it could crush one man, but it had also proven that it had no understanding of the people it was trying to govern. The fate of the antagonist, the system, was to grow larger and more powerful, yet more alienated than ever from the heart of the nation it claimed to serve. And that, in its own way, is a kind of failure that no commendation can erase. Years passed, as they do in the mountains, smoothing the sharp edges of memory like water over stone. Amos Owens eventually walked out of the federal penitentiary, a free man, but no longer a king. He was an old man now, the fire that had once burned so brightly banked to a low, quiet coal. He returned to Cherry Mountain, but the kingdom was gone. He lived out the rest of his days quietly, a living ghost of his former self, surrounded by the silence of a legacy that was too grand and too painful to speak of aloud. The name Owens became a kind of mountain ghost itself, a name that carried the weight of both glory and ruin. His descendants were left to navigate a world that saw them as the children of a legend, and legends cast long, cold shadows. Some moved away, hoping to build lives free from the constant echo of their famous ancestors' rise and fall. Those who stayed lived quieter lives, becoming farmers and laborers, their hands in the soil instead of in the corn mash. The grand dynasty of the Cherry Bounce King ended with him. The recipe was lost to time, and the art died with the artisan. The community healed, but like any deep wound, it left a permanent scar. The great roaring celebrations on Cherry Mountain were never spoken of loudly again. They passed into the realm of myth, a story old men would tell their grandsons with a sad shake of their heads, a cautionary tale about a time when giants walked the earth and were struck down by lightning from a distant government. The open, proud defiance that Amos had championed was buried under a heavy blanket of silence. Moonshining continued, of course, but it was driven deeper into the darkest hollows, a grim business of survival, not a craft of celebration. In the vacuum left by Amos' fall, the power dynamics of the region shifted. With the king deposed, the kingdom fractured. The era of the grand festive moonshiner was over. It was replaced by a new generation who worked in fear and dealt in violence. Men who didn't command the respect of their community and saw the law not as a rival, but as an enemy to be met with deadly force. The government, in its attempt to stamp out a folk hero, had inadvertently created a landscape ripe for common criminals. They had traded a charismatic king for 100 petty warlords, and the mountains became a more dangerous, less honorable place because of it. If you go to Rutherford County today and mention the name Amos Owens, you won't be met with a blank stare. His name is as much a part of the landscape as Cherry Mountain itself, the peak that still bears his story. You can visit his final resting place, a weathered tombstone that states the simple facts of his birth and death, but tells nothing of the fire that burned in between. Some old-timers claim that if you know just where to look, deep in the woods on the mountain slope, you can find the faint outline of a foundation, the scattered stones that were once the hearth of a king. But what people really search for on that mountain isn't stone, it's treasure. The most enduring myth of Amos Owens is that he never trusted banks. The considerable profits from his 60-year career, the story goes, were packed into mason jars and iron pots and buried in secret caches all over the mountain. To this day, the legend of the Cherry Bounce King's fortune persists. Treasure hunters, armed with metal detectors and old maps, still comb those slopes, digging in the red clay, hoping to unearth a piece of the outlaw's legacy. More enduring than any buried treasure, though, are the stories. In the telling, the hard edges of the man have been worn smooth by time. He is remembered not as the tax evader who sparked a riot, but as the generous king who held a feast for his people. He's become a Robin Hood of the Blue Ridge, a symbol of defiance against an unjust system. His story is told as a cautionary tale to children about the dangers of pride, but it's told with a wink and a smile, a clear undercurrent of admiration for the man who dared to stand his ground. And that is why his ghost still walks these mountains. It's not the spirit of a man, but the spirit of an idea. The name Amos Owens has become an echo of that old, unbending mountain code of independence. To speak his name is to speak of a time when a man could declare his own land a sovereign nation and rule it with generosity and an iron will. He is the physical embodiment of the stubborn, defiant, and fiercely loyal character that defines the very soul of Appalachia. Amos Owens. The man has been dust for over a century. But the spirit of the Cherry Bounce King, that spirit is as potent and intoxicating as the liqueur he once brewed. It's woven into the very fabric of those hills, a permanent reminder that some men are too big for the laws of their time. For better or for worse, he still haunts the mountains. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, standing at the foot of that old mountain. Was Amos Owens a hero or a villain? The law has its simple answer. He was a criminal, a tax evader who paid the price for his crimes. His people have theirs. He was a king, a generous folk hero who stood up for their way of life. But the truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more human. Amos Owens wasn't a hero or a villain. He was a relic of a dying age, a man whose mountain code was being crushed by the relentless march of a modern nation. In the end, the ballad of Amos Owens is a story about pride. It was a pride as pure and potent as the whiskey he distilled. It drove him to master his craft, to provide for his family, and to build a community around the fire of his generosity. But that same unbending pride made him blind. It blinded him to the changing world. It made him deaf to the warnings of those who loved him, and it demanded a sacrifice that was not his alone to make. His greatest strength, that absolute refusal to bow, became the fatal flaw that brought his entire kingdom crashing down into the dirt. He was a man who stood for the timeless values of independence, craftsmanship, and community. But he stood so tall that he became a target, and in his fall, he reminds us that even the strongest oak on the mountain can be felled by the patient axe of the outside world. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Cherry Bounce King, a man who would give away his finest liquor for free, but would not surrender a single drop of his pride to any law under heaven. On a cold autumn morning in 1927, the rising sun burned the mist off a treacherous mountain road known as Devil's Drop. It revealed a scene of brutal final silence. A Ford V8, its metal skin peppered with bullet holes, sat angled against a fallen tree. Beside it, his life staining the dark Carolina soil, lay William Bill Young, the undisputed king of the region's white lightning trade. His cargo of whiskey was gone. His life was gone. The mountains don't give up their secrets easily. The official law called it a bootlegger's quarrel and looked the other way. But this single act of violence didn't just end a man's life, it started a legend. It gave birth to a story of a love so powerful it refused to die, and a ghost that walks these hills to this very day. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of myth and memory to find the truth behind the haunting of Silver Creek Cemetery. To understand the ghost, you must first understand the man she mourned and the world he ruled. The 1920s in the Blue Ridge Mountains were a time of quiet defiance. For generations, turning corn into whiskey was a way of life, a craft that put food on the table when cash was a stranger in these parts. Prohibition wasn't a law to these people. It was a declaration of war from a distant government that neither knew nor cared about their struggles. In this world, William Bill Young was not just a criminal. He was royalty. He was the Prince of White Lightning. His stills were tucked away in rhododendron hells, so thick and tangled, no federal agent could ever hope to find them. And his product wasn't the harsh, blinding moonshine of cheap renown. It was smooth, clean, and powerful, a spirit sought by name in the fine parlors of Charlotte and Asheville. He was a folk hero, a handsome and charismatic figure who drove a Ford V8 modified to outrun any lawman on the twisting mountain roads. But Bill Young's greatest treasure wasn't his reputation or his souped-up engine. It was his wife, Eleonora. She was said to be a preacher's daughter from a neighboring valley, a woman with a gentle soul and hair the color of dark honey. Her quiet grace was the perfect counterpoint to his dangerous life. She was the calm at the center of his storm, the one person who saw the husband and the father, not the outlaw. Their love was a local legend in itself, as fierce and untamed as the landscape around them. In a life defined by risk, by late-night runs with no headlights, by the constant threat of the law and jealous rivals, Eleonora was his one safe harbor. She was the reason he came home. The small cabin they shared was a world away from the stills and the chases, a sanctuary filled with a love that felt unshakable. Yet, in those mountains, success casts a long and hungry shadow. Bill's legend grew, and so did the jealousy of other men. Whispers began to circulate about a new outfit, ruthless men from over the state line in Tennessee. They didn't follow the old codes of honor among moonshiners. They were profiteers who saw Bill's territory not as something earned, but as something to be taken. This was the unspoken vulnerability in their lives, the gathering storm on the edge of their perfect world, a threat that was closer than either of them knew. It was a local farmer on his way to market who found him, his mule stopping dead in the road, ears twitching at a scene that was deeply, horribly wrong. The unnatural silence was the first thing he noticed. No birdsong, no rustle of squirrels, just the quiet hum of a world holding its breath. Bill Young's Ford V8 was a monument to the violence. Its shattered headlights stared blindly at the sky, and its dark paint was marred by a dozen jagged holes. The driver's side door was open, swinging slightly in the morning breeze. The county sheriff, a man who knew these hills and its people, arrived an hour later. He meticulously walked the scene, his eyes missing nothing. The evidence told a story, but it was a fragmented one. The large oak tree blocking the road hadn't fallen by chance. He could see the fresh, clean cuts of an axe at its base. It was a classic ambush. He found spent rifle casings glinting in the dirt on the high bank of the road, suggesting the attackers had the advantage of cover and elevation. Bill's own pistol was clutched in his cold hand, all 6 rounds fired. He hadn't gone down without a fight. The ground itself held the most telling clues. In the damp earth, the sheriff could make out at least 3, maybe 4, distinct sets of boot prints, none of which belonged to Bill. They were heavy, purposeful tracks that spoke of men who moved with confidence. They had swarmed the car, and other tracks showed where they had hauled the heavy crates of liquor away, their trail leading to the edge of the woods before vanishing completely into the thick undergrowth. It was efficient. It was professional. But the scene was also a puzzle of contradictions. They had taken every last jar of whiskey, yet Bill's wallet, still thick with cash, remained untouched in his pocket. This wasn't a simple robbery by desperate men. This was a targeted strike, an execution designed to send a message. The chaos of the gunfire was followed by the cold, calculated logic of the theft. Who were these men who left money but took liquor? Who fought with such brutal finality? The crime scene on Devil's Drop spoke of a coordinated attack, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The gunshots had echoed through the holler and then been swallowed by the trees. The killers had materialized from the forest and then melted back into it, leaving behind a dead man, a bullet-riddled car, and 1,000 terrifying questions that began to spread like wildfire through the tight-knit mountain community. Now, in these hills, when a man like Bill Young is found dead, the first place you look is at the man who hated him the most. And in this case, that man had a name: Jedediah "Jed" Scoggins. Jed was a moonshiner of the old school. His still was a rusty, sputtering contraption that produced a liquor so harsh it was said you could peel paint with it. He was a bitter, solitary man, with eyes as hard as creek stones and a permanent scowl etched into his face. The bad blood between Jed and Bill ran deep, a classic mountain feud born not of land or family, but of pure, corrosive jealousy. They had come up in the trade together, but where Bill was an artist, Jed was just a cook. Bill's operation grew, his reputation soared, and his pockets grew heavy with cash. Meanwhile, Jed Scoggins stayed right where he was, brewing his gut rot for a handful of locals who couldn't afford better, watching Bill's fancy Ford V8 roar past his dilapidated shack. Every success of Bill's was another bitter pill for Jed to swallow. The tension had finally boiled over just a month before the ambush. The story is told that Jed Scoggins confronted Bill in the local general store, accusing him of stealing customers. Bill, with his easy smile, just laughed it off. He clapped Jed on the shoulder and said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Now, Jed, there's a market for paint thinner and there's a market for fine whiskey. We ain't in the same business." The store erupted in laughter. For a man like Jed Scoggins, whose only currency was his pride, the public humiliation was a wound that would never heal. His face turned a deep, dangerous red, and he stormed out, muttering threats under his breath. So when the news of Bill's murder spread through the hollers, every eye turned to Jed. The sheriff paid him a visit first thing. Scoggins denied everything, of course, but his anger made him look guilty. Whispers solidified into what seemed like fact. A trapper claimed he'd seen Jed's beat-up truck parked in a thicket a mile from Devil's Drop the night of the killing. Others swore they'd heard him at the store just last week, telling anyone who'd listen that Bill Young's pride is going to get him killed. For the community, and for the lawmen looking for a quick and easy answer, Jed Scoggins was the perfect suspect. He had the motive, the means, and a heart full of poison. But a bitter old man like Jed Scoggins was a known danger, a rattlesnake that warns you before it strikes. The truly terrifying poison is the kind you welcome into your own home. As the initial shock wore off, a second, more chilling suspicion began to take root, turning from the obvious enemy to the trusted friend, Caleb Vance. Caleb was Bill Young's right-hand man, his shadow. He was a younger cousin who Bill had taken under his wing years ago, teaching him every secret of the trade. Caleb knew the location of the stills, he knew the delivery schedules, and he knew the hidden compartments in the Ford V8. He was the one man on earth Bill trusted with his business, his life, and the safety of his wife, Eleonora. He was treated like a brother. No one suspected him, not at first. But loyalty, when starved of recognition, can curdle into ambition. Caleb was the one doing the back-breaking work in the humid hollows, while Bill was the one collecting the profits and the praise. He saw the life Bill had built, the respect, the fear he commanded, the money, and began to see it not as something to admire, but as something he deserved. More than that, people began to recall the way Caleb looked at Eleonora when Bill wasn't around. It wasn't the gaze of a protective cousin. It was the quiet, hungry stare of a man coveting something he could never have. With this new suspicion in mind, people's memories began to shift. His grief at the funeral, which had seemed so profound, now looked theatrical and hollow. He had been the one to help Bill load the car that fateful night, and folks remembered him arguing with Bill a week earlier, insisting that the old road was getting too much attention from the law and that the route through Devil's Drop was safer. Was it a helpful suggestion, or was he leading the lamb to the slaughter? The community was now faced with a far more terrifying possibility than a simple feud. Was Bill Young's death the result of a snake he had nurtured at his own hearth? But there was a third shadow lurking at the edges of this tragedy, a threat far bigger and more impersonal than a bitter old man or a jealous cousin. The world of bootlegging was changing. Big city money and organized crime were beginning to see the potential in the mountains, not as a place of tradition, but as an untapped resource. A different breed of predator was slipping through the gaps in the hills, men who didn't live by any mountain code. They were known only as the Tennessee outfit. They weren't moonshiners, they were businessmen, and their business was violence and consolidation. Their goal was simple: to control the entire flow of illegal whiskey from the mountains to the cities, cutting out the independent operators who had worked these stills for generations. In this new, brutal landscape, Bill Young wasn't just a competitor. He was an empire of one, an obstacle that had to be removed. Their motive was the coldest and cleanest of all: pure profit. They coveted Bill's pristine product, his well-established routes, and his list of wealthy clients. Taking him out wasn't an act of passion, it was a corporate takeover executed with rifles instead of contracts. They didn't want to just beat him, they wanted to absorb his entire operation, from the hidden stills to the last drop of whiskey. For weeks leading up to the murder, their presence had been felt like a change in the weather. Strangers had been seen in town, men in city hats with hard, watchful eyes, asking quiet questions about Bill Young's schedule. Cars with Tennessee plates were spotted on lonely back roads where they had no business being. The story circulated that one of these men had approached Bill with an offer: work for them or get out of the way. Bill, proud and fiercely independent, would have laughed in his face. It was a laugh that signed his own death warrant. This third possibility was, in many ways, the most frightening. Jed Scoggins and Caleb Vance were known devils. The Tennessee outfit was a faceless, nameless force, a killing machine that operated on the cold arithmetic of profit and loss. The sheriff, a man who trusted his gut, put all his energy into the clearest path. All signs pointed to the bitter, jealous heart of Jedediah Scoggins. A posse was formed, a dozen grim-faced men with shotguns and a cold sense of mountain justice in their eyes. For 3 days, they combed the unforgiving slopes of Scoggins' territory, fueled by the trapper's claim of seeing Jed's truck near the ambush site. They navigated briar-choked ravines and followed cold tracks through mist-filled hollows, certain that every step brought them closer to their man. They finally cornered him at his ramshackle cabin, expecting a desperate shootout. But what they found was anticlimax and confusion. Jed Scoggins wasn't armed and ready for a fight. He was laid up in a filthy cot, his leg crudely splintered and swollen to twice its normal size. He spat tobacco juice onto the floor and cursed them for fools. His alibi was ironclad and delivered by the one man in the county whose word was beyond question: the old doctor. The doctor confirmed he'd been at Jed's cabin the entire night of the murder, setting a nasty break after a tree-felling accident. Jed Scoggins, for all his venom, hadn't been anywhere near Devil's Drop. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin air. The sheriff then turned his attention to Caleb Vance. He questioned Bill's cousin for hours, but it was like trying to hold on to water. Caleb's story was seamless, his grief a perfect shield against any probing question. He expressed shock and sorrow that anyone could suspect him. Without a single piece of hard evidence, the whispers against him remained just that, powerless whispers. And as for the Tennessee outfit, they were smoke. The sheriff sent inquiries across the state line, but the men in city hats were ghosts. They had no names, no faces anyone could clearly recall, and had vanished as quickly as they had appeared. The investigation had hit a wall. Every trail had grown cold, every promising clue turned to dust in the sheriff's hands. The initial roar for justice in the community faded to a nervous, fearful murmur. The killer, it seemed, had gotten away clean. And if a man as powerful as Bill Young could be struck down so easily, then nobody was safe. In the days that followed the failed investigation, a new kind of quiet fell over the mountains. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of an autumn evening. It was a cold, heavy silence, the kind that suffocates truth. The initial outrage over Bill's murder had curdled into something else. Doors that were once open were now bolted. Eyes that once met yours in greeting now slid away, finding a sudden interest in the dirt on the road. A curtain of unspoken agreement had been drawn across the community. This wasn't the silence of ignorance, it was the silence of fear. Raw, palpable fear. The logic was simple and brutal. If a man as powerful, as respected, and as feared as Bill Young could be gunned down on a public road, what chance did a simple farmer or a store clerk have? The killers hadn't just murdered a man, they had murdered the community's sense of security. They were still out there, unseen, their identities a terrifying mystery. To speak a name, to repeat a rumor, was to risk drawing their attention, and no one wanted to be next. But it was more than just fear. It was the code. For generations, these mountain folk had lived by their own laws, born of a deep and abiding distrust for any authority that came from outside their hills. Talking to a man with a badge, even a local one, was a violation of that code. It was inviting an outside world of courts and lawyers into their own business. The unspoken rule was clear. You see nothing, you hear nothing, and you know nothing. You handle your own affairs, and you let your neighbors handle theirs. The few who were thought to know something learned the power of this code very quickly. A man who had been seen talking to Bill just hours before the ambush suddenly became a pariah. His neighbors, men he'd known his whole life, suddenly had urgent chores to do when he approached. No threat was ever spoken aloud, none needed to be. The cold shoulders and the averted gazes were a message clearer than any gunshot. Stay quiet, or you're on your own. And so, the sheriff's investigation died, not from a lack of leads, but from a lack of voices. He would ask questions and be met with blank stares, polite deflections, and shrugged shoulders. The people of the valley had made a collective choice. They would bury the truth under the weight of their silence, hoping that if they didn't speak of the devil, he might just pass them by. The murder of Bill Young was now a closed book, locked tight by the fear of an entire community. Years slid by like water over stone. The murder of Bill Young became a cold case, then a local legend, a story to tell children to keep them from wandering too far into the woods after dark. The wall of silence held firm, and every single evening, Eleonora kept her vigil, her black-clad form becoming as much a part of the landscape as the ancient oaks in the cemetery. Her grief was a silent, unchanging monument. Nearly a decade after Bill's death, Eleonora's vigil finally ended. She passed away in her sleep one cold winter morning and was buried beside her husband, their story seemingly concluded. It fell to a distant niece, a young woman who barely remembered her famous uncle, to clear out the small Spartan cabin where Eleonora had lived out her last lonely years. While packing away old linens in a cedar chest, her fingers brushed against something hard tucked beneath a false bottom, a small, leather-bound journal. This was the clue that had been forgotten because no one knew it existed. It wasn't a diary of daily life. It was a testament of silent suffering, a record of the truth Eleonora was too terrified to speak aloud. The niece's hands trembled as she read the elegant, spidery script, the entries beginning the day after Bill's body was found. The journal revealed everything. It described how Caleb Vance, Bill's trusted cousin, had come to the cabin late on the night of the murder, hours before the body was officially discovered. He had told Eleonora that Bill was delayed on a run, but his story was a lie, and Eleonora had seen it. His boots were caked in the distinctive red clay found only on the road up Devil's Drop. There was a fresh, angry scratch on his cheek, and his hands, she wrote, would not stop trembling. He couldn't meet her eyes. When the news came the next morning, the terrible truth clicked into place in her heart. The journal laid it all bare. Her agonizing suspicion that Caleb, driven by a poisonous mix of greed and ambition, had been the inside man. He had made a deal with the Tennessee outfit, giving them the route, the time, and the assurance that Bill would be alone. He had led his own cousin, his own blood, into a fatal trap. The discovery of that journal, a quiet voice from beyond the grave, didn't just point to a new suspect. It shattered the entire foundation of the mystery and screamed out the name of the true betrayer. The case of Bill Young was suddenly, violently alive again. The sheriff, now a much older man with the weight of years in his eyes, took the small leather journal from the nervous young woman. He opened it with a sense of weary duty, expecting the rambling thoughts of a grieving widow. But as he read Eleanora's precise, heartbreaking prose, the years fell away. He wasn't an old sheriff in a quiet office. He was back on Devil's Drop, smelling the gunpowder and the cold morning air. The words on the page were a voice from the grave, a testimony that time had not been able to silence. There, in Eleanora's own hand, was the key. Caleb Vance's visit, the red clay on his boots, the lie in his eyes. Armed with the truth that had been buried for a decade, the sheriff walked out of his office and down the main street. He found Caleb Vance where he always was, overseeing a small timber business he'd built on the ashes of Bill Young's empire. Caleb was heavier now, a respected man in the community, his past betrayal hidden behind a facade of quiet competence. The sheriff didn't raise his voice. He simply held out the open journal. "Eleanora kept a record, Caleb," he said, his voice low and steady. "She wrote it all down." At the sight of that familiar script, the mask that Caleb Vance had worn for 10 long years shattered. The color drained from his face. It wasn't the law that broke him. It was the ghost of the woman whose love he had craved and whose husband he had betrayed. In a torrent of words, the confession poured out of him, a decade of guilt and resentment. He had been the engine, and Bill had been the face. He had sweated over the stills while Bill collected the glory. He had watched Bill with Eleanora, a love so complete it left no room for anyone else, and the poison of jealousy had festered into a murderous ambition. His confession finally gave a name to the faceless external threat. He admitted to meeting with the Tennessee outfit, giving them everything they needed. He drew them a map of Devil's Drop. He told them the exact time Bill's Ford would round the tight bend. He assured them Bill would be alone and that the local law wouldn't look too hard into a bootlegger's death. It was the perfect crime, a partnership between inside knowledge and outside muscle. The full, horrifying truth was finally laid bare for all to see. It wasn't a feud with Jed Scoggins. It wasn't a random attack by outsiders. It was a cold-blooded pact, a conspiracy born in the heart of Bill Young's own family. Caleb Vance, the trusted cousin, had been the serpent in the garden. He had opened the gate and let the wolves in, all for a share of the profits and the empty hope that with Bill gone, Eleanora might finally see him. The central mystery was solved, and the answer was a betrayal so profound it was almost unthinkable. The man who had mourned the loudest at the funeral had been the one who orchestrated the killing. Now, with Caleb's confession echoing across a decade of silence, we can finally see the events of that night as they truly happened. We can go back to Devil's Drop and bear witness to the full, heartbreaking story. On that moonless autumn night, the engine of the Ford V8 was a low, confident rumble, the only sound in the sleeping hollow. Behind the wheel, Bill Young was in his element. The road was treacherous, the car was heavy with its precious cargo, but this was a dance he knew by heart. He was thinking of home, of the warmth of the fire, of Eleanora waiting. As he rounded the tight bend, his headlights caught the dark, solid line of the fallen oak. He slowed to a stop, his mind already working on the problem, a flicker of annoyance but not yet alarm. The alarm came a second later. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling. A subtle shift in the shadows on the high bank to his left. a glint of moonlight on something that shouldn't have been there. In that split second of cold realization, the night exploded. The silence was torn apart by a sound like 100 dry branches snapping at once. It wasn't just a gunshot, it was a volley, a deafening crackle of coordinated rifle fire. The passenger side window dissolved into a spider web of frosted glass. The sturdy metal of the Ford's door dimpled and tore as if struck by a violent, invisible hail. The world outside the car became a chaotic storm of noise and muzzle flashes, a hell of his cousin's making. Bill's hand instinctively went to the pistol he always kept by his side. Its single defiant bark was a lonely protest, a single note against a symphony of destruction. And then there was a sharp grunt, a sudden stillness behind the wheel. The last sound from him was the heavy thud of his body slumping against the driver's side door. His fight was over. The gunfire stopped. A profound, ringing silence descended, thicker and heavier than before. Shadows detached themselves from the tree line, solidifying into the shapes of men. They moved with a cold, detached efficiency. They didn't even glance at the figure in the car. Their focus was on the cargo. The back doors were pried open, and crate after crate of mason jars were hauled into the darkness. Their movements were swift, practiced, leaving no trace but their boot prints in the mud. When the last crate was gone, the men melted back into the woods as silently as they had appeared. They left behind a scene of chilling stillness. The shattered headlights cast jagged, broken beams into the darkness, like the eyes of a great beast that had been blinded. The air, once crisp with the scent of pine, now hung heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder. The only movement was a thin trickle of whiskey from a single shattered jar, its clear liquid mixing with the dark, damp earth in a final, wasted offering. The trial of Caleb Vance was more than a legal proceeding. It was a public reckoning, a final, painful chapter in a story that had haunted the community for a decade. The small county courthouse was packed to the rafters. Old men who had known Bill Young personally sat beside young people who had only ever heard his name whispered in ghost stories. The air was thick with the weight of unspoken history. Every person in that room, a silent juror in a trial that had been held in the court of public opinion for years. In the defendant's chair, Caleb Vance was a ghost of a man. The facade he had maintained for 10 years had crumbled, leaving behind a hollow shell. He wasn't defiant. He didn't rage or deny. He simply sat there, his eyes fixed on the worn floorboards, as if he could see the faces of Bill and Eleonora in the grain of the wood. When the charges were read, conspiracy and murder, he showed no reaction, offering a quiet plea of guilty. His confession had been a dam breaking, and now there was nothing left inside him to fight with. The prosecutor, armed with Eleonora's journal, painted a devastating picture of betrayal. He read passages aloud, and the sound of the dead woman's words, filled with sorrow and suspicion, silenced the entire courtroom. He presented Caleb as a modern-day Cain, a man who had sold his own kin into a bloody ambush for a handful of silver and a sliver of power. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession absolute. The prosecution demanded the harshest penalty the law would allow. But this was Appalachia, and justice here has always been a complicated, tangled thing. Caleb's lawyer didn't argue his client's innocence. Instead, he argued his weakness. He portrayed Caleb not as the architect of the crime, but as a foolish, resentful young man who was manipulated and threatened by the faceless, ruthless Tennessee outfit. He argued that Caleb never fired a shot, that his guilt was in his silence and his cowardice, not in a direct act of murder. He was a pawn, the lawyer claimed, who had been sacrificed by the true kings of the bloody game. The verdict, when it came, felt both inevitable and unsatisfying. The jury found Caleb Vance guilty, but not of first-degree murder. They convicted him on charges of conspiracy and accessory to the crime. The judge sentenced him to 20 years in the state penitentiary. He was led from the courtroom in chains, his head still bowed, a man condemned to live with his ghosts in a cell of his own making. The community was torn. For some, it wasn't enough. 20 years felt like a pittance for the life of a man like Bill Young and the decade of sorrow that followed. But for others, there was a quiet, reluctant sense of pity. They saw Caleb not as a monster, but as another victim of the violent world they all inhabited. Justice, it seemed, had been served, but it brought no peace. The trial was over, but the arguments over its verdict would echo through those hills for another generation, a final, ambiguous chord in the tragic ballad of Bill Young. Caleb Vance's 20-year sentence was, in the end, a life sentence. He walked into the state penitentiary, and the mountains never saw him again. He was a quiet, broken prisoner, haunted not by the guards or the high stone walls, but by the ghosts he had carried with him from Devil's Drop. He died of pneumonia 12 years into his sentence, a man who had traded a kingdom of his own making for a 6-by-9-foot cell. His betrayal had gained him nothing but a lonely death far from the hills that he had stained with his cousin's blood. For Jedediah Scoggins, the verdict was a hollow victory. The law had cleared his name, but the whispers of the community were a judgment from which there was no appeal. He would forever be the man who was accused of killing Bill Young. The suspicion clung to him like a shroud, deepening the bitter lines around his mouth. He retreated further into his solitude, his only companions the bubbling of his still and the corrosive memory of being judged for a crime he didn't commit. He lived out his days as an outcast, a testament to how an accusation, even when proven false, can leave a wound that never truly heals. And what of the Tennessee outfit, the faceless men who pulled the triggers? The law never touched them. But the mountains have a long memory and their own way of settling scores. Over the years, stories drifted back across the state line, whispered from one bootlegger to another. One of the ringleaders, it was said, drove his own car off a cliff on a road just as treacherous as Devil's Drop, his body found in a wreck of twisted metal. Another died in a suspicious fire at his speakeasy, consumed by the very enterprise he had killed for. And the last one, the man who had given the final order, was said to have gone mad, dying in an asylum, haunted to his last breath by the face of a man he'd murdered in the dark Carolina hills. The young niece who found the journal, the unwitting key to unlocking the truth, could no longer bear the weight of her family's history. She sold the small cabin and the land and moved away, seeking a life in a place where the name Young didn't carry the echo of gunfire and betrayal. She had given the dead a voice, but in doing so had silenced her own future in the mountains. The crime left a permanent scar on the community itself. The wall of silence had been shattered, replaced by a quiet, collective shame. The story of Caleb's betrayal became a cautionary tale, a dark lesson passed down through generations about how greed and jealousy could poison a man's soul and turn brother against brother. The events on Devil's Drop were no longer a mystery, but a wound in the valley's memory, a stark reminder that the deepest betrayals often come from those who stand closest to the fire. If you travel those winding Carolina roads today, you can still find the echoes of this story etched into the landscape and the memory of its people. The world has changed. The era of Prohibition is a dusty chapter in a history book, and the dirt track of Devil's Drop is now a paved county road. But the curves are just as sharp, the drop is just as steep, and the locals will tell you that on a moonless night, you drive it with your heart in your throat. The true heart of the legend, however, rests on a quiet hill overlooking the valley. Silver Creek Cemetery is still there, a peaceful, somber place. And in a quiet corner, you will find two simple, weathered granite stones standing side by side for nearly a century. William Young and Eleanora Young. Their names are faded, softened by years of wind and rain, but they remain. Sometimes, even today, you might find a single wild rhododendron blossom left on Bill's grave, a quiet offering from someone who knows the story and respects the vigil. But the facts of the case, the trial, the betrayal, the confession, have all faded into the background. What has survived, What has grown stronger with each passing year is the ghost story. The memory of Bill and Eleonora is kept alive not in court records, but in the legend of the woman in black. To this day, people claim to see her. Teenagers on a dare will come home pale and shaken, swearing they saw a dark figure standing over the young's graves, a figure that vanished when a flashlight beam touched it. Travelers on the road below still report hearing the faint sound of weeping carried on the wind when there is no wind to carry it. The story has become a part of the local folklore, as real as the mountains themselves. It's whispered around campfires, a ballad of love and loss that has transcended its violent origins. Old-timers say the mountains themselves hold the memory. The whisper of the wind through the pines is Eleonora's sigh. The sudden chill you feel near the cemetery is her sorrow. The world might forget the names and the dates, but the land does not. The story of the moonshiner and his eternally faithful wife is no longer just history. It is a permanent feature of this place, a ghost that walks these hills forever. We began this journey on a cold stretch of road with a bullet-riddled car and a question: what really happened on Devil's Drop? We found the answer, not in a heroic shootout, but in a sordid, quiet act of betrayal. A story of greed and jealousy, as old as the hills themselves. The law eventually found its man, and a measure of justice was served in a dusty courtroom. But that ugly human truth is not the story that has survived. This is the ultimate lesson of the woman in black. It is a story not about the brutal end of a man's life, but about the unending love of his wife. The community, bound by fear and a code of silence, allowed the facts of a murder to be buried. But through their whispers, their awe, and their respect for Eleonora's vigil, they resurrected a different kind of truth. They chose to remember the loyalty, not the betrayal. They chose to honor the love, not the violence. In the end, this is a ghost story that teaches us that some bonds are too strong to be broken by gunfire or the grave. It shows us how a deep and abiding love can become a legend, a story told to remind us that even in the darkest of times, loyalty is a light that can echo through generations. The law may have closed the case on Bill Young, but it was Eleonora's heart that wrote the final, enduring chapter. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. They said bullets curved around him in the air. They whispered that he could melt into the mountain fog like a ghost, that he'd made a deal with the devil himself in some dark and lonely hollow. For years, the name Jacko Fraser was enough to make a child stop crying and a grown man bolt his door at night. The law called him a murderer. But the people who lived and died in these hills had another name for him: the White Devil. But how does a man become a monster? How does flesh and blood turn into a legend that haunts a landscape for 100 years? Today, we hunt for the truth behind the ghost story. To understand a man like Jacko Fraser, you first have to understand the world that made him. Imagine the Cumberland Mountains in the late 1800s on the jagged border of Virginia and Kentucky. This was a land forgotten by God and the government, a place of stunning beauty and breathtaking cruelty. The mists that clung to the hollows hid deep secrets, and the ancient hills had seen more than their share of blood and tears. The Civil War had ripped through these communities, leaving behind not just poverty, but a generation of men who had been taught that the fastest way to solve a problem was with a rifle. They came home to find their farms in ruins and their futures uncertain. The law, in this part of the world, was a distant rumor. A county sheriff might hold authority in the dusty courthouse square, but out in the winding creeks and isolated cabins, his power faded to nothing. Here, a different law held sway, the law of the clan. Family was everything. Your name was your flag. Your cousins were your army. An insult to one was an insult to all, and debts of honor were paid in blood. This was the era of the great feuds, like the Hatfields and McCoys, where violence was not just an outburst of anger, but a structured part of life, a grim inheritance passed down from father to son. This fierce loyalty was born of isolation. The dense forests and impassable ridges didn't just separate families from the outside world, they separated them from each other. Every farmstead was its own small kingdom, every cabin a fortress. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, and a man representing the government was seen as the biggest stranger of all. People here learned to rely on themselves, their kin, and their own judgment. But self-reliance couldn't always put food on the table. This was a world of grinding poverty. Families survived on what they could scratch from the rocky soil, what they could hunt in the deep woods, and what they could distill in a hidden still under the light of the moon. For a man with a quick trigger finger and no conscience, the desperation hanging in the air smelled like opportunity. It was into this boiling cauldron of pride, poverty, and clan justice that Jacko Fraser was born. The world he saw was not a place of laws and morals, but a battlefield for survival. The mountains were poised on a knife's edge, holding a fragile, violent peace. But that peace was about to be shattered, not by an invading army, but by a monster it had created in its own image. Long before the massacre that made him a legend, Jacko Fraser's name was already a poison whispered on the mountain wind. He didn't exist in a vacuum. His terror was fed by a network of lesser evils and silent supporters. Men like Henley Cox, his most notorious accomplice, were drawn to him like moths to a flame, lesser predators orbiting a greater one. And there were others, the small-time crooks who bought his stolen goods, the informants who'd trade a neighbor's whereabouts for a silver dollar or just to settle an old score. The Mullins clan, on the other hand, were the opposite of everything Jacko stood for. They were a large, well-respected family, a cornerstone of the community, which made them the perfect target for a man who wanted to prove that no one and nothing was safe. The deepest wounds in these mountains were often the oldest. Jacko himself was said to be a veteran of the Confederacy, a man who had seen the world burn and decided he liked the heat. He didn't come back from the war looking for peace. He came back carrying the war inside him, a personal battle against a world he felt had failed him. His grudge wasn't over a single plot of land or a stolen horse. His grudge was with humanity itself. He saw society as a sham, and he aimed to tear its mask off with violence. Of course, smaller, more personal grudges festered in every hollow. A card game that ended in a bitter accusation, a dispute over a property line that had been argued for generations, a family that got a little too prosperous for a neighbor's liking. These were the hidden fault lines running beneath the community. Jacko was a master at exploiting them. He understood the dark currents of envy and resentment that flowed beneath the surface of daily life, and he knew how to use them to his advantage, turning the quiet suspicions between neighbors into open fear. And so, the rumors began to spread, moving from cabin to cabin like a sickness in the air. At first, they were just unsettling stories. A peddler who was supposed to be heading through Pound Gap simply vanished. A farmer found his best mule gone, his tack shed emptied. A lone traveler would arrive at the next settlement pale and shaken, telling a story of being robbed on the trail by a man with eyes as cold and pale as a winter sky. None of these were big enough to bring the law down from the state capital, but they were carefully stacked, one on top of the other, building a foundation of dread. Every story, filtered through a dozen mouths around a dozen hearths, grew darker and more menacing. The whispers turned into a constant, low hum of anxiety that settled over the mountains. People began to look at the shadows a little longer. The sound of a horse at night was no longer a comfort, but a cause for alarm. The community was being slowly poisoned, not just by Jacko's deeds, but by the fear of what he might do next. The stage was being set for an act of violence so brutal it would turn whispered rumors into terrified screams. The year was 1892. For the Mullins clan, it was a day of prosperity. Several members of the family, including Ira Mullins, his wife, and other kinsmen, had made the long journey by wagon to the nearest town. They were returning home, their carts laden with goods, and more importantly, their pockets heavy with cash from a successful day of trading. We're talking several $100s, a staggering fortune in those mountains, enough money to set a family up for a year, or to make a desperate man do the unthinkable. Imagine the scene. A narrow mountain path, barely wide enough for their wagons, snaking its way through the dense, dark woods of Pound Gap. The late afternoon sun was beginning to fail, casting long, distorted shadows that clawed at the edges of the trail. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The steady creak of the wagon wheels and the soft plod of the horses were the only sounds in a world that was growing unnaturally quiet. The birds had stopped singing. The woods were holding their breath. It was a feeling every mountain person knows in their bones. The difference between a peaceful silence and a waiting one. Perhaps one of the men glanced nervously into the darkening trees. Perhaps a child in the wagon pulled a blanket a little tighter around their shoulders, sensing a shift in the air. They were on their own land, just miles from the safety of their homes. But that feeling of safety was beginning to fray like an old rope. They were being watched. Suddenly, from the deep shadows of the forest, a command rang out, a harsh voice slicing through the quiet, telling them to halt. But this wasn't a warning. It was a declaration. Before the echo had even died, the trees erupted in a blaze of rifle fire. The led horse screamed and reared, falling in its traces. The quiet evening was shattered by the roar of guns, the splintering of wood,